Years passed, and the little boy who once accepted simple quests had become something far more extraordinary. Every mission, every challenge, every completed quest had made Deku stronger. His RPG quirk never stopped evolving. The psychic class now let him soar through the skies with unmatched telekinetic control. His Magus flames burned hotter than ever before. Warrior unlocked legendary weapons capable of overcoming impossible obstacles. And Druid revealed an incredible new evolution, the ability to transform into any animal Deku touched. Each new ability opened doors to even greater adventures. Whether rescuing helpless animals, exploring nature, mastering powerful magic, or uncovering hidden upgrades, Deku continued leveling up while the world remained unaware of just how terrifying his true potential had become. But every new power came with greater responsibility. As Deku's mysterious RPG system continued unlocking secrets, fate slowly guided him toward the moment that would change everything. The day he would meet the symbol of peace. The sludge villain incident was drawing closer. And unlike the original story, this time, the future was about to be rewritten forever.
Let's go. Before we dive in, if you enjoy dark, powerful what-if stories like this, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next upload. Your support helps bring more stories like this to life, and it only takes a second. Now, let's begin.
2 weeks later, the day finally arrived. Izuku had a small obstacle on his way out of the Midoriya home, namely Inko Midoriya. His mother was fretting over him, double and triple checking to make sure he had everything he needed for this big day. Both his parents had gotten a day off for the sports festival. By now, the event was so big that some companies even closed for the day, seeing as a lot of employees, be it parents of competitors or just people interested in seeing the next generation of heroes early, usually took the day off. And we will both be cheering you on, so do your best. Inko says, small fists balled in determination for her son. Hisashi also calls from the living room, where the TV is already set up on one of the channels that will broadcast the sports festival live. Dear, if you don't let him leave soon, he'll be late for the festival. He softly chastises and joins them in the hallway. But Izuku, I have to agree with your mother, we will be rooting for you here. With these words, his father lays an arm around his mother's shoulders to hold her away from her son while showing his support at the same time. The greenette teen nods. I'll do my best, he says and puts on his shoes. Halfway out of the door, he calls behind himself, I'll make you too proud, just you watch me. Wiping a tear from her eye, Inko watches her son meet up with Katsuki and both dart out of view. Oh Izuku, we are already proud of you, she quietly says, getting a gentle squeeze from her husband. Having used the recent few days to wind down from their training regimen, the teens of Class 1A meet up in the waiting/changing room. Their hero costumes are banned for the festival, to make the competition a fair one for the other departments, being the general education and support departments who don't have costumes in the first place. Instead, every student will wear their P uniform. Several of the teens are ready and stretching for the first game of the day, which is still a mystery. The games are chosen at random after all. Chatting among themselves, Ida interrupts with strutting into the room. Attention everyone. Our class will be called onto the field soon. Please finish getting ready immediately, so we will not be incomplete or late to our introduction. He calls over the din of his classmates. A chorus of affirmation answers him. Izuku, who was having a pleasant conversation with Uraraka, thank you very much is interrupted by Todoroki coming over and stopping right in front of the freckled teen. Uncertain, Izuku's eyes dart from left to right and back to the other male's icy stare. He starts. Can I help you with anything? Not reacting to this question, however, the teen with the two-toned hair speaks up, I'm stronger than you. Perplexed at this declaration, the surrounding conversations also trail off, leaving the whole waiting room of Class 1A eerily quiet. Izuku gapes, excuse me? You heard me. In this festival, will prove to everyone watching that I am stronger than you. Even if you have all might at your back, he explains, narrowing his eyes. Kirishima approaches, a friendly retort on his lips, but Todoroki simply turns around and heads for the door. You know. Izuku's words stop the other in his tracks, Even if you say that, and even though you have more potential than most of the hero course, I'm going to aim for the top as well. Just like everyone else in this room and everyone that's going to be on the fields out there. So don't underestimate us and give it your all as well. If you don't, you're just insulting everyone else, he says. With murmurs, the class departs in a rather scattered formation. Izuku and Katsuki stay close to each other when the light of day greets them on the green field of the stadium. Raging applause from the stands makes most of them swell with pride and straighten their backs. Some of the more meek-natured classmates blush at the attention and lower their heads. They all line up neatly in front of the podium, while the rest of the classes are announced by an excited present mic and greeted by the crowd with cheers. When all contending first-year classes stand in front of the little stage that's set in the middle of the round stadium, one of their teachers takes the microphone. It's the R-rated hero, Midnight. A questionable choice, according to some of the students. A lot of the males appreciate it though, so does the bigger part of the audience in the bleachers and at home. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming to UA's Sports Festival again this year. As is customary for the first years, the one who placed first in the entrance exam will represent the students in a little speech. Before we introduce our first game, the teacher cracks her whip with her excited introduction. Izuku, already seeing where this is going, dreads her next words. The one who set a new point record for hero course entrance exams. Izuku Midoriya, please join me on the stage, she exclaims, and the crowd above roars with cheers and applause. With an encouraging slap on the back by Katsuki, Izuku stumbles at first. He catches himself quickly, psychic aiding him, and walks up to the stage while trying to calm his racing heart. When he stops in front of the microphone stand, the audience quiets down a bit to hear what he has to say. He rakes his brain for something motivational and takes a deep breath to keep his voice from wavering. Thank you, Midnight-sensei, he starts, turning his gaze to her for a moment. She answers with an encouraging nod and he turns back to his schoolmates and the audience. We are all here to become something greater. Heroes, support engineers, businessmen or women. We are here to show what we got and to give it our all. First years. Izuku halts to regard the teens on the ground below. Let's go beyond. Plus ultra. He finishes with bravado and the classes below him repeat the school motto loudly, thoroughly. Pumped by his words. The audience above him and his teacher behind him cheer with all they got. Unbeknownst to him, most viewers behind the screens also cheer along, fully in the spirit of the festivity now. Izuku steps back down to his classmates, getting jumped, hugged, fist-bumped and high-fived by almost all of his classmates and even some students of 1B, who stand closest to him and Katsuki. The blonde catches him in a headlock, good-naturedly ruffling his green mop of hair while laughing. What the hell, nerd? That was FNG amazing. Look at all the people up there, he yells over the din, releasing the headlock and side-hugging his childhood friend instead. Izuku rubs at his neck sheepishly, thanks Kaken. He answers, barely loud enough to be heard over the commotion. It takes another moment or two until Midnight reined the audience back in, now being able to continue. So, after this profound speech, let's see what game will come first for this year's sports festival. The teacher on stage exclaims into her microphone, a hologram popping up behind her. The digital will start spinning and comes to an abrupt stop. The obstacle race. Midnight calls and the crowd cheers again. This time, she doesn't wait for them to calm down, instead adding on, a race that stretches 4 kilometers around the stadium. She points over to a narrow hallway to her right. The starting line is over that way. We will start in 5. She finishes and steps off the stage. All students quickly head over to the tunnel, everyone wanting to go first to get a head start. Izuku contemplates while eyeing what's going to be the first obstacle. With psychic, I could just fly the whole way, but that wouldn't be fun. Magus can't really help me with being fast, at least not yet anyways. Warrior has too many downfalls for a race, even if I'm fast at running. They probably have some tricks up their sleeves. This is UA after all. I guess transforming with Druid gives me the most possibilities. Concluding his thought with a nod, he commands his Quirk, "Can switch to Druid, please?" He gets a weird look from Katsuki for his choice, but no comment as present Mike starts a 5-second countdown. And Goo, the blonde hero screeches. He probably wouldn't even need the loudspeakers with his quirk, but to spare Eraserhead some headache, Nizu made the loudmouth use the technology provided instead. At the signal and in a poof of smoke, Izuku quickly turns into a dog, more precisely a Saluki. With dark, forest green fur and pearly white markings along his front and on his legs and ears, he starts in a sprint. Between the legs of his competition, he maneuvers and dodges the teens around him, leaving a multitude of them behind. What he didn't expect, but in hindsight should have seen coming, was the ice that formed and spread underneath him, giving Todoroki the lead. Along with him are Yamamo, who vaults herself over the slippery surface with a pole sprouting from her, and Aoyama, who flies a short distance with his laser propelling him forwards, Kirishima, who was at the front of the pack and basically got shoved across the floor, and Katsuki, who uses his explosions to simply fly over the ice as well. Using his claws, Izuku scrambles for a moment but finds purchase on the cracking ice, quickly catching up with the classmates ahead of him. Seleucus, along with greyhounds, are generally the fastest dogs and used for racing. With speeds up to 65 km/h, this dog is nothing to be scoffed at, and with Izuku's training holding up in his mimicry as well, he easily reaches this velocity. Behind him somewhere, he hears Present Mike comment something along the lines of, "Who let the dogs out?" With Eraserhead retorting, "That's a student, Izuku Midoriya," and explaining a little bit about Izuku being able to transform into animals he'd touched in the past. With Seleucus being a common breed to be found, it's not a miracle that he's using this form. Focusing back on the track ahead of himself, Izuku spots robots from the entrance exams waiting to attack the students who are trying to pass through. Surprisingly, they completely ignore him, apparently programmed to focus on humanoids to not be distracted by any possible animal passing by from the adjacent forest. Shoto, meanwhile, stops for a moment, rearing up to release a glacier at one of the zero-pointers that are blocking the way. Off balance, Izuku quickly notes and hurries to pass under its legs before it can collapse. He can hear explosions above him, probably Katsuki who decided to pass over the robots instead of under or through them. Eraserhead's bored voice drones on in the background, probably answering someone close by in the audience, that 1A has grown and learned not to hesitate when they were battling villains, not naming the USJ, but the implication hangs heavy in the air. Seeing his other classmate, Todoroki, in front of him, Izuku lets his tongue loll out of his mouth to cool down a bit while keeping his pace, slowly catching up. The next obstacle comes into view soon, announced by Present Mic's loud voice as the fall. From afar, Izuku can tell there's going to be some space for him to gain speed with dive bombing. Quickly going through his options, he picks a simple pigeon. Many people don't know, but these guys can gain speed up to 80 km/h. Pigeons were used as a means to send messages over long distances in the past after all, which was faster than a messenger by horseback then. The tightropes hanging between the small islands don't catch Izuku's interest. Instead, he jumps as far as he can with his built-up speed, transforming mid-fall in a small cloud of light green. He dive bombs, getting even faster, and flutters afterwards to gain height without sacrificing too much of his speed. His plan works, clearing the fall long before Todoroki even reaches the middle. Izuku also spots a pink-haired girl, decked out in support gear at the edge of this obstacle. He hears her saying something about showing off her babies and turns back around to watch where he's going. He hears Present Mike excitedly announcing that Todoroki cleared the little canyon and that Katsuki is quickly gaining on him, flying across with his explosions. With the last obstacle coming into view, Izuku slows down for his next transformation. He listens for Present Mic's announcement, which is promptly delivered by the blonde. The final obstacle. The mine field. Of course, the mines are just going to knock our dear students over, but they will be an inconvenience in trying to cross this last hindrance. Mines. Izuku flatly repeats in his head, probably triggered by the weight that sets down when someone steps on it. I need something light. He flies low to the ground, feeling his arms/wings tiring from this unusual usage, and in a poof he transforms into a cat. Mainly forest green fur with dark spots and stripes and white highlights on his paws and chest, he darts over the mines as an Egyptian Mao. Weighing barely 4 kilograms like this, He is more than light enough to just run over them with a speed of 45 km/h. When he is about halfway over the field, he hears Present Mike announce that Todoroki and Katsuki have also arrived at the field. Knowing Katsuki would rather fight Todoroki than himself, Izuku simply picks up his speed a little, clearing the minefield quickly. He dares to take a look behind himself after transforming back into his human form, barely able to contain his laughter when he sees the two basically tangled up and awkwardly wrestling between the mines. Izuku quickly turns back around and sets off in a sprint, heading for the finish line. He hears a familiar screech of "Azu" behind him, though he doesn't turn around again in favor of getting first place. Back in the stadium, the crowd goes wild at the little greenette with the curled horns, announced by Present Mike to be the first to finish. With heavy breaths, Izuku slows down to a jog, then into a walk until finally stopping a good distance away from the tunnel. Not a moment later, he hears an explosion behind him, announcing Katsuki's final dash for the finish line as well. Izuku turns, watching his friend dart past the tunnel right in front of Todoroki, who is surfing on a small wave of ice. Taking second and third place respectively, Katsuki and Todoroki clear the tunnel. While the latter heads for an exit from the field, Katsuki joins Izuku in the middle of it. "Hey nerd. You good?" he asks, panting a bit from his last dash. Izuku nods, breathing evening out. "Yeah, but being a bird is harder than I thought," he says and huffs out a small giggle. "A bird?" Katsuki asks, perplexed. Izuku nods, "Yes, for that weird canyon thing. Flying across was faster than trying to balance. You should know, you exploded your way across too," he says, jabbing his friend in the side with his elbow. Together, they wait and watch who will come into the stadium. Two students of 1B arrive before Ida comes charging in, engines roaring. After him, Tokoyami arrives, behind him Shiro, Kirishima and another 1B student. Ojiro arrives before a 1B student and Azui, Shoji, Sato, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu. The last one in this batch seems more exhausted than usual, and when she turns around, Izuku spots why. There's a really small guy attached to her back with ball that seem to originate from his head. Ashido, Koda and Jiro come charging inside while Izuku heads over to his class rep, closely followed by Katsuki, who also dislikes what he's seeing. Izuku grabs the offending guy by the collar of his P uniform and throws him away offhandedly. "Are you okay, class rep?" he asks the tall girl. She huffs a couple more times, then regulates her breathing and stands up straight. "Yes. Thank you, Izuku." Two 1B students come into the ring, followed closely by Kaminari and two of their own classmates. Shinso jogs into the stadium and heads straight for where Izuku is. "Hey," he greets, voice as tired as ever, breathing labored. Izuku raises a hand in greeting and answers with his own, "Hey. You holding up okay?" The purple-haired teen waves his hand in front of him, more or less. "Exercise is still a bit difficult for me," he retorts. Katsuki scoffs, "You've been carried for a big part of that effing race, don't act all tired." Shinso just shoots him a dirty look that gets met with a glare that doesn't hold much malice. Eventually, Hagakure joins the rest of their classmates a bit off to the side of the field, along with Aoyama that came in right as Midnight declared that the ones that qualified for the next round have been decided. The students walk up to the stage again, where Midnight is beckoning them over to her. "And with these 42 students, our next game can be rolled," she declares. The hologram from before lights up behind her once more, coming to another abrupt stop, at which Midnight calls into her microphone, "Our next event for the first years is the cavalry battle." The crowd answers in a cheer, quickly calming down to have her continue sooner rather than later. She grins appreciatively and continues with flourish, "Our 42 contestants will form teams with 2 to 4 people. To earn points, a team has to steal another team's headband. Even if a team is not wielding a headband, they can still participate and earn points back. The value that is shown on a team's headband is based on the value of each of its members. These are determined by the individual's placement in the obstacle race. The rider of each team has to wear it and the stolen headbands from the neck up. The 4 teams that end up with the most points will go on to the next round. Making another team fall on purpose will get you disqualified," she explains. A brief pause for anyone to ask questions follows. She nods when nobody speaks up, the air filled with tension. You have 15 minutes to build your teams, point values will be displayed on this screen. Starting now, she calls and cracks her whip in the air. Izuku blanches when he sees his value on the board. 10 million, he screeches. Every single student around him glares in his direction. With this high amount of points, he alone would be an instant win. Bakugo, who came in second, only got the value of 205 points. Saying this was a drastic gap would be an understatement. He practically feels the target on his back, while watching as almost everyone turns their back on him and small teams start forming. Izuku spots Katsuki among a cluster of his classmates. Watching the scene unfold, he hears Katsuki admit, "Wait. What are your guys' quirks again? And your names?" Trying not to laugh out loud, Izuku snorts. "What? We're your classmates, dude. Why do you not remember our names?" Sato exclaims, incredulous. Kirishima carefully elbows his way through the people surrounding Katsuki, speaking up when he knows he'll be heard over the din. "Hey Bakugo. Todoroki chose his team already." "Oh, shitty hair," Katsuki says, recognizing the mountain of gelled red hair. The redhead in turn gets slightly irritated. "My name is Kirishima. And our hairstyles aren't that different," he says, pointing between himself and Katsuki. He continues, "Anyways, you're gonna be the rider, right? That means you need someone who can take it to be your horse," he declares, hardening his arm for emphasis. Katsuki huffs, "Someone with guts." Suppressing his cringe, the redhead mutters, "Not really," before speaking up again, "I'm gonna be a horse that'll never waver." 10 million points? "Bring it," he finishes. The explosive blonde grins his evil grin, "You're on." That's when Izuku is interrupted in watching his friend build his team by Uraraka, who comes up to him. "Izuku." She stops in front of him, hands balled into determined fists in front of her. "Let's team up." "Are you sure? I'm the 10 million, will be targeted, you know," he asks, to make sure she knows what she's getting into. Vehemently she nods, "Yes, I'm sure. After all, it's better to team up with people you like, right?" Izuku tries suppressing the tear that escapes his eye, quickly catching it with his hand. "Uraraka, you are amazing." "Thank you." "So, who else should we add to our team?" she asks him, letting her gaze wander over the students surrounding them. With a hand to his chin, Izuku mulls this question over, then taps her shoulder and gestures to follow him. He stops in front of Ida. "Ida, will you join our team?" the two eagerly ask in unison. He holds up a hand and shakes his head, answering, "I'm sorry, Midoriya. But Todoroki isn't the only one who sees you as his rival. I am going to work with him to defeat you." Izuku and Uraraka watch his retreating back as he walks over to Todoroki, who's already recruited Yaoyorozu and Kaminari. So Todoroki already has a full team. Izuku sighs. Uraraka tries cheering him up when she gets interrupted by the bubbly voice of a pink-haired girl who bounces over to them. 10 million, she calls. "Let me join your team. When all the attention is on you, my babies will get lots of exposure." Hesitating, Izuku takes a moment to answer, "I'm sorry, who are you?" "Mei Hatsum, Class 1H of the support course. And I want to show off my babies," she exclaims, gesturing at the equipment she is covered with. With a short glacé at Uraraka, who shrugs at him, he shrugs as well. "Sure. Why not?" "What babies do you have there?" Izuku asks. Quickly introducing some of her inventions, Hatsum shows off her jetpack, her hover boots, the grappling hooks at her sides and her goggles, that are apparently specifically made to make it easier for her to use her Quirk Zoom Dash. With all this new information, Izuku quickly comes up with a plan and tells the two girls as much. "I just need one more member for our team." He trails off, looking over the remaining students that don't have a team yet. He spots the avian-headed classmate he had in mind and jogs over to him. "Tokoyami," he says. Said teen turns to him, regarding the greenette with a questioning look in his red eyes. "Would you join my team?" He quickly gets to the point, jerking a thumb behind him to show he already has two other teammates that quickly catch up to them. Tokoyami mulls this over with a deep hum, coming to a conclusion with a nod a moment later. Ori, I shall join your forces. Do you have specific tactics in mind? He asks. I do. Izuku answers, forming a circle with the girls and the most recent addition to his team. So, listen up. We have by far the most points. Having this headband will result in an instant win if we can keep it until the end. My plan, avoid and defend. He regards Tokoyami. With Dark Shadow, you can keep other teams at a distance and can even steal their headbands if the opportunity presents itself. Izuku's gaze wanders to Uraraka. You can nullify our gravity, right? The brunette nods. I can. But if I use it on myself, I'll get nauseous. You don't have to. I could lift our whole team as it is if I use psychic. Like this, you will make 3 of us weightless, so Hatsume's hover boots and jetpack have an easier time getting us off of the ground and out of reach for most teams. I'll just steer us in the right direction. His teammates nod in unison, having understood his plan. Hatsume has some concerns though. Will we not take other people's headbands? Izuku shakes his head. That won't be necessary, we have the most points by far. As long as nobody takes this, we don't need to steal any. With my quirk, I doubt we'll run into any problems. I could very well just take all headbands for myself, carry us around and knock other teams back that try and take them back, but that wouldn't be much of a game this way, right? He explains and smiles at his team. So you will be the rider. Who's the front horse? Uraraka asks. Tokoyami, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to be in front. Dark Shadow can show what he's got this way. Izuku suggests. With a nod, their lineup is decided and the team building time almost used up. By the time midnight announces the teams to get ready and for the riders to mount their horses, Izuku's team is ready to go. Drones come flying out of different hallways, delivering the headbands with their printed point values to the riders of each team. Once the drones left the field, Midnight speaks up. All right, with all the teams provided with headbands and ready to go, I want to remind you once more. The rider of each team has to wear the team's and the stolen headbands from the neck up. Making another team fall on purpose will get you disqualified. She lets her words sink in for a few seconds before finishing her speech, and without further ado, you have 15 minutes to fight for points, starting now. Immediately, all teams closest to Izuku's run towards them, hoping to catch them off guard and getting their hands on his points. In anticipation of this, Uraraka quickly taps all of her teammates and Hatsume starts up her inventions, rocketing their whole team up into the sky. With Psychic, Izuku holds them at a reasonable height, flying above their competition's heads. He watches as the ones who were charging them stopped for a moment, changing their plans on the spot. Izuku catches sight of a very familiar blonde poof of hair, chasing a dual-colored red and white one. So Kaken went after Todoroki. Well, that's fine. He thinks, keeping an eye out for anyone who tries catching them. Absent-mindedly, he hears Present Mike announce in the background, something about his team and something about a 1B team. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices something rushing towards himself, which is promptly blocked by Dark Shadow. Jiro's earphone jacks retreat, seeing no further opening. Good job, Dark Shadow. Tokoyami. Your quirk goes really well with our tactic. Dark Shadow is as fast as if we were on the ground. Izuku calls and continues to watch the happenings below. He feels the pull of gravity slowly returning, turning halfway to see Uraraka doubled over in a weird position due to flying like that. Oh god, Uraraka, release your quirk if you're at your limit. Izuku quickly says, startling her into looking at him. It's okay, I told you I could hold us, right? Even if Hatsume's babies give out, we won't fall, he assures her. With a quick nod, she touches her fingers together, the team and herself being caught by Izuku's psychic, when gravity returns to them. Shortly after, with the added weight, Hatsume's inventions start stuttering, available fuel running low and eventually empty. With these aids gone, Izuku grabs hold of all of his teammates and holds them together in the air. Uraraka makes some strangled noises that vaguely sound like her suppressing being sick, which are getting better by the minute while not straining her quirk. Do you guys want to land or do we just stay up here? Izuku asks distantly. Noticing the time they have left and Dark Shadow defending them against the attack of a 1B team. Tokoyami speaks up, if you are all right with holding us all, I don't think we need to get back into this feud, he says thoughtfully. Izuku floats off of his horses and in circles around his teammates. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but the other teams down there are giving it their best while we're just hanging around up here, he says and lays on his back in the air. Hatsum gapes at him. Good. You can freely just fly like that, he exclaims, making Uraraka wince at her excited volume. Yes. He answers, getting back to his position above them to let Dark Shadow take over the defense once more. He's back in position not a moment too soon, as he hears explosions sounding below. Curious to see what his childhood friend had planned now, he glances down, startled by the sight of Katsuki literally rocketing up towards them, riding on his quirk. Katsuki shoots past Izuku, a cry of his name ripping from his throat as he extends his arm in an attempt to rip Izuku's headband off. Quickly, Dark Shadow intercepts him, blocking the offending arm and making the blonde fall back down. They hear something along the lines of chicken nugget, before a strip of tape catches on Katsuki's lower back and jerks him back into the waiting arms of his teammates. Incredulous, Present Mike comments on the event, Bakugo left his horse. Is that even allowed? Midnight interjects, as he didn't touch the ground, Bakugo is still in the game. The same applies to Midoriya's team, by the way, she informs via her own microphone. Relieved, Izuku sighs, watching the team his friend had crashed into. A 1B team clashes with them, ripping off Katsuki's headband in the spur of a moment. Both teams face off for a tense moment, Izuku being unable to hear them talking from his altitude dash, before a rather unholy screech startles a laugh out of Izuku, while he watches Katsuki discuss something with his team. They quickly start following the retreating team that stole their points, when Katsuki boosts himself in the air again, blasting himself through their enemy's defense, grabbing a handful of headbands that had collected around the other blonde's neck. Katsuki jumps off of them before blasting himself high enough off of the ground so Zero can pull him back again with his tape. Present Mike tries keeping up his commentary on everything, switching between the teams and throwing something in, should the leaderboard change, and with this we have a new second place. Team Bakugo took a whole handful of hard work from 1B's Monoma, who doesn't look too happy about that. Still steady in first place and comfortably overseeing this event is Midoriya's team, who already fought off multiple attempts at their headband with combined efforts. At this point, even Eraserhead gives his own small comment. In fact, they are only still up there because of Midoriya himself. Uraraka's Quirk makes her nauseous, so he most likely made her take a break, and the support items Hatsum provided them with, as great as her ideas may be, have stopped running a while ago. I'll assume from fuel loss because of the added weight of 3 more people than the items were originally designed for. Incredulous, Hatsum rears her head around, fixing Aizawa in a stare that doesn't affect him as much as she would have liked. He just stares back at her with a deadpan expression. Grumbling, she turns back to her team. Tokoyami gives a short cry of warning when Dark Shadow spreads underneath the team as far as he could go in this broad daylight. A flash of lightning crashes into the sentient shadow, making him whimper from the exposure to light and being shocked with a few too many volts at once. Dark Shadow retreats into the safety of Tokoyami's body, leaving their team virtually defenseless. Izuku finds the offender a bit off to his right, namely Kaminari, who'd fried his brain, and the rest of Todoroki's team, who are covered with an insulating blanket courtesy of Yaoyoro's dash. The glare Todoroki sends up at him sends chills down Izuku's back. Man, what did I ever do to him? He quickly thinks, narrowly being able to JRK his whole team out of the way of an ice spear that was shot up at him. Said spear then embeds itself in the roof of the announcer's booth, gaining a startled yelp from Present Mike, who promptly berates any and all students to respect their teachers and not aim their attacks at the bleachers. Todoroki produces ice with his right side, so we should stay on his left. I haven't seen him using his fire any time yet aside from melting his ice with it. It might be a strategy, but I doubt he would have thought this far ahead since the beginning of the year. Izuku quickly explains his thoughts, dragging his team through the air to avoid more attacks from the team below while also catching the spears and lowering them to the ground to protect the audience from getting hit. Midoriya, set us down. Hatsum calls. The greenette barely chances a glance at her, all of his focus on trying to keep his team and the audience from ending up as iced kebab. Why? Is his quick retort. We don't have to be this far away from them to dodge the ice, right? She answers urgently. Uraraka adds, we don't want you to use up all of your energy here. What if you lose the next round because of this? He grunts with the effort of catching two separate spears that sailed past his team that got way too close to the civilians for comfort. I'll be fine. There's a break before the last round, so don't worry about me. Tokoyami, how's Dark Shadow? The avian-headed teen winces. I doubt he will show himself in the immediate future. I'm out for this round, my apologies. With most eyes on the spectacle of Todoroki throwing spear after spear at Midoriya, trying to wear him down enough to get him back on the ground, another team is seizing their chance and snags all nearby. Headbands they can get. An angry shout snaps many of them out of it, snapping their eyes to the explosive blonde of 1A, who's blasting himself towards Todoroki. Todoroki notices and hesitates for a moment. He needs the 10 million headband, but he has to defend his own points as well. He changes the position of his right arm, turning towards Katsuki, who's flying through the air. The frost is already crawling up his arm and his cheek. He's literally freezing from not using his fire. But he pushes. Todoroki rears his arm back to unleash a wave of ice at Katsuki before he can get too close. And time's up, shouts Present Mike over the roaring crowd. Immediately, everything in the stadium stops. Todoroki with his raised right arm, Katsuki in midair causing him to faceplant in the dirt, and Izuku, who finally lowers all of his teammates and himself to the ground. Panting, Izuku's knees wobble, but Uraraka lays one of his arms across her shoulders to steady him. With a fist pounding on the dirt below, Katsuki yells profanities for not reaching Todoroki in time. A few moments pass, with everyone catching their breath and applause from the audience while the teachers evaluate the points in more detail. All right, are you all ready to see who made it to the next round? Present Mike prompts the crowd, making them even louder in excitement. Okay, he calls and starts counting off the contestants of the next round. In a surprising fourth place, with 715 points, we have Team Shinso. Consisting of Hitoshi Shinso himself, Mashireo Ojiro, Nairenjiki Shoda, and Yuga Aoyama. Not far ahead in third place with 775 points, it's Team Todoroki. Here we have Shoto Todoroki, Tenya Ida, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Denki Kaminari. In second place with a whopping 1.480 points. It's Team Bakugo. Katsuki Baku, Eijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, and Hantasiro will proceed to the next round. And finally, in an uncontested first place, Team Midoriya. With Izuku Midoriya, Fumikage Tokoyami, Mei Hatsum, and Ochako Uraraka claiming their original headband and keeping it far out of reach for any of their peers. While the civilians and heroes of the audience cheer for all of the students, regardless of if they made it to the next round or not, Katsuki is still barking out profanities, this time at his teammates that won't stop grabbing onto him or ruffling his hair in a buddy-buddy type of way, which has him popping firecrackers in his palms. Meanwhile, Todoroki walks up to Izuku, who was steady on his feet again. Midoriya, the taller one of the two, says, grabbing the other's attention. Said teen turns to look at the other, Todoroki. What can I help you with? He asks. Todoroki nods his head away from the bulk of students, to an empty hallway leading off of the field, then turns around to head there. With a swivel of his head, Izuku checks if anyone is following him, taking the opportunity to talk to his quiet classmate and chasing after Todoroki quickly and unnoticed. Everything was dark and quiet. For a long time, Izuku just floated. What happened? Right, villains attacked us. At the USJ. He tried listening around him. A voice speaks up. Good morning, Izuku. Kaden, he wonders. A short affirmative is all the answer he gets. He hums, so, Kaden. Where are we? Status, unconscious. They mechanically answer. Why am I unconscious? He inquires. You switched between your forms too often and too quickly. Kaden supplies. You also almost emptied your reserves for Druid again. I believe a doctor would call this Quirk exhaustion. But I did that before. That can't be the only reason. Izuku mutters. Indeed. His Quirk agrees. He waits for Caden to continue, but when they don't keep speaking, he asks, "Well, what is it?" A traumatic event caused your mind to shut down. The memories hit him like a bag of bricks. He killed. The monster, Nomu, or whatever the villain had called it, died to his fire. Why would it die from that? The leader said it was designed to kill All Might, the #1 hero of Japan. It couldn't have been that simple. Would you like to return? A proper therapist would be the best option to deal with this situation. Caden asks. He mulls this over for a moment. He nods at the blackness. You're right. Can you make me wake up? Izuku wonders. Caden doesn't answer and he feels a pressure on his chest. Slowly, he blinks his eyes open. The white ceiling of Recovery Girl's infirmary greets him. Izuku? A familiar voice sounds close to his left side. A light blonde poof of hair invades his vision, obscuring the white ceiling. Deep red eyes stare into his softly glowing green ones. Aizu? He asks again. Kadash, he tries answering. His throat is so incredibly dry. Hold on, his friend says, turning away. Recovery Girl, he's awake. The short, elderly woman walks up to her most recent patient. You can't make a habit of this, she says, handing him a cup of water. He thanks her with a nod, raises the cup to his mouth and drinks all of its contents in greedy gulps. Thank you, he raspily says to the nurse. She answers by knocking her cane on top of his head, right between his horns. He yelps a quick ouch before she continues. Now, I want you to listen closely, she starts. You can't exhaust yourself like this every time anything happens. I get that you're training to be a hero, but you're a student. The teachers are the ones that should protect you, not the other way around. Izuku looks bashful, but perks up after a moment. How is Aizawa? And 13, he asks. The elderly nurse sighs deeply with a slow shake of her head. You did well on both their injuries. She starts and sits down at her desk. 13 reportedly has no issues with the stump you made, so the support course can fit a prosthetic for them. Aizawa said his head was crushed so hard he fell unconscious, but I couldn't find any injuries on his skull aside from residual bruising. His broken arms also only have some bruises left after you reset them. The cracks are well mended. I doubt he'll get issues with them. Izuku heaves a sigh of relief. I'm glad. His head was covered in hairline cracks, so it's good to hear I got them all. Recovery Girl shoots him a look at which he startles, but her eyes soften quickly, which doesn't mean it was okay that you had to exhaust yourself like this. I already gave them all a good talking to. Just having one rescue hero and one underground hero to protect you after what happened at the barrier was just reckless. The barrier? The hell did those reporters have to do with this? Katsuki snaps. Recovery Girl sighs at his curse. I am in no place to tell. I think Principal Nizu will come speak about it soon, though, she says. That's when the door clattered open to reveal a few of Izuku's classmates. Ashido, Kirishima, Uraraka, Ida and Kaminari crowd around Izuku. You're okay? Uraraka exclaims with a big relieved smile. Kirishima nods. The others told us what was going on where you were. That was so manly, dude. Saving 13 and Aizawa? And bringing down that weird monster too. Kaminari chimes in, yeah, how did you even do that? Didn't the hand guy say that it was made to kill All Might? Why were you able to get it down that easily? With a queasy feeling in the pit of his stomach, Izuku pales. Ah, maybe it was made to resist punches? I burned it. I guess it wasn't made with more in mind than All Might. He swallows against the thick feeling in his throat. Ida stays weirdly quiet during the whole exchange. You're right, says a new voice from the door. The students turn to find their principal on the shoulder of their homeroom teacher, wrapped in the long capture scarf. Said teacher had bandages wrapped around his head and his arms. The animal speaks again. You were out for quite a while. The Hero Public Safety Commission examined the creature already. They found it had multiple quirks, and that it had gone berserk because of this. They found human DNA of multiple small-time criminals. Our best guess is that the villains experimented on humans for their plans. You did good, Midoriya. If not for you, All Might would have had a hard time. Aizawa speaks up as well. I couldn't turn off any of the creature's quirks, which is concerning. The fact that these villains were as confident as they were, that it could defeat or even kill All Might, it must have had strength enhancers or absorption of some kind. It wasn't designed to withstand fire. Even if it was accidental, a coincidence, you probably saved All Might's life. He finishes with a proud and wistful expression. Saved. All Might. Izuku stammers. Katsuki lays a hand on his shoulder. You did good, Izu, he says, using the childhood nickname in spite of his classmates witnessing it. You still have to go to Hound Dog, his teacher adds. Izuku nods, wise. I actually wanted to ask about that. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei, he stammers. Tired Pro eyes his other present students. The rest of today's classes are cancelled. Go home and recover for tomorrow, he instructs the teens. An hour later, after all of his friends had left to go home aside from Katsuki, Izuku got the clear from Recovery Girl to leave her office. She tasked the blonde with keeping an eye on his friend. He has to keep going slow for a few days so the shock doesn't trigger any setbacks. The two head for the roof of the building. Izuku wants to get a breath of fresh air before going to Hound Dog's office. The student counselor was instructed by the nurse to stay behind for a first little conversation with the green-haired boy Dash. Sitting down against the wall of the exit, the two teens just sit in silence for a while, watching the clouds covering the sun. You know, Katsuki starts, I was thrown into that ruined zone with shitty hair. Izuku doesn't show any kind of reaction, but interrupts, his name is Kirishima. Katsuki waves a hand, whatever. But we kicked serious butt over there. He said he was surprised at my fighting style. Said it was not what he expected with my swearing and everything. His friend shrugs, you are a loudmouth. But you knew that already. The blonde huffs. Anyways, he emphasizes and Izuku snorts despite himself. After we knocked those extras out, we went over to the landslide, where Half and Half had already frozen all his idiots to the ground. Gotta give it to him, looked hilarious. Izuku eyes him out of the corner of his eye. His name is Todoroki. And are you saying he's good? Katsuki jolts and grumbles. He doesn't give any other answer, continuing with his retelling, Half and Half followed us when we went over to the mountains, Dun's face, ponytail and earlobes were there. Izuku makes a weird face. Those are Yaoyorozu, Jiro and that Pikachu guy. Katsuki growls. Kaminari. Yeah, whatever. They were surrounded, so I crushed the dumbass villains. So weak they cried before I knocked them out, he scoffs. That tail guy also appeared from somewhere. We watched what happened with Aizawa and you down in the center. He trails off, rather quietly. Izuku juts his elbow into Katsuki's side. Come on. I'll be okay, he says, even while looking rather pale. The elder of the two lays a hand on the younger's shoulder. I know you'll be. Come on, let's get you to Hound Dog so we can go home soon. Izuku makes steady progress with the student counselor. Speaking with his friend had helped him a lot as well. He understood that what he did was necessary to keep everyone else safe. He also understood that he still has to learn a lot. The teacher made him think about other ways, what he could have done differently. But alas, he always came up with the same result. Saving his peers and his teacher. Even if it meant he had to burden himself with the death of a creature that was created for the sole purpose of killing someone. Or multiple someones. Under immense stress and pain. Meshed with living. Breathe. All Might visited his home a day after everything happened. He also talked with him about the incident directly. He thanked his student for his help. The hero had gotten information about the Nomu from the HPSC. It had multiple quirks, seemingly picked and chosen specifically with the number 1 hero in mind. Shock absorption, 2 different, complementing self-healing quirks and 1 with strength enhancement that could have rivaled All Might easily, with the drawback of sacrificing life force. What hadn't been accounted for was the teen with a quirk so special that even the teachers deemed him a blessing. Had he not been there, 13 would have not been healed this quickly and efficiently. Eraserhead might have lost one of his eyes with the amount of breaks and cracks the boy had healed on his skull and especially around his right eye socket. The students were in massive danger as it was as well. Also, Dash, the hero on the couch opposite to him continues. The young supposed leader of the villains was screeching obscenities at you while he was being pulled through a portal by one of his babysitters, I might say. Something about cheater? Or hacker? I don't know what he meant. Izuku is taken aback. Babysitters? He parrots. The blonde nods while Izuku's mother places a cup of tea on the coffee table in front of the pro. His father was at work while his mother had taken a few days off to be at home with her son. Yes, he was acting like a child that had its favorite toy destroyed by someone. With a richer vocabulary, but still. I wasn't able to reach him in time before the portal closed. He laments and shakes his head. That's when I found you standing there, spaced out as you were, the hero adds. Thoughtful, Izuku nods. Inko speaks up, is it really safe for my Izuku to go to UA? With the attack and everything, it makes me doubt if he will be all right there. Her son shoots her a shocked look. Mom, don't even start, please. You know, being a hero with Kaken was always my dream. UA has the best success rate for their graduates, he pleads. All Might also adds, I will assure you, Miss Midoriya, the teachers will not fail the students like this again. The sports festival will be held soon. Safety measures are being revamped as we speak. While the festival is ongoing, security will be doubled as well. The visitors will be as safe as can be, as well as the competitors. UA will show the world that it's still the best hero school out there. He finishes with bravado. As ridiculous as he looks on the way too small couch underneath him, basically crouching with his knees touching his hunched-over upper body, he still gives off an aura of confidence. Inko seems to fight with herself for a moment, eyebrows narrowed. The frown on her forehead evens out when she sighs quietly, alright. Izuku, you can stay in UA. But if you ever think it's not safe for you there, you tell me. I won't make you drop out. I'll speak to your father as well when he comes home tonight. The teen lights up with a big smile. Yes. Thank you, Mom, you're the best. He calls and rushes over to her to wrap her up in a big hug. She rubs his back. You always say that. His mother smiles softly. He lets her go, smiles at her again and sits down in his armchair once more. All Might nods. All right, Miss Midoriya. Young Midoriya. Now that we cleared this matter, I will take my leave, he announces, emptying his cup of tea. Miss Midoriya, the tea was delicious. Thank you for having me, he adds while standing up. With lots of bows from the Greenette family, the #1 pro hero takes his leave. Later that same day, someone else visits the Midoriya residence. Izuku's father, Hisashi, was home again, and soon after he arrived, a knock sounds on their door. The spouses eye each other. Are you expecting someone? Hisashi asks. Inko just shakes her head while Izuku walks past the kitchen entrance to open the front door. A man with black hair and eyes stands in front of the open door. He introduces himself to the teen while holding up his badge for verification. Good evening, my name is Naomasa Tsukachi. I'm a detective of the local police force. I came here to ask a few questions regarding the USJ incident, he says, and kindly smiles at the boy, who turns into the house to call. Hey Mom, Dad, it's a detective, Izuku says. The voice of his mother answers, let him in. Izuku will be there in a second. Izuku steps aside and properly holds the door open for the detective to enter. The man excuses himself, takes his shoes off in the doorway and follows the teen into a quaint living room. Please, take a seat. My parents are going to join in a minute. Izuku invites and sits down in his usual armchair. Tsukachi sits down on the other armchair, across from Izuku on the other side of the coffee table. A pudgy woman that looks like an older, female version of the boy enters the room. Behind her, a taller man with black hair, the same style as his son, follows. They both greet the detective and the woman sets down a cup of tea in front of their guest. He thanks her and quickly gets out his notepad, eager to start questioning the boy about the USJ. After a summarized retelling of what happened to him, Izuku answers questions the detective asks him to the best of his ability. Meanwhile, his parents keep an eye on both of them, to intervene should anything overwhelm their son. A few of Izuku's answers are slow, where he chooses his words carefully. Tsukachi guesses, the boy has to be struggling with everything that happened. He'd heard from Tashinori that he's talking with Hound Dog, the student counselor Dash, which is a good thing. Even police officers have to go to therapy when they have to shoot someone, after all. So having the boy do so would have been his first request, hadn't the boy already asked for it on his own. Soon enough, Tsukachi had all the notes he could have asked for. Due to the nature of his quirk, he knew that Izuku believed all his answers to be true. Drinking the last of his offered tea, he bid the family farewell, not wanting to intrude for longer than really necessary. The news report made everything look worse than it really was. At least if you asked Katsuki. Izuku knew, he knew, that this would only be the beginning. According to All Might, the weirdly childish leader of the villains probably wasn't the biggest fish in that pond. Izuku keeps his attention halfway on the report. It is already widely known that UA High's Hero Corps students were attacked by a group that call themselves the League of Villains. Reportedly, enemy forces were plotting to kill our well-loved symbol of peace and number one hero, All Might. Even after 72 villains were apprehended, further plans are yet to be revealed. The whereabouts of the leader are unknown. Injuries were kept to a minimum and all students were given a couple days off, to give UA the opportunity to revise their defenses and security. He sighs. The fact that the Nomu wasn't shown or talked about probably had something to do with him being the one to defeat it. On top of that, the HPSC would rather die than giving away the information to the public, that there's a villain organization that experiments on humans, creating creatures designed to kill the most powerful heroes. But alas, he'd have to live with the consequences of what he'd done. And with the consequences of his class showing up on the news. Which is already happening the next day when Katsuki and Izuku are on the train. To avoid the many people of the regular schedule, they take the early train again. Which was a great idea. But even so, they aren't alone in their compartment. Which leads to them being talked about and questioned. Which ticks off his explosive childhood friend, who jumps out of his seat in agitated anger. Oh my god, F off extras. Can't you mind your own effendi business? He barks and glares at the people he notices watching with crackling palms. Kaken. Izuku calls surprised. I'm so sorry, he says, bowing in the general direction his friend is glaring at. He doesn't mean it like that. He's just stressed. Profusely apologizing, Izuku nudges his friend back down into his seat. More quietly, he regards Katsuki after most of the people had turned away. Kaken, please. You know they will only stare more once the sports festival happened, right? The blonde scoffs, whatever. I just hate the condescending looks they give us for having been attacked. They don't have a FING clue what happened. Those stupid news vultures don't know shit either and try telling the public what happened, he says. With a mumble, he adds, especially to you. Once off the train and at the end of their walk to the school, they are surprised to see no reporters at the front gates. Glad about this revelation, however, the two enter the school and head for their classroom early. As expected, the room is still empty and they walk over to their desks to quietly continue talking. Katsuki leans back in his chair and props his feet up on his desk. Izuku buries his hands in Katsuki's poof of hair and the latter wouldn't ever admit he liked the feeling. With his explosive sweat, he usually keeps his hands off of his own head for safety reasons. They hear chatter from the hallway before a group of their classmates enter the room. Ida, Uraraka, Ojiro, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. The usual early birds. The brunette bounds over to Izuku when she spots him. Izuku, she calls, were you guys bothered on your way here too? The people on the train looked at me so weird today. Uraraka says and places a hand over her heart. Izuku smirks up at her. Good morning to you too, Uraraka. She blushes hard at her lack of manners and sputters, but Izuku continues before she can try to form a proper answer. I'm joking. Yes, they stared and stuff. Kaken got really angry. He closes with a cheeky smile in his friend's direction. Said friend just scoffs and pointedly turns away from the conversation. Shaking his head, Izuku notices Ida coming over as well. Good morning, Midoriya. Good morning, Bakugo, he states formally. Katsuki grunts in acknowledgement, which is more than Izuku would have expected, while the greenette chirps his own, good morning Ida, back. Hey Ida, were the people ogling you like that too? Uraraka asks him as well. The tallest of the present teens shakes his head. No, I actually took my brother's offer to take one of the Idaten team's private transportation. He trails off. You mean you came here in a limousine? She exclaims, surprised. He frantically denies, oh, no, it wasn't a limousine, merely a normal car they use on pursuits. With squinted eyes, Uraraka accepts his excuse. Soon, more of their classmates join them, filling the room bit by bit. By the time the first bell rings, everyone is collected in different little groups around their tables. With the second bell, the students decide to stop chatting to sit down in their respective places, waiting for their teacher to show up. Which he does a few moments later, wrapped in bandages across his face and across his arms. A girl speaks up, should you be here, Aizawa-sensei? That was probably Hagakure, the invisible one. My injuries are irrelevant. What should concern you way more is the UA Sports Festival. It will be held in 2 weeks and it's your first proper chance to show the pro heroes out there what you guys can do, the tired man explains. But, sensei, a boy in the middle speaks up, should we really have the festival when we only just escaped the attack of a new group of villains? Izuku recognizes the black-haired teen as Hantasiro. His quirk allows him to shoot sticky tape from his elbows, basically granting him some of the powers similar to USA's Spider-Man. Especially at a time like this, UA has to show that we aren't scared of what happened. The sports festival is far too important for your careers for you to consider us canceling it. Aizawa explains. Additionally, we are in the process of revamping the security and defense systems. The sports festival will be the safest place in Mizudafu, maybe all of Japan, on the day it is held. He assures them. Approving mumbles drift through the students. Quickly, the first half of the day with normal classes passes. Before they know it, Class 1A find themselves in their classroom before lunchtime. They all chat about the upcoming big event. Uraraka takes the lead in pumping herself up, making a face that scares off some of her classmates with how serious she looks. Gotta admit, a smile suits you better, comes the unexpected remark from Shinso. Blushing, the brunette can't help but stammer. Her serious look is all but gone. Kaminari juts his elbow into the purple-haired teen, wiggling his eyebrows with a wide smirk on his lips, which results in a light dust of pink across Shinso's cheekbones from the innuendo. Stop that, he says with a firm voice. Yeah, Denki, don't just assume feelings. Juro adds. It's rude. Approving nods around the class make the blonde sink low into himself, mumbling a quiet apology. I'm gonna beat you all, anyway. Getting first place will show the pros who deserves to be one of them. Katsuki brags. Izuku elbows him in the side, don't be rude now. Also, you know who's getting first place and his name isn't Katsuki Bakugu. He smirks. Whoa, Izuku can look menacing like that. Uraraka murmurs at the person next to her, namely Ishido. Said Pink Girl eyes the mentioned boy and snorts, oh god, he looks like an angry puppy or something. Who's a puppy? Asks Hagakure from Ishido's other side. Izuku. The other two answer in unison, which catches the greenette's attention. He perks up, I heard my name, he asks in their direction. Uraraka waves him off, oh nothing. We were just saying how confident you are. Katsuki scoffs, of course he's confident. He's the strongest in our class, next to me. A giggle escapes Izuku and soon most of their classmates join him, even Katsuki himself can't suppress a snort and grin at some point. On their way to the cafeteria, Izuku and Katsuki are joined by Ida and Uraraka. So, I meant to ask you guys. Why are you aiming to be a hero? Izuku asks Ida first. To join your family? He adds. The teen with the glasses nods. Yes. Our family agency has a really good reputation, so I'm honored to be part of it someday. The blonde scoffs, FING elites. Yeah, you stick to your family. Aizu and I will become the top pros once we're done with UA, he says confidently. Izuku smiles at his friend, but turns to the girl of the group afterwards. How about you? She hesitates for a moment. I don't have any noble goal like you guys. To be perfectly honest, I'm in it for the paycheck. My parents work hard every day in their construction company, so I hope to take some pressure off their shoulders. Uraraka explains. Ida hums. I don't know what you mean, Uraraka-san. That goal sounds noble as well. If my parents weren't as well off as they are anyways, I'd aim for something similar as well, he says with an approving nod. Izuku wanted to add something as well to cheer his friend up, when they all come to a stop in front of a small intersection of hallways. Lo and behold, there crouches All Might, just his shoulders and his head show around the corner. He raises a lunch pack into view and speaks up, "Young Midoriya, would you join me for lunch?" While Uraraka cracks up into breathless laughter, Izuku quickly says some parting words to his friends and follows All Might into one of the teachers' lounges. The rest of the group heads for the cafeteria, not noticing their dual-themed classmates slowly following to listen to them talk about Midoriya and All Might. Meanwhile, All Might had led Izuku to the lounge, closing the door behind the teen. "Can I offer you some tea, young Midoriya?" Politely, Izuku declines. "What did you want to talk about?" he asks instead. All Might sits down across from Izuku, facing him from the armchair. "Thanks to you, young man, my body is in better shape than in any of the recent years. My time limit is stretching again and I don't transform back as violently as before," he says. Sipping some tea and clearing his throat, he continues, "Furthermore, I am still looking for a successor, albeit with less stress involved." The teacher trails off with an awkward laugh. "If you're asking me again to take one for all, my opinion is still the same." Izuku fills the pause. All Might shakes his head. "I thought as much. I was hoping maybe young Bakugo would be a choice you would approve of? Seeing as you grew up together, you know him well enough to know if he would be interested." Thinking for a moment, Izuku contemplates. Eventually he speaks up again. "I mean, I think he would appreciate the thought, but I doubt he would want to take your torch. There's a lot of pressure involved. He's also really proud of his Quirk and how far we have come without any help already. To be perfectly honest, he might even get offended when he thinks you don't see him worthy to become one of the top heroes as he is." "Offended?" All Might asks, surprised. Izuku hums, "He might think of it as cheating, taking a power that didn't belong to him since the beginning. You might not mean it like that, but he thinks very highly of himself. Better not offer it to him. I might tell him someday that you considered him, but I know he wants to get to the top with his own achievements." The hero nods in understanding. "Oh, I will honor your opinion. Thank you kindly for this information. But don't discredit your own achievements either. Also aim for the top, never settle. Your Quirk is very special and so are you. If anyone can make it to the top, I am confident it's going to be the two of you." At the end of the day, Class 1A is glad to be done with their work. They all chat a bit while getting ready to leave. Uraraka is the first one at the classroom's door, opening it to reveal a hallway full of students in front of it. What's going on here?" she says, shocked at the amount of unknown faces eyeing her. Katsuki turns at her call, immediately ticked off by the teens in front of the door. "They're here to scout out the competition, isn't that obvious?" he asks, stepping up to the first row of students blocking the way. He snaps, "Out of the way, extras." Izuku follows him and lays a hand on his friend's shoulder. "Calm down, Kaken." He quietly commands his Quirk to change to psychic, turning around to the rest of his classmates while it takes hold. "Who wants a lift out of here?" Most of them cheer, some louder than others, and start to float just a moment later. The only ones staying on the ground being Mizo Shoji, Fumikage Tokoyami and Shoto Todoroki. Before he can carry his classmates to safety, though, a certain blonde mockingly speaks up, "Oh. So Class 1A, the students who survived the attack of a villain organization, are too cowardly to face their own peers." Izuku interrupts his tirade that threatened to escalate. "Nah, we just don't want to shove our way through you guys, possibly hurting someone." He floats over to the offender, laying in the air in a pointedly relaxed position. "You know, Nito Monoma, you should watch what you're saying. People might take it to heart, the nonsense you're spewing." Monoma looked positively shocked and offended, mouth agape at the teen above him. At a loss for words, his classmate, Tetsu speaks up. "Yo, don't be so full of yourself. There are other people that are strong too." The manly man of Class 1B yells over a bunch of students' heads at Izuku. The greenette regards him. "Oh, I'm not full of myself," he says and floats Katsuki over. Pointing at him he adds, "He might be, though dash." The blonde cuts in turn pointing at the silver-haired, "Oh, shut the F up, extra. The only thing that matters is that we beat you in the sports festival. You better take this class seriously or get stomped." He yells the last part and points a thumb down. Indignantly, the mass starts roaring. Izuku can only laugh at his childhood friend's speech, carrying his friends over and away from the mob of students. Outside of the building, Class 1A Sans 3 agree that they would diligently train in their free time on top of school to prepare for the upcoming event, the sports festival. 2 weeks later, the day finally arrived. Izuku had a small obstacle on his way out of the Midoriya home, namely Midoriya. His mother was fretting over him, double and triple checking to make sure he had everything he needed for this big day. Both his parents had gotten a day off for the sports festival. By now, the event was so big that some companies even closed for the day, seeing as a lot of employees, be it parents of competitors or just people interested in seeing the next generation of heroes early, usually took the day off. And we will both be cheering you on, so do your best. Inko says, small fists balled in determination for her son. Hisashi also calls from the living room, where the TV is already set up on one of the channels that will broadcast the sports festival live. "Dear, if you don't let him leave soon, he'll be late for the festival." He softly chastises and joins them in the hallway. "But Izuku, I have to agree with your mother. We will be rooting for you here." With these words, his father lays an arm around his mother's shoulders to hold her away from her son while showing his support at the same time. The greenette teen nods. "I'll do my best," he says and puts on his shoes. Halfway out of the door, he calls behind himself, "I'll make you too proud, just you watch me." Wiping a tear from her eye, Inko watches her son meet up with Katsuki and both dart out of view. "Oh Izuku, we are already proud of you," she quietly says, getting a gentle squeeze from her husband. Having used the recent few days to wind down from their training regimen, the teens of Class 1A meet up in the waiting/changing room. Their hero costumes are banned for the festival, to make the competition a fair one for the other departments, being the general education and support departments who don't have costumes in the first place. Instead, every student will wear their P uniform. Several of the teens are ready and stretching for the first game of the day, which is still a mystery. The games are chosen at random after all. Chatting among themselves, Ida interrupts with strutting into the room. "Attention everyone. Our class will be called onto the field soon. Please finish getting ready immediately, so we will not be incomplete or late to our introduction," he calls over the din of his classmates. A chorus of affirmation answers him. Izuku, who was having a pleasant conversation with Uraraka, "Thank you very much," is interrupted by Todoroki coming over and stopping right in front of the freckled teen. Uncertain, Izuku's eyes dart from left to right and back to the other male's icy stare. He starts. "Can I help you with anything?" Not reacting to this question, however, the teen with the two-toned hair speaks up, "I'm stronger than you." Perplexed at this declaration, the surrounding conversations also trail off, leaving the whole waiting room of Class 1A eerily quiet. Izuku gapes, "Excuse me? You heard me. In this festival, I will prove to everyone watching that I am stronger than you. Even if you have all might at your back," he explains, narrowing his eyes. Kirishima approaches, a friendly retort on his lips, but Todoroki simply turns around and heads for the door. "You know." Izuku's words stop the other in his tracks. "Even if you say that, and even though you have more potential than most of the hero course, I'm going to aim for the top as well. Just like everyone else in this room and everyone that's going to be on the fields out there. So don't underestimate us and give it your all as well. If you don't, you're just insulting everyone else," he says. With murmurs, the class departs in a rather scattered formation. Izuku and Katsuki stay close to each other when the light of day greets them on the green field of the stadium. Raging applause from the stands makes most of them swell with pride and straighten their backs. Some of the more meek-natured classmates blush at the attention and lower their heads. They all line up neatly in front of the podium, while the rest of the classes are announced by an excited present mic and greeted by the crowd with cheers. When all contending first-year classes stand in front of the little stage that's set in the middle of the round stadium, one of their teachers takes the microphone. It's the R-rated hero, Midnight. A questionable choice, according to some of the students. A lot of the males appreciate it though, so does the bigger part of the audience in the bleachers and at home. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming to UA's Sports Festival again this year. As is customary for the first years, the one who placed first in the entrance exam will represent the students in a little speech. Before we introduce our first game, the teacher cracks her whip with her excited introduction. Izuku, already seeing where this is going, dreads her next words. The one who set a new point record for hero course entrance exams. Izuku Midoriya, please join me on the stage, she exclaims, and the crowd above roars with cheers and applause. With an encouraging slap on the back by Katsuki, Izuku stumbles at first. He catches himself quickly, Psychic aiding him, and walks up to the stage while trying to calm his racing heart. When he stops in front of the microphone stand, the audience quiets down a bit to hear what he has to say. He rakes his brain for something motivational and takes a deep breath to keep his voice from wavering. Thank you, Midnight Sensei, he starts, turning his gaze to her for a moment. She answers with an encouraging nod, and he turns back to his schoolmates and the audience. We are all here to become something greater. Heroes, support engineers, businessmen or women. We are here to show what we got and to give it our all. First years. Izuku halts to regard the teens on the ground below. Let's go beyond. Plus ultra. He finishes with bravado, and the classes below him repeat the school motto loudly, thoroughly pumped by his words. The audience above him and his teacher behind him cheer with all they got. Unbeknownst to him, most viewers behind the screens also cheer along, fully in the spirit of the festivity now. Izuku steps back down to his classmates, getting jumped, hugged, fist bumped and high-fived by almost all of his classmates and even some students of 1B, who stand closest to him and Katsuki. The blonde catches him in a headlock, good-naturedly ruffling his green mop of hair while laughing. What the hell, nerd? That was FNG amazing. Look at all the people up there, he yells over the din, releasing the headlock and side-hugging his childhood friend instead. Izuku rubs at his neck sheepishly, thanks Kaken. He answers, barely loud enough to be heard over the commotion. It takes another moment or two until Midnight reined the audience back in, now being able to continue. So, after this profound speech, let's see what game will come first for this year's sports festival. The teacher on stage exclaims into her microphone, a hologram popping up behind her. The digital wheel starts spinning and comes to an abrupt stop. The obstacle race. Midnight calls and the crowd cheers again. This time, she doesn't wait for them to calm down, instead adding on, a race that stretches 4 kilometers around the stadium. She points over to a narrow hallway to her right. The starting line is over that way. We will start in 5. She finishes and steps off the stage. All students quickly head over to the tunnel, everyone wanting to go first to get a head start. Izuku contemplates while eyeing what's going to be the first obstacle. With Psychic, I could just fly the whole way, but that wouldn't be fun. Magus can't really help me with being fast, at least not yet anyways. Warrior has too many downfalls for a race, even if I'm fast at running. They probably have some tricks up their sleeves. This is UA after all. I guess transforming with Druid gives me the most possibilities. Concluding his thought with a nod, he commands his Quirk, can switch to Druid, please. He gets a weird look from Katsuki for his choice, but no comment as Present Mike starts a 5-second countdown. And Goo, the blonde hero, screeches. He probably wouldn't even need the loudspeakers with his Quirk, but to spare Eraserhead some headache, Nizu made the loudmouth use the technology provided instead. At the signal and in a poof of smoke, Izuku quickly turns into a dog, more precisely a Saluki. With dark, forest green fur and pearly white markings along his front and on his legs and ears, he starts in a sprint. Between the legs of his competition, he maneuvers and dodges the teens around him, leaving a multitude of them behind. What he didn't expect, but in hindsight should have seen coming, was the ice that formed and spread underneath him, giving Todoroki the lead. Along with him are Yamamo, who vaults herself over the slippery surface with a pole sprouting from her hand, Aoyama, who flies a short distance with his laser propelling him forwards, Kirishima, who was at the front of the pack and basically got shoved across the floor, and Katsuki, who uses his explosions to simply fly over the ice as well. Using his claws, Izuku scrambles for a moment but finds purchase on the cracking ice, quickly catching up with the classmates ahead of him. Seleucus, along with greyhounds, are generally the fastest dogs and used for racing, with speeds up to 65 km/h. This dog is nothing to be scoffed at, and with Izuku's training holding up in his mimicry as well, he easily reaches this velocity. Behind him somewhere, he hears Present Mike comment something along the lines of, "Who let the dogs out?" With Eraserhead retorting, "That's a student, Izuku Midoriya," and explaining a little bit about Izuku being able to transform into animals he'd touched in the past. With Seleucus being a common breed to be found, it's not a miracle that he's using this form. Focusing back on the track ahead of himself, Izuku spots robots from the entrance exams waiting to attack the students who are trying to pass through. Surprisingly, they completely ignore him, apparently programmed to focus on humanoids to not be distracted by any possible animal passing by from the adjacent forest. Shoto, meanwhile, stops for a moment, rearing up to release a glacier at one of the zero-pointers that are blocking the way. Off balance, Izuku quickly notes and hurries to pass under its legs before it can collapse. He can hear explosions above him, probably Katsuki who decided to pass over the robots instead of under or through them. Eraserhead's bored voice drones on in the background, probably answering someone close by in the audience, that 1A has grown and learned not to hesitate when they were battling villains, not naming the USJ, but the implication hangs heavy in the air. Seeing his other classmate, Todoroki, in front of him, Izuku lets his tongue loll out of his mouth to cool down a bit while keeping his pace, slowly catching up. The next obstacle comes into view soon, announced by Present Mic's loud voice as the fall. From afar, Izuku can tell there's going to be some space for him to gain speed with dive bombing. Quickly going through his options, he picks a simple pigeon. Many people don't know, but these guys can gain speed up to 80 km/h. Pigeons were used as a means to send messages over long distances in the past after all, which was faster than a messenger by horseback then. The tightropes hanging between the small islands don't catch Izuku's interest. Instead, he jumps as far as he can with his built-up speed, transforming mid-fall in a small cloud of light green. He dive bombs, getting even faster, and flutters afterwards to gain height without sacrificing too much of his speed. His plan works, clearing the fall long before Todoroki even reaches the middle. Izuku also spots a pink-haired girl, decked out in support gear at the edge of this obstacle. He hears her saying something about showing off her babies and turns back around to watch where he's going. He hears Present Mike excitedly announcing that Todoroki cleared the little canyon and that Katsuki is quickly gaining on him, flying across with his explosions. With the last obstacle coming into view, Izuku slows down for his next transformation. He listens for Present Mic's announcement, which is promptly delivered by the blonde. The final obstacle. The mine field. Of course, the mines are just going to knock our dear students over, but they will be an inconvenience in trying to cross this last hindrance. Mines. Izuku flatly repeats in his head, probably triggered by the weight that sets down when someone steps on it. I need something light. He flies low to the ground, feeling his arms/wings tiring from this unusual usage, and in a poof he transforms into a cat. Mainly forest green fur with dark spots and stripes and white highlights on his paws and chest, he darts over the mines as an Egyptian Mao. Weighing barely 4 kilograms like this, he is more than light enough to just run over them with a speed of 45 km/h. When he is about halfway over the field, he hears Present Mike announce that Todoroki and Katsuki have also arrived at the field. Knowing Katsuki would rather fight Todoroki than himself, Izuku simply picks up his speed a little, clearing the minefield quickly. He dares to take a look behind himself after transforming back into his human form, barely able to contain his laughter when he sees the two basically tangled up and awkwardly wrestling between the mines. Izuku quickly turns back around and sets off in a sprint, heading for the finish line. He hears a familiar screech of "Azu" behind him, though he doesn't turn around again in favor of getting first place. Back in the stadium, the crowd goes wild at the little greenette with the curled horns, announced by Present Mike to be the first to finish. With heavy breaths, Izuku slows down to a jog, then into a walk until finally stopping a good distance away from the tunnel. Not a moment later, he hears an explosion behind him, announcing Katsuki's final dash for the finish line as well. Izuku turns, watching his friend dart past the tunnel right in front of Todoroki, who is surfing on a small wave of ice. Taking second and third place respectively, Katsuki and Todoroki clear the tunnel. While the latter heads for an exit from the field, Katsuki joins Izuku in the middle of it. "Hey nerd. You good?" he asks, panting a bit from his last dash. Izuku nods, breathing evening out. "Yeah, but being a bird is harder than I thought," he says and huffs out a small giggle. "A bird?" Katsuki asks, perplexed. Izuku nods, "Yes, for that weird canyon thing. Flying across was faster than trying to balance. You should know, you exploded your way across too," he says, jabbing his friend in the side with his elbow. Together, they wait and watch who will come into the stadium next. 2 students of 1B arrive before Ida comes charging in, engines roaring. After him, Tokoyami arrives, behind him Shiro, Kirishima and another 1B student. Ojiro arrives before a 1B student and Azui, Shoji, Sato, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu. The last one in this batch seems more exhausted than usual, and when she turns around, Izuku spots why. There's a really small guy attached to her back with ball that seem to originate from his head. Ashido, Koda and Jiro come charging inside while Izuku heads over to his class rep, closely followed by Katsuki, who also dislikes what he's seeing. Izuku grabs the offending guy by the collar of his P uniform and throws him away offhandedly. "Are you okay, class rep?" he asks the tall girl. She huffs a couple more times, then regulates her breathing and stands up straight. "Yes. Thank you, Izuku." 2 1B students come into the ring, followed closely by Kaminari and 2 of their own classmates. Shinso jogs into the stadium and heads straight for where Izuku is. "Hey," he greets, voice as tired as ever, breathing labored. Izuku raises a hand in greeting and answers with his own, "Hey. You holding up okay?" The purple-haired teen waves his hand in front of him, more or less. "Exercise is still a bit difficult for me," he retorts. Katsuki scoffs, "You've been carried for a big part of that effing race, don't act all tired." Shinso just shoots him a dirty look that gets met with a glare that doesn't hold much malice. Eventually, Hagakure joins the rest of their classmates a bit off to the side of the field, along with Aoyama that came in right as Midnight declared that the ones that qualified for the next round have been decided. The students walk up to the stage again, where Midnight is beckoning them over to her. "And with these 42 students, our next game can be rolled," she declares. The hologram from before lights up behind her once more, coming to another abrupt stop, at which Midnight calls into her microphone, "Our next event for the first years is the cavalry battle." The crowd answers in a cheer, quickly calming down to have her continue sooner rather than later. She grins appreciatively and continues with flourish, "Our 42 contestants will form teams with 2 to 4 people. To earn points, a team has to steal another team's headband. Even if a team is not wielding a headband, they can still participate and earn points back. The value that is shown on a team's headband is based on the value of each of its members. These are determined by the individual's placement in the obstacle race. The rider of each team has to wear it and the stolen headbands from the neck up. The 4 teams that end up with the most points will go on to the next round. Making another team fall on purpose will get you disqualified," she explains. A brief pause for anyone to ask questions follows. She nods when nobody speaks up, the air filled with tension. "You have 15 minutes to build your teams. Point values will be displayed on this screen. Starting now," she calls and cracks her whip in the air. Izuku blanches when he sees his value on the board. 10 million, he screeches. Every single student around him glares in his direction. With this high amount of points, he alone would be an instant win. Bakugu, who came in second, only got the value of 205 points. Saying this was a drastic gap would be an understatement. He practically feels the target on his back, while watching as almost everyone turns their back on him and small teams start forming. Izuku spots Katsuki among a cluster of his classmates. Watching the scene unfold, he hears Katsuki admit, "Wait. What are your guys' quirks again? And your names?" Trying not to laugh out loud, Izuku snorts. What? We're your classmates, dude. Why do you not remember our names? Sato exclaims, incredulous. Kirishima carefully elbows his way through the people surrounding Katsuki, speaking up when he knows he'll be heard over the din. Hey Bakugo. Todoroki chose his team already. Oh, shitty hair. Katsuki says, recognizing the mountain of gelled red hair. The redhead in turn gets slightly irritated. My name is Kirishima. And our hairstyles aren't that different, he says, pointing between himself and Katsuki. He continues, anyways, you're gonna be the rider, right? That means you need someone who can take it to be your horse, he declares, hardening his arm for emphasis. Katsuki huffs, someone with guts. Suppressing his cringe, the redhead mutters, not really, before speaking up again, I'm gonna be a horse that'll never waver. 10 million points? Bring it, he finishes. The explosive blonde grins his evil grin, you're on. That's when Izuku is interrupted in watching his friend build his team by Uraraka, who comes up to him. Izuku. She stops in front of him, hands balled into determined fists in front of her. Let's team up. Are you sure? I'm the 10 million, will be targeted, you know, he asks, to make sure she knows what she's getting into. Vehemently she nods, yes, I'm sure. After all, it's better to team up with people you like, right? Izuku tries suppressing the tear that escapes his eye, quickly catching it with his hand. Uraraka, you are amazing. Thank you. So, who else should we add to our team? She asks him, letting her gaze wander over the students surrounding them. With a hand to his chin, Izuku mulls this question over, then taps her shoulder and gestures to follow him. He stops in front of Ida. Ida, will you join our team? The two eagerly ask in unison. He holds up a hand and shakes his head, answering, I'm sorry, Midoriya. But Todoroki isn't the only one who sees you as his rival. I am going to work with him to defeat you. Izuku and Uraraka watch his retreating back as he walks over to Todoroki, who's already recruited Yaoyorozu and Kaminari. So Todoroki already has a full team. Izuku sighs. Uraraka tries cheering him up, when she gets interrupted by the bubbly voice of a pink-haired girl who bounces over to them. 10 million, she calls. Let me join your team. When all the attention is on you, my babies will get lots of exposure. Hesitating, Izuku takes a moment to answer, I'm sorry, who are you? Mei Hatsum, Class 1H of the support course. And I want to show off my babies, she exclaims, gesturing at the equipment she is covered with. With a short glacé at Uraraka, who shrugs at him, he shrugs as well. Sure. Why not? What babies do you have there? Izuku asks. Quickly introducing some of her inventions, Hatsum shows off her jetpack, her hover boots, the grappling hooks at her sides and her goggles, that are apparently specifically made to make it easier for her to use her Quirk zoom dash. With all this new information, Izuku quickly comes up with a plan and tells the two girls as much. I just need one more member for our team. He trails off, looking over the remaining students that don't have a team yet. He spots the avian-headed classmate he had in mind and jogs over to him. Tokoyami, he says. Said teen turns to him, regarding the greenette with a questioning look in his red eyes. Would you join my team? He quickly gets to the point, jerking a thumb behind him to show he already has two other teammates that quickly catch up to them. Tokoyami mulls this over with a deep hum, coming to a conclusion with a nod a moment later. Ori, I shall join your forces. Do you have specific tactics in mind? He asks. I do. Izuku answers, forming a circle with the girls and the most recent addition to his team. So, listen up. We have by far the most points. Having this headband will result in an instant win if we can keep it until the end. My plan, avoid and defend. He regards Tokoyami. With Dark Shadow, you can keep other teams at a distance and can even steal their headbands if the opportunity presents itself. Izuku's gaze wanders to Uraraka. You can nullify our gravity, right? The brunette nods. I can. But if I use it on myself, I'll get nauseous. You don't have to. I could lift our whole team as it is if I use Psychic. Like this, you will make 3 of us weightless, so Hatsum's hover boots and jetpack have an easier time getting us off of the ground and out of reach for most teams. I'll just steer us in the right direction. His teammates nod in unison, having understood his plan. Hatsum has some concerns though. Will we not take other people's headbands? Izuku shakes his head. That won't be necessary, we have the most points by far. As long as nobody takes this, we don't need to steal any. With my quirk, I doubt we'll run into any problems. I could very well just take all headbands for myself, carry us around and knock other teams back that try and take them back, but that wouldn't be much of a game this way, right? He explains and smiles at his team. So you will be the rider. Who's the front horse? Uraraka asks. Tokoyami, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to be in front. Dark Shadow can show what he's got this way. Izuku suggests. With a nod, their lineup is decided and the team building time almost used up. By the time midnight announces the teams to get ready and for the riders to mount their horses, Izuku's team is ready to go. Drones come flying out of different hallways, delivering the headbands with their printed point values to the riders of each team. Once the drones left the field, Midnight speaks up, alright, with all the teams provided with headbands and ready to go, I want to remind you once more, the rider of each team has to wear the team's and the stolen headbands from the neck up. Making another team fall on purpose will get you disqualified. She lets her words sink in for a few seconds before finishing her speech, and without further ado, you have 15 minutes to fight for points, starting now. Immediately, all teams closest to Izuku's run towards them, hoping to catch them off guard and getting their hands on his points. In anticipation of this, Uraraka quickly taps all of her teammates and Hatsum starts up her inventions, rocketing their whole team up into the sky. With Psychic, Izuku holds them at a reasonable height, flying above their competition's heads. He watches as the ones who were charging them stopped for a moment, changing their plans on the spot. Izuku catches sight of a very familiar blonde poof of hair, chasing a dual-colored red and white one. So Kaken went after Todoroki. Well, that's fine. He thinks, keeping an eye out for anyone who tries catching them. Absent-mindedly, he hears Present Mike announce in the background, something about his team and something about a 1B team. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices something rushing towards himself, which is promptly blocked by Dark Shadow. Jiro's earphone jacks retreat, seeing no further opening. Good job, Dark Shadow, Tokoyami. Your quirk goes really well with our tactic. Dark Shadow is as fast as if we were on the ground. Izuku calls and continues to watch the happenings below. He feels the pull of gravity slowly returning, turning halfway to see Uraraka doubled over in a weird position due to flying like that. Oh god, Uraraka, release your quirk if you're at your limit. Izuku quickly says, startling her into looking at him. It's okay, I told you I could hold us, right? Even if Hatsum's babies give out, we won't fall, he assures her. With a quick nod, she touches her fingers together, the team and herself being caught by Izuku's Psychic, when gravity returns to them. Shortly after, with the added weight, Hatsum's inventions start stuttering, available fuel running low and eventually empty. With these aids gone, Izuku grabs hold of all of his teammates and holds them together in the air. Uraraka makes some strangled noises that vaguely sound like her suppressing being sick, which are getting better by the minute while not straining her quirk. Do you guys want to land or do we just stay up here? Izuku asks, distantly noticing the time they have left and Dark Shadow defending them against the attack of a 1B team. Tokoyami speaks up, if you are all right with holding us all, I don't think we need to get back into this feud, he says thoughtfully. Izuku floats off of his horses and encircles around his teammates. I don't have a problem with it, but the other teams down there are giving it their best while we're just hanging around up here, he says and lays on his back in the air. Hatsum gapes at him. Good. You can freely just fly like that, he exclaims, making Uraraka wince at her excited volume. Yes. He answers, getting back to his position above them to let Dark Shadow take over the defense once more. He's back in position not a moment too soon, as he hears explosions sounding below. Curious to see what his childhood friend had planned now, he glances down, startled by the sight of Katsuki literally rocketing up towards them, riding on his quirk. Katsuki shoots past Izuku, a cry of his name ripping from his throat as he extends his arm in an attempt to rip Izuku's headband off. Quickly, Dark Shadow intercepts him, blocking the offending arm and making the blonde fall back down. They hear something along the lines of "chicken nugget" before a strip of tape catches on Katsuki's lower back and jerks him back into the waiting arms of his teammates. Incredulous, Present Mike comments on the event, "Bakugo left his horse. Is that even allowed?" Midnight interjects, "As he didn't touch the ground, Bakugo is still in the game. The same applies to Midoriya's team, by the way," she informs via her own microphone. Relieved, Izuku sighs, watching the team his friend had crashed into. A 1B team clashes with them, ripping off Katsuki's headband in the spur of a moment. Both teams face off for a tense moment, Izuku being unable to hear them talking from his altitude dash, before a rather unholy screech startles a laugh out of Izuku, while he watches Katsuki discuss something with his team. They quickly start following the retreating team that stole their points, when Katsuki boosts himself in the air again, blasting himself through their enemy's defense, grabbing a handful of headbands that had collected around the other blonde's neck. Katsuki jumps off of them before blasting himself high enough off of the ground so Zero can pull him back again with his tape. Present Mike tries keeping up his commentary on everything, switching between the teams and throwing something in, should the leaderboard change, and with this we have a new second place. Team Bakugo took a whole handful of hard work from 1B's Monoma, who doesn't look too happy about that. Still steady in first place and comfortably overseeing this event is Midoriya's team, who already fought off multiple attempts at their headband with combined efforts. At this point, even Eraserhead gives his own small comment. In fact, they are only still up there because of Midoriya himself. Uraraka's quirk makes her nauseous, so he most likely made her take a break, and the support items Hatsum provided them with, as great as her ideas may be, have stopped running a while ago. I'll assume from fuel loss because of the added weight of 3 more people than the items were originally designed for. Incredulous, Hatsum rears her head around, fixing Aizawa in a stare that doesn't affect him as much as she would have liked. He just stares back at her with a deadpan expression. Grumbling, turns back to her team. Tokoyami gives a short cry of warning when dark shadow spreads underneath the team as far as he could go in this broad daylight. A flash of lightning crashes into the sentient shadow, making him whimper from the exposure to light and being shocked with a few too many volts at once. Dark shadow retreats into the safety of Tokoyami's body, leaving their team virtually defenseless. Izuku finds the offender a bit off to his right, namely Kaminari, who'd fried his brain, and the rest of Todoroki's team, who are covered with an insulating blanket courtesy of Yaoyoro's dash. The glare Todoroki sends up at him sends chills down Izuku's back. Man, what did I ever do to him? He quickly thinks, narrowly being able to JRK his whole team out of the way of an ice spear that was shot up at him. Said spear then embeds itself in the roof of the announcer's booth, gaining a startled yelp from Present Mike, who promptly berates any and all students to respect their teachers and not aim their attacks at the bleachers. Todoroki produces ice with his right side, so we should stay on his left. I haven't seen him using his fire any time yet aside from melting his ice with it. It might be a strategy, but I doubt he would have thought this far ahead since the beginning of the year. Izuku quickly explains his thoughts, dragging his team through the air to avoid more attacks from the team below while also catching the spears and lowering them to the ground to protect the audience from getting hit. Midoriya, set us down. Hatsum calls. The greenette barely chances a glance at her, all of his focus on trying to keep his team and the audience from ending up as iced kebab. Why? Is his quick retort. We don't have to be this far away from them to dodge the ice, right? She answers urgently. Uraraka adds, we don't want you to use up all of your energy here. What if you lose the next round because of this? He grunts with the effort of catching 2 separate spears that sailed past his team that got way too close to the civilians for comfort. I'll be fine. There's a break before the last round, so don't worry about me. Tokoyami, how's Dark Shadow? The avian-headed teen winces. I doubt he will show himself in the immediate future. I'm out for this round, my apologies. With most eyes on the spectacle of Todoroki throwing spear after spear at Midoriya, trying to wear him down enough to get him back on the ground, another team is seizing their chance and snags all nearby headbands they can get. An angry shout snaps many of them out of it, snapping their eyes to the explosive blonde of 1A, who's blasting himself towards Todoroki. Todoroki notices and hesitates for a moment. He needs the 10 million headband, but he has to defend his own points as well. He changes the position of his right arm, turning towards Katsuki, who's flying through the air. The frost is already crawling up his arm and his cheek. He's literally freezing from not using his fire. But he pushes. Todoroki rears his arm back to unleash a wave of ice at Katsuki before he can get too close. "And time's up," shouts Present Mike over the roaring crowd. Immediately, everything in the stadium stops. Todoroki with his raised right arm, Katsuki in midair causing him to faceplant in the dirt, and Izuku, who finally lowers all of his teammates and himself to the ground. Panting, Izuku's knees wobble, but Uraraka lays one of his arms across her shoulders to steady him. With a fist pounding on the dirt below, Katsuki yells profanities for not reaching Todoroki in time. A few moments pass, with everyone catching their breath and applause from the audience while the teachers evaluate the points in more detail. "Alright, are you all ready to see who made it to the next round?" Present Mike prompts the crowd, making them even louder in excitement. "Okay," he calls and starts counting off the contestants of the next round. In a surprising fourth place, with 715 points, we have Team Shinso. Consisting of Hitoshi Shinso himself, Mashireo Ojiro, Nairenjiki Shota, and Yuga Aoyama. Not far ahead in third place with 775 points, it's Team Todoroki. Here we have Shoto Todoroki, Tenya Ida, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Denki Kaminari. In second place with a whopping 1.480 points. It's Team Bakugo. Katsuki Baku, Eijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, and Hantasiro will proceed to the next round. And finally, in an uncontested first place, Team Midoriya. With Izuku Midoriya, Fumikage Tokoyami, Mei Hatsum, and Ochako Uraraka claiming their original headband and keeping it far out of reach for any of their peers. While the civilians and heroes of the audience cheer for all of the students, regardless of if they made it to the next round or not, Katsuki is still barking out profanities, this time at his teammates that won't stop grabbing onto him or ruffling his hair in a buddy-buddy type of way, which has him popping firecrackers in his palms. Meanwhile, Todoroki walks up to Izuku, who was steady on his feet again. "Midoriya," the taller one of the two says, grabbing the other's attention. Said teen turns to look at the other, Todoroki. "What can I help you with?" he asks. Todoroki nods his head away from the bulk of students, to an empty hallway leading off of the field, then turns around to head there. With a swivel of his head, Izuku checks if anyone is following him, taking the opportunity to talk to his quiet classmate and chasing after Todoroki quickly and unnoticed. Standing face to face with Todoroki, Izuku is unsure of what to say. He feels the tension in the air, almost thick enough to grab with bare hands. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the taller teen, Izuku gets increasingly nervous. "So, I think we should get lunch during the break, don't you?" He doesn't get an answer aside from squinting eyes and starts fidgeting with his hands. "Are you All Might's illegitimate love child or something?" He finally breaks his silence, baffling Izuku. "What?" he stammers. "And no, I have a mother and a father back at home that I love very much, thank you." A sigh escapes the cold teen. "I am Endeavor's son." With him being the number 2 hero and All Might being number 1, it is obvious what I must do. Izuku blinks. "And what would that be?" he asks. "I must beat you in the upcoming tournament." Endeavor is obsessed with defeating All Might. He's growing more and more desperate and bitter with every passing day that All Might is still regarded as the better hero. "And when I, Endeavor's son, beat you, who has ties to All Might, then he will finally have what he wants." Shoto explains with his monotone voice. His face stayed as emotionless as ever, but his eyes had a bitter glint in them. Dumbfounded, Izuku just looks at him for a moment or two. Realizing he is serious, dread pools in his stomach and his quirk automatically activates, Magus, to comfort him. "What happened to you, Todoroki?" He trails off, not really wanting to hear the answer to that question. Todoroki just stares at him for a while and Izuku can't tell what's going on in that head of his. Eventually, a sigh makes Izuku JRK back to attention. With his eyes screwed shut, Todoroki almost looks like he's wincing. As if what he's about to say hurts him physically. Have you ever heard of Quirk marriages? He asks, slowly opening his heterochromatic eyes and meets Izuku's green ones. Without waiting for much of an answer, he continues, when someone with lots of money influences a family into selling off a family member for this someone to do whatever with. It's what Endeavor did. He paid the family of my mother just to get her ice quirk to counteract his own quirk's weakness. To create a powerful offspring with both their quirks, to balance each other out. Hellflame, which makes its user overheat with time. And Blizzard, which gives its user frostbite and hypothermia if overused. My older siblings were always regarded by that scumbag as failures, so I was raised separated from them. Endeavor created me to topple All Might. All memories of my mother include her crying, calling my left side unbearable to look at. And one night she snapped. She was crying in the kitchen, and I wanted to check on her, when she turned around with a kettle of boiling water. In her fear of Endeavor, she poured it on my face. Shoto touches the scar around his left eye. What I'm trying to say is, I want to show him that I can win the tournament without his disgusting quirk. Without his fire, he finishes. Izuku, who stayed silent to let Shoto get it all out, finally speaks up, Todoroki. We're all here to give our best. And I won't pull any punches, just because you're not using half of your quirk. You're talking like your quirk belongs to your old man, but it doesn't. Come to terms with yourself, I want to fight you at your strongest. With that, the greenette turns to walk further into the building. Give it some thought. I'm not the only one who thinks this way, he says. In lieu of a goodbye. He turns left and pulls Katsuki along, who stands there. Izuku mutters to him quietly, I don't know how much you heard, but keep it quiet, okay? Katsuki grunts an affirmative, of course. I'm not stupid. With that, the two head to the food stands outside of the stadium to have some food before the break ends. After lunch, the students who participated in the second round of the festival gather in the stadium once again. Present Mike announced that there'd be recreational side games for all students who want to participate. Before he can get to explaining what they will do for said games, Midnight interrupts him with a box in one hand, her whip in the other. From a little podium, she speaks into her head-mounted microphone. Before we get to that, Present Mike, I will tell y'all what game will be next. The hollow screen pops up above her once more, spinning the wheel of games. Then it makes a show of cracking, breaking, and a big 1v1 shows up, to which she exclaims, just kidding. Like every year, the last round will be a one-on-one face-off of the 16 top students of the second round. A hand raises in the bulk of students and Midnight calls on it. Ojiro steps closer to the stage, speaking directly to Midnight. I'm sorry, I want to drop out for next round, he says. Midnight gasps, drop out? But why? I have no memory of the biggest part of round 2. It doesn't feel right to keep going if I couldn't even get into the round with my own strength, he explains. Another student walks closer, Nirenjiki Shota from Class 1B, and speaks up once he's in Midnight's hearing range. I'd like to withdraw as well. My memory is lacking as well, and it doesn't sit right with me either to continue. The woman on stage mulls this over for a moment, then cracks her whip in the air. All right. With 2 students of the 4th place from last round withdrawing, 2 students of the 5th place team now have the opportunity to join in the last round. Team Tetsu, please decide on 2 of your teammates to fill the gaps, she calls. Tetsu himself and his teammate Ibara Shiozaki step up to the stage. Alright, now that we sorted this out, all participating students will draw lots to determine the match UPS of the first stage of this year's tournament. Midnight says for everyone to hear, offering the box to the students lining up below. She continues, well now, after everyone has their lot, please find your opponents so we can create the brackets. The finalists do as told, pairing up with their soon-to-be adversary. The hollow screen flickers to life once more, showing the prepared tournament brackets. Pair after pair, the pictures of the students appear, connecting to their lines, showing the match UPS to the audience in the bleachers and at home. Izuku Midoriya vs. Hitoshi Shinso. Shoto Todoroki vs. Antashiro. Denki Kaminari vs. Burashiza. Tenya Ida vs. Meihatsum. Yuga Oyama vs. Mina Ishido. Fumikage Tokoyami vs. Heroism. Ijiro Kirishima vs. Tetsu 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 Tetsu. Katsuki Bakugu vs. Uchako Uraraka. I'm up against Hitoshi. Well, at least I'm familiar with his quirk already. Izuku reckons. Said purple-haired teen turns to him. So, we're up against each other, huh? Hitoshi asks. Before Izuku can answer him though, a big tail presses itself against his mouth, silencing his words. He turns, spotting Ojiro standing behind him. With a questioning look, he prompts his blonde classmate to speak up. Don't answer him, is all he says, nodding to an exit somewhere behind him to tell Izuku to follow him. Throwing an apologetic smile over his shoulder at Hitoshi, he follows Ojiro out of the stadium. He passes by Katsuki, hearing him mumble something along the lines of, "Who the F is Uraraka?" Once they arrive in one of the preparation rooms, Izuku leans against the table provided. So tell me, Ojiro, what did you want? The tailed teen has the decency to look bashful. Sorry. I just wanted to warn you. His quirk is dangerous. I know his quirk, I helped him in the entrance exam. Izuku tells him. Surprised, Ojiro regards him with wide eyes. You know? Why were you trying to answer him just now then? The greenette sighs. He wouldn't use his quirk on me before the match even started. I believe in my friends this much, he explains. He pushes off the table to walk to the door. Thank you for wanting to help me, but I know what I'm doing. I'm going to look for Kaken, if you'll excuse me. Izuku finishes, walks past Ojiro and out of the door. Tournament Stage 1, Round 1. Izuku Midoriya vs. Hitoshi Shinso. The crowd is roaring when Present Mike concludes the recreational games to make place for Cementos to set up the fighting stage for the final round. And now, dear listeners, we will go right ahead with the final round of the first year's competition, the 1 vs. 1 tournament. For the first bracket, we have the cinnamon roll of Class 1, the small boy with the big potential. Izuku Midoriya, the hero announces. Bite read from this introduction, Izuku walks across the grass and up the concrete steps of the raised stage, courtesy of Cementos. What does he mean by cinnamon roll? What the hell? He mutters, stopping once he arrived on his side of the little plateau. Present Mike continues, and his opponent in this first battle, he looks almost as tired as a racer, even if he's just a teenager. It's from one Hitoshi Shinso. With a bored gait, hands in his pockets and slouched shoulders, Hitoshi exits the opposite hallway to Izuku, wandering across the grass and up the concrete steps. Midnight chimes in from her own little podium on the field. Now remember the rules, everyone. Go all out. Lethal attacks are a no-no, but everything else goes as we have our lovely recovery girl on hand. Cementos, who's sitting in a concrete chair on the opposite side of the stage, adds, I will intervene if things go too far. The stage will be fixed if necessary. Present Mike finishes. The announcements, Midnight will take the job as referee. And without further ado, the voluptuous woman cracks her whip in the air again, exclaiming, Start, into her microphone. Immediately, Hitoshi starts talking. So, this is it, huh? I guess I could just walk out of bounds. You know how my quirk works, so I don't have anything to surprise you with, anyways. The purple-haired teen shrugs. Izuku knew this would happen, so he only walks towards his opponent leisurely. Don't talk yourself down like that. With more training and maybe a support item, your quirk plus hand-to-hand combat will make you a powerful hero. And I'd even go as far as saying you'll be one of the best, because you can prevent things from escalating, preventing millions of property and collateral damage. He shakes his head. Hitoshi barks out a humorless laugh. You're way too nice for your own good. My quirk was labeled villainous, so everyone always thought I'd become a villain with it. Nobody liked talking to me, nobody liked me talking. And now? Look at you, you helped me in the entrance exam. Against all common sense you let someone brainwash you. I don't get you at all, he exclaims, getting louder in desperation. Stopping in front of him, barely an arm length away, Izuku gives him a smile. You're here to become a hero. Everyone that says otherwise can go to hell, if you ask me. Kaken too, we're both there for you, should anyone ever give you crap again. Can I brainwash you into walking out of bounds? Hitoshi tries with a lopsided smile of his own, to which Izuku just giggles and shakes his head good-naturedly. With another shrug, Hitoshi turns away, stepping towards the closest boundary line and steps over it. Present Mike calls the round, and with an underwhelming first fight, Izuku Midoriya goes on to the next round. Izuku walks after Hitoshi, out of the arena through the same exit. The greenette tries to make some conversation and the purple-haired in turn is grateful for not being pushed into talking. Izuku's cheerful chatter is a nice change of pace and he lets the words wash over his bruised ego of this first, uneventful 1-versus-1 fight. So? Izuku stops. Hitoshi perks up, so? I meant to ask, what motivates you to become a hero? He wonders, all smiles and honest interest. The tired teen hums, it's what I always wanted. Despite people telling me that my quirk is villainous. Despite the fact that even my teachers in middle school tried pushing me down for it. And especially to spite my parents. What is it with people and their parents not getting along? Izuku deadpants. Hitoshi tilts his head in question. The greenette shakes his head. You're not the first one today that tells me he wants to spite his parents and become a hero of his own volition. A snort escapes the taller one, making the smaller one giggle. Hey, don't laugh. I don't think it's funny that parents in this day and age are still this stuck-up and even abusive. Izuku reprimands. Jokingly. Oh, actually, you go on ahead and go back to the stands. I wanted to get myself something to drink first. Alright, see you there. Hitoshi waves and heads up to the bleachers, where most of his class greet him and praise him for actually getting this far into the competition. On his way through the winding corridors of UA's stadium, Izuku walks in on Endeavor and Shoto talking in the middle of a hallway. Or rather, the tall, burly man trying to intimidate his way smaller son. You need to stop this childish rebellion, Shoto. Your attitude is disgraceful and an insult to the Todoroki name. Shoto looks more angry than Izuku had ever seen him. Good. And just so you know, I will win this competition. On my own and without your diamond fire. The man scoffs, Rei's quirk will reach its limit soon. As soon as it does, you will have to use fire. When Izuku sees the despair in Shoto's eyes, he moves without thinking. Hey! He calls, pulling the number 2 hero's attention to himself. With his anger flaring up, so does Magus, resulting in bright blue flames exiting his mouth when he speaks up again. How dare you speak to your own son like that? Izuku all but growls. Not intimidated in the least, Endeavor turns around, blocking Izuku from reaching Shoto. It's none of your concern, he says ironically coldly. The small teen stops in front of the man, having to crane his neck due to the large height difference. Oh, it's all my concern. Shoto over there is my friend, he starts, flames liking at his downturned lips. His quirk is none of your concern. You might be his father and you might be responsible for half a set of his genes, but the quirk he manifested is his to use. He holds out a hand that catches fire. As you can see, I also inherited a quirk that has some fire as well. Ironically, it's my dad that has the fire-breathing quirk. He has a constant cough from the smoke it creates. As you can plainly see, I can breathe fire too, but my quirk has more to it than that. And so does Shoto's. Because his quirk is half hot and half cold. Because it's his quirk that will win this if he does. It's not you or your quirk that is any help here. And it's painfully obvious that it's not your FING bad parenting that makes him as strong as he is. Seething and breathing flames, Izuku stomps past the perplexed hero, grabs Shoto by one of his wrists and pulls him along quickly, turning several corners to get away from the pro. He stops in the safety of a random waiting room they came across, punching a wall while regulating his breathing and his quirk. With his flames changing color back to orange and his breath evening out, he soon enough isn't literally spitting flames anymore. God he sees me off, he says when he stands up straight again. Shoto just passively stands next to him, unsure of what to do with himself after being saved by his classmate like this. My old man is a scumbag. Izuku turns his head in disbelief, quickly dissolving into giggles. Omen, you really won the family lottery with that guy, huh? He asks. The taller teen just slowly blinks at him. He takes a deep breath to chase away the laughter, then pats his classmate on the shoulder. Come on, Todoroki. You've got a tournament to fight. And I need to get back to Kaken and the others. Shoto, comes the one-worded answer. Izuku tilts his head. Call me Shoto. Todoroki is his name. I don't want to be called that anymore. The heterochromatic teen says quietly. With a big smile, Izuku nods. Okay, Shoto. Now go out there and win your first fight. Tournament Stage 1 Round 2. Shoto Todoroki vs Hantashiro. Finally, the next fight of the tournament is being announced. Present Mike is done hyping the crowd up, finally introducing the next contenders. For this second round of the tournament, he might be compared to America's Spider-Man. It's 1A's Hantashiro. The teen with the reshaped elbows steps onto the stage, stretching his arms. And his opponent for this round, he's hot, he's cold, he might say yes and he might say no. It's Shoto Todoroki. Said teen walks up on the other side of the stage, eyebrows furrowed at his introduction. Midnight raises her whip. Remember the rules, boys, she reminds them, then counts down and gives the signal to start. Zero immediately shoots his tape across the stage, wraps up Shoto and drags him across the floor, trying to fling him out of bounds. A small ice wall stops the motion and small flames lick up against the tape that's wrapped around him. The tape melts off of Shoto's left side. The rest is easily removed by him simply ripping it off of his clothes. My turn, he says, probably not even loud enough for Zero to hear, and raises his right hand. A stalagmite made of ice shoots out of the ground right next to Shoto's opponent, making him stumble. A second one shoots up right where Zero's stumbling would have led him, but he shoots his tape at the first pillar and pulls himself away. Shoto hunts the swinging teen with more of the ice constructs, which in turn gives Zero more opportunities to maneuver himself around in the air. Quickly, with the amount of ice required to make one of these ice spikes, Shoto feels his fingers get stiff, the frost growing across his exposed skin. He dodges the tape that is shot towards him, using the pillars as obstructions for his opponent. Remembering Izuku's words and the way his quirk's fire looked, warm and inviting, Shoto's left arm catches fire to get rid of the freezing feeling. The flame dies down to a small flicker when his body temperature is back where it should be. Forming an idea with this development, he raises a small wall in front of him to block Zero's incoming attack. Said black-haired teen swings higher between the spikes to get out of freezing range, when he suddenly feels his swing go off kilter. He realizes, several moments too late that Shoto melted all of the high spikes, making him unable to attach anywhere close by in his rapid descent towards the ground. A slide made of ice quickly forms underneath him, catching his fall. Present Mike excitedly announces, Hantashiro flung himself out of bounds. Shoto Todoroki slides into the next round. Tournament Stage 1 Round 3. Denki Kaminari vs Ibara Shiozaki. Going right ahead with Round 3, we have the electrifying boy from Class 1A, Denki Kaminari. Present Mike calls over the loudspeakers. Kaminari, jogging up to the stage, waves to the roaring crowd. And his objector comes from Class 1B. The beautiful assassin, Ibara Shiozaki. The hero announces, while the girl with vines for hair walks up the steps, onto the stage and turns towards the announcer's booth. Folding her hands in front of her chest, she looks up and fixes the blonde with a look. If you please, Present Mike Sensei, do not label me as such. It is my humble quest to spread good across the world. Killing someone is the opposite of what I am here for. Perplexed, her teacher stammers for a second, before amending, all right, I won't do it again. Now get into position, please. Midnight will want to start the round. So, Shiozaki, is it? How about after you lose we go on a date? I can console you after your loss. Kaminari says, wiggling an eyebrow. The girl gasps, turning away from him right as Midnight gives the start signal. Shiozaki grows her vines into a wall behind her, between herself and the electric boy. Kaminari meanwhile calls forth his full available charge and spreads his shock over the whole stage. The vines block most of the electricity. The small amount that passes through gives her a tingling feeling that crawls across her skin and down her spine. With a raging blush, she further grows out her vines and snares Kaminari up in the air, effectively rendering him unable to move and winning the round. When Midnight told her to let Kaminari down, Shiozaki does as much. To her surprise, the guy that was so confident and flirty with her before, now pointed 2 thumbs up with a glossed-over look in his eyes. Quickly, she retreats, not willing to help this dolt off of the stage. Meanwhile, back at the stands of Class 1A, Izuku is mumbling up a storm with all the thoughts on the quirks of his peers. Katsuki, who is sitting next to him and is already used to this background noise, does his own thinking in silence. Coming up with multiple strategies to beat his classmates or the extras from 1B, his train of thought derails when one of said extras starts mocking them over the wall that separates the 2 classes. Reflexively, Izuku holds onto Katsuki's arm, holding the blonde back from jumping at the copycat of 1B. Literally growling, Katsuki sinks back into his seat reluctantly. Most of the girls of 1A look uncomfortable, trying to ignore the jabs. Sweet release comes in the form of 1B's class president, Itsuka Kendo. The ginger girl chops Monoma's neck, promptly making him pass out. She grabs him by the back of his uniform, pulling him away from the... "I'm sorry for him. You guys are really good," she says and smiles at her peers. A collective sigh washes over 1A. Izuku perks up and smiles at the girl. "Thanks a lot, Kendo-sen. He was being really overbearing." "Overbearing my butt," mutters Katsuki next to him, barely loud enough to hear for Izuku. Kendo waves his thanks away with a hand, confirming that it wasn't a problem. Another apology later and she turns to get back to her seat. With the match below finishing as fast as it does, Izuku sinks back into his mumbling quickly. The classmates that surround the pair of childhood friends, especially the ones that didn't make it to the tournament, start getting annoyed. Noticing as much, Uraraka bounces up to Izuku's unoccupied side. "Don't worry, Izuku. I'm sure you'll do great," she says. "You shouldn't be so nervous, so relax." His eyes snap to her and his mumbling comes to an awkward stop in the matter of a second. She grows a bit uncomfortable under his calculating gaze. With the intent of breaking this awkward silence, she tries speaking up, but is interrupted by the freckled teen in front of her. "Can you make yourself float?" Tournament Stage 1 Round 4. Tenya Ida vs. Mei Hatsum. For the start of Round 4, Present Mike sounds incredulous. From Class 1A, there's Tenya Ida, the speedster class president. But why does he have support gear? He's not supposed to use that. Midnight wonders the same, asking the teen for his reasoning. What neither of the pro heroes expected was the pink-haired girl of the support course to butt in. "I asked him to." The R-rated heroine blinks at her. "Are you sure?" With the affirmative, Present Mike continues his introduction. The second contestant for this round is the crazy inventor from Class 1H. Mei Hatsum. She laughs and waves with both her arms, loving the attention. When Midnight finally gives the signal, Ida sprints at Hatsum but misses her due to the equipment at her hips jutting out and vaulting her out of his way. With a headset attached to her ear that has a microphone coming out from it, she starts talking and the loudspeakers of the stadium broadcast her voice. "Did she just hijack the intercom?" the blonde hero in the announcer's booth calls, perplexed. Aizawa suppresses a chuckle and deadpants, "Seems like it." Meanwhile, on the stage below, Hatsum dodges Ida's attempts at grabbing her to shove her out of bounds with different support items, all the while her attacker is being saved by the ones she attached to him as well. The stabilizers at his shoulders keep him from shooting over the boundary line multiple times. Every time an item activates or reacts, she merrily explains via intercom what the equipment is doing and how much more it's capable of. 10 minutes of this back and forth is all the time Hatsum needed. So after her presentation is over, she calmly steps out of bounds, proud of her successful pitch. "Sorry, Ida. I just couldn't pass up this opportunity in the spotlight. Babies deserve to be known by the world," she says and walks out of the stadium, leaving a disheartened Ida on stage to receive his praise from Midnight, who calls this round a win for him, because his opponent was out of bounds. It didn't feel like victory. Tournament Stage 1, Round 5. Yuga Aoyama vs. Mina Ishido. For the 5th round of today's tournament, from Class 1A, she's charming, she's very pink and she's very corrosive. It's Mina Ishido. Present Mike crows through the loudspeakers. Similar to Hatsum, Ashido loved the attention as she waves in the general direction of the audience and some cameras that she can see. Going up against her is the always glittering, sparkly and fabulous boy, also from 1A, Yuga Aoyama. Said blonde flounces up to the stage as well, positively glowing at the applause. Back in the bleachers, their class tries to decide who would win for this round. I think it might be a win for Aoyama. His laser has a really high range and it's actually really powerful. Izuku theorizes. Azui quietly adds, even if you say that, I'm rooting for Mina. They worked together in the first lesson All Might had with us, after all. Back on the stage in the middle of the stadium, Midnight opens the fight. Quickly and in rapid succession, Aoyama fires his laser at the pink girl. Ashido dodges them by skating across the ground on minimally corrosive acid she emits from the soles of her feet. With different steps and leaps, she dodges the beam of light easily, almost looking like she's dancing around the spotlight. She gestures a throwing motion, pitching some acid at the blonde, who needs to dodge now as well, breaking his barrage of lasers. He rebounds as fast as he can, firing directly at his opponent, making Ashido retreat to dodge again. With this desperate defending move, Aoyama's knees buckle and he holds his stomach in pain, creating an opening for Ashido to throw more acid at him. She hits on target, namely Aoyama's belt that helps him use his quirk. The shiny cerulean surface of the orb melts, turning dark gray and the boy shrieks, "My belt!" Before he can react any further, Ashido steps in close, rears her arm back and uppercuts her classmate. Knocked out, the glittering boy slumps to the ground and the pink girl stands above him triumphantly. Present Mike cheers and announces, with a clean knockout beautifully performed by Mina Ashido, she advances to the next round. Tournament Stage 1 Round 6. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. The matchup for the sixth fight of the tournament showed two 1A students once more. The Dark Night Dweller and Resident Bird Boy of Class 1A. "Here's Fumikage Tokoyami," calls Present Mix voice. Said bird boy enters the stadium, walking up to the stage. He wonders at his introduction but doesn't pay it any more mind when his opponent is being introduced to the audience. And his opponent for this round. Coming in, also from 1-, she's the class deputy and arguably the most mature of that bundle of chaos. She's Momo Yaoyorozu. The girl also enters the stage, sharing a look with Tokoyami at Present Mix generalization of their class. When Midnight starts the round, Tokoyami doesn't waste any time, sending Dark Shadow at his class deputy to get her out of bounds. Quickly creating a shield from her forearm, Yaoyorozu is able to deflect the Quirk entity's beginning attacks. Dark Shadow doesn't relent, hammering on the metal of her shield. The force of his strikes shove her backwards little by little, and while she tries coming up with a solution to her dark problem, she fails to notice the boundary line. With one last, powerful blow of his claw, Dark Shadow pushes his and Tokoyami's opponent out of the ring. Midnight calls the round, announcing that Momo has been sent out of bounds. With her head hanging low, the girl retreats back in the direction of the preparation rooms. Meanwhile at the stands, Izuku wonders aloud, Tokoyami is really strong with Dark Shadow, wow. Katsuki scoffs, when I beat him into Espiman he won't look so strong anymore. I feel sorry for Yaoyorozu. Ojiro chimes in, she's one of our best students with a quirk to match, but against raw power like this and without time to think about what to do, it's hard. Tournament Stage 1 Round 7. Ijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. And now, ladies and gentlemen, two of the manliest men of our hero course will clash. From 1A, the rock-hard redhead, Ijiro Kirishima. Down in the stadium, Kirishima cringes at how absolutely wrong that introduction sounded. His opponent for this round is, from Class 1B, the ironclad Tetsu. Try saying that 3 times in a row. Said silver-haired teen joins Kirishima on the concrete stage, looking sympathetically at his adversary for that innuendo introduction. When the round starts, the two indestructible shields clash. With their similar fighting styles and the similar quirks, Rock and Iron fight for the upper hand with sparks flying about. Izuku, who wanders through the building to find Uraraka, finds her in a preparation room. Ida was already with her when he joins them. Are you okay, Uraraka? He asks while closing the door behind himself. Tense, the girl gives him a shaky thumbs up. As ready as I'll ever be, she says. Izuku furrows his brow in sympathy. I know Kaken comes across as loud, rude and reckless, but he's not that bad. Which doesn't mean you should underestimate him, because he doesn't care who he's fighting, he will always give his all. A sigh escapes the brunette while Ida rubs her shoulder. You're not exactly making it better, Izuku, she mumbles. Ida excuses himself and leaves, pulling his vibrating phone out of his pocket. Sorry, but giving it your best shot is what Kaken expects you to do as well. He won't pull any punches because he doesn't even want his opponent to do that either. It just means he's taking you as seriously as he would anyone else. Izuku explains, shrugging helplessly. Ochako heaves another sigh. I guess I should feel honored to be taken seriously by such a powerhouse. But in hindsight, I feel bad for relying on you in the last game, Izuku. You shouldn't. That's what a team is meant to be anyways, relying on each other I mean. If you want, I could give you some pointers on Kaken too, he offers. With a determined look, she fixes her eyes on Izuku's. No. I will give this my best shot. I will defeat Bakugo on my own, she says but deflates a moment later, adding a meek, or, I'll try. A short laugh escapes Izuku. Yes, just like that. I'll cheer you both on. See you then, he says and turns to leave. Back on stage, Midnight finally calls a draw for Kirishima and Tetsu. The two had fought for 10 minutes straight, without making any progress in any sort of direction. She instructs Cementos to construct a small, table-like platform in the middle of the ring. Announcing into her microphone, she says, to fight out this draw, we'll have you two do an arm wrestle. Come up to the platform please. The two teens walk up to her, both raising their right arms to grab each other's hand and set down their elbows. When Midnight gives the signal, they both try pressing down their opponent's hand. Grunting with the effort, they seem to be at a draw again, until Tetsu's arm gives way and Kirishima knocks his iron hand onto the concrete platform, cracking the surface of the makeshift table. Instantly, the Ravenet heroine calls the round a win for Kirishima. Said Redhead Pants along with Tetsu, extending his hand for the silver-haired teen to shake. With a questioning raise of an eyebrow, he prompts Kirishima to explain himself, who just nods at his hand to urge him to take it. With a big smile, Kirishima calls, "Good fight, man," when Tetsu accepts the handshake. Likewise, he answers as Midnight swoons over their sportsmanship. Tournament Stage 1 Round 8. Katsuki Bakugo vs Ochako Uraraka. For the final round of the first stage of this tournament, we have more students from 1A. Both with lots of potential, this one might even be called explosive. Here's Katsuki Bakugo. Said teen walks up to the platform nonchalantly, hands in his pockets and his constant scowl on his face. His opponent could be called out of this world. It's the gravity-defying Ochako Uraraka. Fiddling with her hands, Uraraka carefully walks up to the stage as well. Standing on their respective sides of the platform, Katsuki calls over the din of the audience, "You sure you wanna fight me, round face?" At her confused look he goes on, "I'm not gonna hold back just because you're a girl. So better give up if you think you can't handle it." She shakes her head, determined look on her face. "I'm as much a student of 1A as you, I will do my best to beat you too." A vicious grin spreads on his face and when Midnight starts the round, Uraraka charges Katsuki. Trying to predict his signature. Right hook that he threw at Izuku in training before, she goes for a dodge, but she isn't fast enough. His blast hits her in the shoulder, creating a smoke screen from his weakened explosion. "You really should have dropped the fight, round face," he taunts through the smoke. A movement in his peripherals catches his attention and he goes for it, catching a floating gym uniform jacket. Uraraka uses the momentary confusion to get the drop on Katsuki, but he notices her before she can reach him to use her quirk on him. A quick blast in her direction makes her retreat through the smoke once more. She doesn't let up, charging at him from different directions through the smoke he creates and always stays close to the ground. Meanwhile, a bad mood spreads over the audience. Some say, Uraraka is getting desperate in the way she just continues charging the explosive Katsuki. Others start to boo Katsuki out for being too rough, with how he relentlessly barrages the girl with explosions. After a particularly criticizing comment from someone close to the announcer's booth, Eraserhead takes over the microphone. Who just said that? Are you a hero? Because if you are, you should look for a different job. Bakugo is giving his all to keep his opponent at bay, because he knows if she touches him, he'll lose. He acknowledges Uraraka's strength and he is doing his best to come out on top. When he finishes his speech, the smoke around the contestants clears up. Uraraka and Katsuki are standing on their respective sides of the platform. Craters surround the explosive teen. Both of them are breathing hard, but Uraraka is the one with the most injuries, namely scrapes from the shrapnel that was knocked up with each of Katsuki's attacks, and small burns from the explosions. Why is she still standing? Katsuki mulls over, keeping his defensive stance and watching her every move. When she speaks up, her voice is shaky. Thank you, Pooh, for not taking your eyes off me. Uraraka huffs out a laugh and raises her hands to release her quirk. With a shock, Katsuki realizes she must have planned something and looks up. His eyes widen at the sheer amount of debris floating over the arena. As soon as Uraraka's fingertips touch, said debris starts its descent, heading straight for Katsuki. Sheet, I need a big blast for that. He thinks and raises his arms, concentrating to get as big of an explosion as he can muster after using his quirks so much in one day. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Uraraka charging him again, but he pays her no more mind as he releases the biggest blast of that day. The audience is blinded by the huge detonation that destroys and scatters the artificial meteor shower. Uraraka is knocked back by the air pressure alone, and Katsuki grimaces at the pain in his forearms from straining his quirk so much. When the smoke from this final attack clears, he turns back to where he last saw his adversary. Uraraka is on the ground, reaching for him. She's saying something to herself, but he can't hear her over the blood rushing in his ears. Then she falls unconscious, her body going limp against the concrete. Ochako Uraraka is unable to continue fighting. Katsuki Bakugo goes on to the next round. Midnight declares, while Katsuki blankly stares at the slack form of Izuku's friend. On his way back to the bleachers, Katsuki slowly ascends the staircases, hands in his pockets and his arms pulsing. After having climbed about half of the stairs to reach his destination, he spots a familiar forest green mop of curly hair. Oi, nerd, he calls, to which Izuku spins around and gapes at Katsuki. The blonde steps up to his friend, catches the stammering mess of Izuku in a headlock and noogies the crap out of the flustered teen. Was that your idea? Huh? He asks, stopping his assault but keeping the headlock in place. My idea? Izuku asks, still spooked by the sudden appearance of Katsuki. Yeah, your idea. Earth to Aizu, where's your brain? Katsuki deadpants and slackens his arm enough for Izuku to stand up straight again. The greenette clears his throat. Well, I did have a plan for her to fight against you, but she didn't want to hear it. She came up with that strategy completely on her own, so if it was hard to beat her, that's credit to her. Izuku and Katsuki head back to the stands together, the blonde's arm loosely thrown around the smaller teen's shoulders. When they arrive, Izuku has to grab onto Katsuki instead, keeping him from outright attacking their classmates. He understands his friend's anger, what with the teasing he's subject to, but still. Kaminari is one of the first to comment on his recently won fight. Hey, what was that all about? You can't just go all out on a fragile girl like that. I couldn't help but holding back against Shiozaki myself. Ajui butts in, she completely overpowered you, Kaminari. To which Shiro and Kirishima dissolve into laughter, jutting their elbows into their blushing friend's side. Izuku brings Katsuki to sit down in his spot from before, maneuvering himself between the giggling classmates and the agitated blonde. Shiro holds his laughter for long enough to throw a sentence in as well, but he's right, man, you looked like a villain down there. Now Izuku gets irritated, don't say that. Kakin is no villain, he fought Uraraka fair and square. Holding back in a competition like that can be taken as an insult, so don't say he should have held back. He chastises. I have to go to the prep rooms now. Don't tease Kakin too much, he will hurt you guys if you overdo it. You have been warned. The freckled teen finishes and pats Katsuki on the head once while walking by, disappearing into the hallway again. On his way through the winding paths of UA's stadium, Izuku mulls over his strategy for his match against Shoto. He just decided to stick with Magus for the fight, when he stumbles upon Uraraka, who's sitting in his prep room. Surprised, Izuku looks her over, noting the tear tracks on her face and her phone on standby in her left hand. Uraraka? What are you doing here? I thought you'd be in Recovery Girl's office, he asks, pointedly ignoring the redness of her eyes and the puffiness of her cheeks. Startled, the girl quickly wipes her eyes with the back of her free hand, then turns to look at her surprise visitor. Oh, Izuku, she stammers. A quick clearing of her throat gets rid of the croak in her voice. I was with her earlier. Other than a few scratches, she healed me back up fine. But I guess I was lucky. Bakugo really is something. I should have been a bigger obstacle to him than I was, she rambles. Taken aback by her lively attitude that heavily contrasts her teary eyes, Izuku wonders, Uraraka, are you all right? She stops, hypes herself up with a pump of her fist and answers, I'm fine, Izuku. Thank you for worrying. A second of contemplation later, she adds, doesn't your second fight start soon? He nods, yeah, it does. I have some things to speak with Shoto about. Uraraka pumps her balled fists in the air once more. I'll cheer you on. Good luck out there, she says to his retreating form. Back in the hallway, Izuku hears her sniffling and stifled sobs. He quickly walks away from the room, lest he start crying as well. He feels like he should have pushed her more, to reassure her and show that he'd help her should she need it, but if she deflects him as hard as she did, he supposes she'll be all right after a good talk with her family. As lost in thought as he is, he doesn't notice the heavy footsteps coming around the corner until the person enters his field of vision. Izuku stops and scowls when he recognizes Endeavor standing in his way. Lowering his gaze, he walks around the number 2 hero, trying to avoid bursting out the way he did before. But alas, Endeavor has other plans as he speaks up before Izuku can disappear into another hallway. Listen here, boy. Shoto is none of your concern. He was made to beat All Might and you will not stand in my way dash. Oh my god, stop talking right now. Izuku growls and turns on his heel to fix the man in an angry glare. He feels his flames heating up and start leaking from his mouth when he continues, I said it before, but if it won't go through that thick-butt skull of yours, I'll gladly repeat myself. Shoto is my friend. You act as if he is a plaything that you don't want to share, but, newsflash dash, he's just as much of an individual as you and me. The quirk he has is his own to use, he is his own person and has his own dreams to fulfill. Having you hover over him like this will only make all people involved unhappy and angry. He turns his back on the pro once more to leave. I hope you choke on that stupid fire of yours, because the fire Shoto uses doesn't belong to you, just like mine. Shoto isn't you and I'm not a stepping stone. He hears Endeavor yell after him, but his breathing exercise to keep his flames at bay is more important to him. He didn't let the hero get a single word in and he feels better after saying what he thinks to the hero without any upsetting words being thrown back at him. Izuku walks towards his stage exit, listening to the roaring crowd and thinking about what Shoto told him. He thinks of his fire the same as Endeavor. He thinks it belongs to his father, not to himself. And Izuku is determined to change that. Tournament Stage 2 lineup. Izuku Midoriya vs. Shoto Todoroki. Tenya Ida vs. Burashiza. Fumikage Tokoyami vs. Mina Ishido. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Ijiro Kirishima. Tournament Stage 2 Round 1. Izuku Midoriya vs. Shoto Todoroki. And now, for our second stage of the tournament, we have a very promising first fight. It's the surprising force to be reckoned with. From 1A we have the cinnamon roll, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, stepping up to the stage, gives the announcer's booth an incredulous look. Can he stop with that? My god. And his opponent for this round. He's given his previous adversary pretty much the cold shoulder and beat him with his own weapons. Also from Class 1A, the calculating Shoto Todoroki. The silent teen also steps up onto the concrete stage, considering Izuku with a cold stare. No pun intended. Midnight and Present Mix voices blur into the background as they explain the rules once more as a refresher. Shoto and Izuku don't even move when the signal sounds, both evaluating each other and never breaking eye contact. At a twitch of Izuku's hand, Shoto unleashes a gigantic glacier at him. With a wall of blue fire, the ice is stopped and evaporated, the clash of temperature thundering through the stadium and knocking Shoto off his feet. He creates a small shell of ice behind himself to block the way out of bounds, quickly searching for his opponent through the steam. Izuku calmly stands there, on his side of the stage, as if nothing even happened. Present Mix commentary falls on deaf ears as Shoto keeps trying to knock Izuku out of bounds or enclose him in his ice to incapacitate him. Every attack is melted and evaporated before it can even come close to touching Izuku, though, his blue fire several times hotter than the flames Shoto himself could create. A few moments tick by, with Shoto creating glacier after glacier, quickly gathering frost on his hand and the right side of his face. He grits his teeth, rearing his arm back once more and puts all his remaining might into his attack. To counter it, Izuku has to use his flames in an attack pattern as well, as a simple wall wouldn't be enough to melt it all on the spot. The attacks collide in another crack of thunder, deafening both contestants for a few moments and blinding the audience with the amount of water vapor in the air. A small blockade made of ice kept Shoto from being blown off the field, while Izuku started walking up to him across the concrete platform. Shoto, heavily leaning on the ice construct, speaks up when he thinks Izuku will hear him. That attack was way more powerful than the previous ones. "Why were you stalling?" said Greenette stops in his tracks, surprised at Shoto's combat awareness. Murmurs spread through the audience, praising both contestants and comparing them to already existing pro heroes. What Izuku notices, however, is that Shoto is trembling. Is he freezing? He thinks, regarding the frost that's collecting on his right side. So Shoto, he starts, catching his opponent's attention who's still trying to catch his breath and shake off the hypothermia that's sure to slow his thoughts as well as his movements. The thing about quirks is, they are physical abilities, you know? If you overuse a muscle, you get sore. If you run too much, you'll run out of breath. And you, very obviously, have some really dangerous side effects to your quirk. A small ice spike rises from the ground, trying to strike Izuku, but he simply melts it away once more before he goes on, "I know you despise what your D of a father has done to you and I completely support you on that, but you gotta give to him that he's right. To counteract the ice, you'll have to use your fire. The reverse applies just as much and you know it." Another defying spike tries its luck, but to no avail. Izuku doesn't stop. "Tell me why you only use half of your power, Shoto. Your quirk is amazing, you could perfectly balance it. So why don't you?" Finally, they stand face to face, ice scattered around them. The freezing Shoto gazes at Izuku, still shivering and refusing to warm himself up with his fire. Everyone here at this school is giving it their all. "So why don't you?" he taunts Shoto. Breathing heavily, Shoto tries protesting, "I don't want to give in to him dash." But he's interrupted by Izuku. "You're not, Shoto. It's your quirk. He has no say in what you do with it. So if you thaw yourself, who is he to claim it was his idea?" Endeavor. The Greenette finishes. He offers his left hand to Shoto, a small, red flame covering it. The heterochromatic eyes regard the offered limb for a tense moment, before Shoto also raises his left hand. When they make contact, Shoto's left side catches fire, burning off his shirt and melting the frost off of his right side. Izuku pulls him up and considers him for a moment, before retreating back to his side of the stage. His adversary calls after him, "Why would you help me like this?" He stops and turns around, facing Shoto again. "What kind of hero would I be if I can't even help my friend?" he asks rhetorically and smiles. Shoto clicks his tongue, but gives a small, uncertain smile as well. He fires up his left side, all while shooting off ice spears with his right. Izuku, expecting a stronger attack than before, puts his all into Magus, the blue flames that surround him lighting up the stage. When ice and fire are finally unleashed at him, he releases his own blast. A pillar of blue flames rises into the sky and swallows both the ice and the orange fire completely, creating a shockwave that ultimately knocks Shoto off his feet and unconscious. When the steam clears, Izuku is the last one standing, breathing heavily and tiredly. Midnight loudly proclaims Izuku the winner, with Shoto being rendered unable to fight. The medical bots carry off Shoto, with Izuku following closely behind, concerned for his friend. When they arrive at Recovery Girl's temporary medbay, she hands him a few gummies and strolls off after her bots. Shoto is laid on one of the beds and the nurse quickly checks him over. She heaves a sigh, announcing her diagnosis: it's just quirk exhaustion. He'll wake up again in no time. While chewing on the gummies, Izuku hums in appreciation, "That's good. I was afraid he'd hurt himself when he fell." "What about you?" she asks, at which he raises an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" he inquires. Recovery Girl sighs, then elaborates, "You fought hard as well. Can you still go for the next round?" Izuku swallows the last of his snack, answering afterwards, "I'm fine, thank you. Another little snack and a drink will fix me up for my next fight. But I'll probably refrain from using Magus this much again. It's more tiring than I thought." The heroine nods along and praises him for being responsible, before crowding him out of her office and shooing him back to the bleachers and the rest of his class. The next round would start soon, after all. Tournament Stage 2 Round 2. Tenya Ida vs. Ibara Shiozeki. Going right ahead with Round 2, ladies and gentlemen. First we have another contestant from Class 1A. He's the class representative and one of the more mature out of the bunch. "Here's Tenya Ida," said Teen Power walks up to the stage, chopping the air while trying to reprimand present Mike, who's unable to hear him. The hero continues, unaffected, and his opponent is the pretty Rose with dangerous thorns from Class 1B. "She's Ibara Shiozaki." With folded hands, the religious girl steps up onto the platform, opposite of her adversary. She closes her eyes, giving off an innocent picture with her quick prayer. At midnight signal, she extends her vines, but before she can even reach Ida, the male had simply run up to her and started shoving her by the shoulders. Too startled to react, the girl only realized what was happening after she was pushed out of bounds. Embarrassed at this development, she quickly retreats back into the tunnels, not even waiting for Midnight's announcement. Tournament Stage 2 Round 3. Fumikage Tokoyami vs. Mina Ishido. For this third round, hopefully less underwhelming than the last, here comes from Class 1A. The Dark Lord of the Night. Fumikage Tokoyami. The bird-headed teen walks into the arena, muttering to himself with a nod, "Indeed, a banquet of madness." And on the other side, we have the Pink Queen of 1A once again. Her name's Mina Ishido. Once more flourishing in the attention, Mina bounds up to the stage, waving every which way while smiling as wide as her face would let her. When Midnight gives the signal to start, Mina already needs to dodge. With a few flips she jumps away from Dark Shadow's reach multiple times. She can't get out of the defensive, and trying to hit the quirk entity with her acid results in nothing but more attacks. With flips and slides, she keeps dodging and kicking away Dark Shadow as good as she can, but the entity doesn't tire. In stark contrast to her. Once she gets slower, Dark Shadow catches up to her, dodges her last attempts at defending and grabs onto the pink girl in a big hug. With her arms effectively trapped at her sides, she attempts struggling, wiggling in Dark Shadow's hold. The hold doesn't falter and Mina is carefully carried over the boundary lines and dropped off onto the grass below. Midnight announces Tokoyami the winner of the round, and the two teens walk off into the direction of their places in the stands. Mina laughs good-naturedly. "You know, you're a real powerhouse, Tokoyami. You and Dark Shadow are up there with Bakugo and Todoroki, I dare say." The feathers on Tokoyami's cheeks bristle and he hums deeply, "I wouldn't go that far, Ashido-san. But we will thank you for this compliment anyways." He and his quirk incline their heads at her, making her giggle once more. Tournament Stage 2 Round 4. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Eijiro Kirishima. For Round 4, everyone, you'd better strap in. Because this will become explosive once more, with our first contestant, Katsuki Bakugo. The blonde struts across the field and onto the platform with his signature smirk. Confidently, he listens to the next announcement. His opponent for this round is the indestructible Eijiro Kirishima. Who's gonna win? unstoppable force or immovable object. Said redhead also makes his way up to the stage, facing his friend. Isn't indestructible a bit over-exaggerated? He mutters with a small smile of his own. As Midnight does her spiel, Katsuki taunts Ijiro, "Are you sure you can take it, shitty hair?" A few small firecracker explosions pop in his hands as if to emphasize. With a small frown between his brows, the other teen grumbles, "I have a name, you know," as he crouches down a bit to ready himself for the fight. Before they could start bickering, Midnight's signal sounds through the stadium. Kirishima goes charging at Katsuki right away, trying to punch the blonde. A flurry of strikes aimed for the blonde's head to knock him out, others are aimed at his center, trying to get a scrape on the surprisingly nimble explosive teen. This has the latter on the defensive, concentrating on dodging the blows and trying to come up with a strategy. Halfway across the platform, Katsuki has an especially close call, where Kirishima's fist scrapes across his cheek. The hardened limb with its ragged edges leaves a cut on the blonde's cheek, making him bleed. Reflexively, Katsuki's left hand shoots out, detonating at Kirishima's side and burning away the gym uniform there. This didn't even leave a scratch on his opponent, however, who's still standing strong. With bent knees, Kirishima keeps his center of balance low and hard to interfere with. Emboldened by Katsuki's failed attack, Kirishima taunts him right back, "Ha! That won't work on me, explosion boy. Got anything else?" With a fierce smirk, Katsuki doesn't answer vocally, instead charging at his adversary and starting another bout of punching and dodging. He places a few explosions of his own in his blocks as well, making it harder for his classmate to land hits with the smoke and the flashes of light blinding him. Due to Kirishima's quirk, however, these little pops and cracks don't do more than that. The fight drags on, both contestants doing their best to hit and defend at the same time. Back at the stands, Izuku holds his breath for both of his friends. He's impressed by how on his toes Katsuki is being kept. Considering he can't do a lot to Kirishima with his explosions adds to the fact, of course, but the pure brute force that is Katsuki is basically being completely negated by Kirishima, without even doing too much. Ida breaks him out of his mumbling storm with a hand on his shoulder. "Midoriya, I wanted to congratulate you on your victory. Todoroki is no opponent to be taken lightly, and you showed everyone here how strong you truly are," the taller teen says with an earnest look in his eyes. "Ah, thank you, Ida. You did well yourself. We'll fight each other in the next round." Izuku replies with a smile. Ingenium has to be proud of his little brother making it this far in the tournament, right? A small frown appears in Ida's eyes. With concern he answers, "I did try contacting him, but to no avail." His frown disappears, replaced with a small competitive smile. "He's probably busy at the moment, so I'll tell him all about my victories after the festival is over." Izuku chuckles at that, hiss. "But regardless, I'm sure he'll be stoked to hear you've been able to show yourself to the public as a competent hero in any case." Feeling the conversation trailing off, he nods towards the stage. "Let's see how our classmates are doing, okay?" To which Ida simply nods as affirmation. Both step up to the railing, just in time to see Kirishima being blocked by Katsuki. After this big strike, the redhead is wide open, and with vigor, the blonde detonates a big explosion at Kirishima's left side. With a hiss, the latter quickly retreats a few steps. The angry red patch at his side tells Katsuki all he wanted to know. A new smirk spreads on Katsuki's face, looking more vicious than any of his smirks so far that day. "Your quirk is wearing off, isn't it?" He licks his lips and continues, "You can't keep your whole body hardened for that long, can you? With every blow I deal on you, it gets weaker, doesn't it?" Katsuki places both of his hands behind himself in his signature charging position. "And you've been straining to keep it up over this whole fight? Let's see how long you can keep doing that," he yells and boosts himself across the stage with a powerful explosion, crashing into Kirishima with a flurry of kicks, before he lands and barrages him with blast after blast. With how long the fight dragged on, he worked up quite the sweat, resulting in powerful explosions, shrouding the stage in light and smoke. When he feels the power of his own blows weaken, he shortly stops his attack, checking his classmate. The last bit of energy Kirishima has left goes to deactivating his quirk and falling to the ground without hurting himself in the process. Laying at Katsuki's feet, Kirishima falls unconscious. Midnight announces Katsuki's win, and from Class 1B, disapproving shouts ring out. Tetsu had been cheering his fellow on for the whole fight, now being out of breath as if he himself had fought. Present Mike cheers along with the crowd, as Cementos fixes up the stage once more. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, our final 4 contestants have been decided. Surprisingly, all 4 from Class 1A, we have Izuku Midoriya, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, and finally Katsuki Bakugo. After a half-hour break, we will continue with the semifinals. If anyone needs to step out for whatever reason, better do it now, because you don't want to miss this next round. In the infirmary, Izuku steps in to find Katsuki standing next to the door, looking over at Kirishima, who lies in one of Recovery Girl's hospital beds. Quietly, he asks the blonde, how is he holding up? And positions himself next to Katsuki, almost close enough to brush arms with him. Out of the corner of his eye, Katsuki eyes his childhood friend, laying a hand on top of the smaller teen's head to ruffle the mop of forest green hair. He's fine. A few first and second degree burns, Recovery Girl fixed him up most of the way. He's out cold for now because of that and because he used his quirk so much. Izuku hums in recognition, but doesn't say anything for a long moment. Katsuki, knowing his friend, turns his head to look at Izuku. What? I can hear those gears in your head grinding, speak up. A quick glance at the red eyes filled with curiosity coaxes him into speaking his mind softly. Are you okay? With a frown between his brows, the blonde can't get out more than an indignant huh, before Izuku continues. I mean, you used your quirk a lot today already, and you still have at least one fight ahead of you. I know what happens when you overuse your quirk, so I wanted to know if you're okay for the rest of the tournament. The greenette mumbles out quickly. Being used to the mumble tirades of Izuku, Katsuki doesn't take long to decipher what his friend is trying to say. With a scoff, he ruffles Izuku's hair once more and mutters back quietly, yeah, I'll be okay, nerd. Thanks for worrying. He wouldn't admit he's sorry or thankful to anyone but Izuku. It's been like that since their childhood. But there's something about Izuku that makes Katsuki feel at ease. The ever-burning anger and agitation in his chest dampened by the other's happy and friendly attitude. The fact that Izuku was never scared of him despite his destructive quirk, always holding on to him when others cowered at a mere raise of his hand, it might have contributed to that swirling, confusing ball of emotions as well. He shakes his head. No use getting lost in thought. Come on, nerd. Let's get going. Shitty hair will be okay after a good nap, he says and turns to leave the infirmary. On their way back to their class, Izuku hums out a deep chuckle. Do you care about Kirishima? It's not often you worry about someone. With a click of his tongue, Katsuki playfully shoves Izuku away from himself. Shut up. I caused those injuries, of course I'm worried. Laughing at the shove and slinking back to Katsuki's side immediately after finding his footing, Izuku retorts, he has a hardening quirk. You didn't have much of a choice but wearing him down. And like you said, he'll be fine. A small, almost imperceptible smile makes it onto Katsuki's features at the reassurance, and he quickly hides it with a question of his own. You're gonna fight Glasses next, right? HM? You mean Ida? Yeah, I guess. Izuku answers. Katsuki scoffs, don't you dare lose, nerd. I wanna fight you in the finals. The greenette shoots him a smirk of his own, not looking more menacing than usual. The same goes to you. Tokoyami isn't an opponent to be taken lightly, Kaken. He scoffs once more. Chickenhead can pack up his stuff, he doesn't stand a chance. Katsuki exclaims and pops a few firecrackers in the hand averted from Izuku. The break is halfway over by the time the two make it back to the stands, meaning Izuku has to leave again fairly soon. They talk about what they think about the fights that happened to this point, commenting on their favorite points in fights and their suggestions about each other's fighting styles and uses of their quirks. Katsuki left the group to mind his own business back in his seat, offhandedly noticing Izuku leave to prepare for his fight with Ida. Not too long after, the stadium fills back up with the people that went to do whatever in the break, and Present Mike gets back on the intercom, greeting everyone back and announcing the semifinals. Tournament Semi-Final, Round 1. Izuku Midoriya vs Tenya Ida. Welcome back, listeners. We have finally reached the semi-finals of this year's sports festival tournament. In the first of these next two fights, to determine the finalists, we have the ever-present sunshine of 1A, Izuku Midoriya. The greenette walks up to the stage, muttering to himself, "At least he stopped with that cinnamon roll sheet." The second contestant of this round is the class representative of 1A. He's fast, he's accurate, he's Tenya Ida. The tall teen joins Izuku on the stage, a focused look in his eyes. He is also determined to win, so his focus is on Izuku's current form, and the fights he had are an ever-present reminder in the back of his head. As midnight gives the signal, Tenya has to dodge a barrage of flames already. He counts his blessed stars to have reflexes this fast from training with his quirk, otherwise he would have been grilled. Admittedly, the flames Izuku uses against him are not the same bright blue he used against their classmate Todoroki, but fire is fire, no matter what color or corresponsive heat it bears. Another fire blast is flung at the speedster, who dodges it with a standing long jump. Ida flies at Izuku, activating his recipro burst midair with a shout and aims a roundhouse kick at the smaller teen. Izuku is able to dodge the first kick, but with the blinding speed the recipro burst grants him, Ida lands a solid kick in the greenette's side. With the air knocked out of him, Izuku can do no more than shroud himself in a dome of fire to repel Ida for a moment. Deciding that Magus isn't doing the trick in this match, Izuku commands Kadin to switch in his thoughts. The moment the fire around him dies down and his quirk is occupied with switching, Ida takes his chance. He grabs Izuku by the back of his gym uniform and starts running to the boundary line. Barely 2 steps before it's too late, Ida halts in his steps. He struggles, but to no avail. He's unable to move. Izuku pries himself out of Ida's grip and huffs, "Phew. I gotta say, your kick really caught me off guard there, you're unbelievably fast," he says and raises himself off the stage. With his psychic, he holds Ida in place, floating up to his front. "I really didn't think you'd hit me this hard, but we're all here to do our best, so thank you for not pulling any punches." Floating around upside down, Izuku pushes Ida the rest of the way out of bounds. While Midnight cheers and announces Izuku the winner of this round, Ida starts walking out of the stadium. On his way, he mutters under his breath, begrudgingly apologizing to his brother who can't hear him. Izuku follows him, patting his back amicably, complimenting him on his technique. Tournament Semi-Final, Round 2. Katsuki Bakugo vs Fumikage Tokoyami. And now, the fight that will determine who is going to go against the winner of the last round in the final. The first contender is the energetic and in more than one way explosive, Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki stomps up to the stage with his hands in his pockets, cursing and muttering an energetic "my butt" under his breath. For now, he will fight the Raven of the Night, the mysterious Fumikage Tokoyami. With an approving nod, the Ravenette steps up onto the platform as well. Midnight goes through the rules again, making sure they are well understood before giving the signal. Dark Shadow immediately charges at Katsuki, raising a giant claw at the blonde to strike him. With a quick explosion in one of his hands, Katsuki boosts himself out of the way, noticing how the quirk entity flinches at the gesture. Tokoyami has his quirk attacking Katsuki, while keeping his distance from his opponent. A few dodges is all it takes for Katsuki to notice a pattern. Back at the stands, Yaoyorozu and Ashido watch with furrowed brows. The dark quirk had fought them much harder than he seems to be fighting right now. But for what reason? Izuku and Uraraka on their end know why Dark Shadow is so intimidated by Katsuki. With their weakness to light, the explosions are far from the ideal situation to fight for them. This is the conclusion Katsuki reaches in just that moment. Tokoyami on the other hand worries about his condition. With the time of day, Dark Shadow is already in a weakened state. On top of that, Bakugo fights with explosions of all things, rendering the quirk entity nigh helpless. Additionally, in the daytime at least, Dark Shadow doesn't like fighting. They're timid if nothing else, and to go against a feral fighter like Bakugo stacks the odds even higher against him and his quirk. In a desperate attempt to stop the unrelenting attacks, Dark Shadow tries grabbing Bakugo. With a few blasts, he quickly evades the attack however and positions himself behind Tokoyami, who hadn't realized his opponent had approached him until it was too late. The blonde growls a low, stun grenade, and in his hand, he unleashes a chain of small but incredibly bright explosions that almost look like a flame in their own right. With his amazing speed and dexterity, Katsuki shows no mercy and overpowers the shorter teen, pinning him on the ground and holding him down by the beak with his free hand. "Tell me, Bakugo, did you know of my weakness all along?" the pinned teen asks. Katsuki scoffs, but answers truthfully, "I figured it out while attacking." With a sigh, the Raven raises his voice to be heard by Midnight, "I yield. I've lost this fight." Midnight reacts immediately, announcing his surrender and Katsuki's win to the audience. The blonde gets off his classmate and, surprising Tokoyami, offers him a hand to help him up. With a nod, the Ravenet thanks Katsuki, who gives a small nod in return. They get off the stage and back into the tunnels together. At Class 1A's seats, Kaminari and Siro voice their surprise at Katsuki's win, considering how hard the avian teen had won his last rounds. Kirishima chimes in, "Nah, Bakugo's quirk is basically the perfect counter to Tokoyami's." It isn't that surprising. Ida now rejoins his classmates as well, greeting Uraraka and Izuku, who are watching Katsuki and Tokoyami leave the arena together. Uraraka faces Izuku again. "So you and Bakugo will fight in the finals, huh?" With a smile, the Greenette answers, "I can't wait. It's been a while since we fought with our quirks while being allowed to go all out." Dumbfounded, his friends are struck silent, staring at the shorter teen in amazement. Before he can try to snap them out of it, Ida starts vibrating. Or rather, the phone in his pocket does, and by extension his whole body for whatever reason. "Oh, excuse me please. I have to take this," he says, and disappears in the tunnels. He greets the person on the other line, who replies, "Oh, Tenya, dear. It's me. Hello, mother. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I haven't made it past the semifinals," he automatically answers, without wondering much about her call in the first place. She hums a no, then continues, "Tenya, I'm calling about your brother Tensei. I must ask you to try and stay calm. Can you do that for me?" She hesitates and he hears her sniffling. Why would she cry about Tensei? To reassure her, he makes an affirmative noise in the back of his throat, unable to speak through the lump that's stuck there. As soon as she regains enough of her composure, she continues, "Tenya, your brother was attacked by the hero killer. He's in intensive care, in Hosu General Hospital." On another note, over in the stands with Class 1B, Minoma's soul is ready to leave his body. Kendo, 1B's class representative, pokes at him, "Are you sure you want to keep antagonizing Bakugo? He looks like a bad enemy to make," she says with a not really hidden smile behind her hand and laughter in her voice. The proud blonde huffs, displeased, "That cretin was just lucky. His quirk worked well against his opponent, the matchup was really unfair." His class rep just continued smirking and nodded at him slowly, further agitating him. But still it was all in good fun. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, one Shoto Todoroki is deep in thought, pondering over the enigma that is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya and his selfless arguing, Izuku Midoriya and his reckless abandon when it comes to standing up to endeavor, Izuku Midoriya and his vehement attempts at befriending Shoto, no matter what. Looking at his past, the way his mother snapped and threw the freshly boiling water from the kettle on his face, the way his so-called father trained him, tried molding Shoto into something that is far from his actual nature. Comparing it to Izuku, he feels like he's finally able to see the truth. The truth that his family is effed beyond repair. Don't mind his French. Before his epiphany can go any farther than that, his train of thought is derailed by the door slamming open. The too large man needs to bow down a bit to not knock his head on the doorframe, and when he's finally in the room, Shoto feels like he can't breathe properly anymore. Endeavor closes the door behind himself, as to keep any prying eyes away from his business. Prying eyes meaning he didn't want a certain spunky greenette to come out of nowhere and abduct his masterpiece again. Shoto, you finally used your fire. Have you seen reason? Have you realized that your childish rebellion had to come to an end? The pro exclaims, way too loudly for being in an infirmary, mind you. Shoto simply eyes his old man, blinking slowly, disinterested. Now I can finally mold you properly into the one who will outshine even All Might. After graduation you will start out as a sidekick in my agency. Endeavor claims, almost sounding excited in his own twisted way. But Shoto interrupts him with a cold, no. The man stops abruptly, mouth hanging open mid-sentence. Then he glares, so hard that Shoto feels a shiver running down his back, despite having been on the receiving end of those for all his life. And even if he's going to regret further defying his father, he keeps pushing. My opinion still stands. But rebellion, as you call it, I haven't changed my mind. I don't need you. The only reason I used my fire out there? It's because in that instance, for one moment Shoto fixes his eyes on his father's, making the man recoil in a flinch. I forgot all about you. A few tense seconds pass where the two Todorokis stare in each other's eyes, one with cold confidence, the other with a scowl that could rival Bakugu's on a bad day. Then, Shoto continues, I'm still not sure what to do with my quirk. But I think I'm getting there. And I don't think I need you for that. Endeavor's scowl darkens even more and the temperature around him rises. Shoto barely notices this, being used to the heat Hellflame brings. But Recovery Girl notices. Armed with her cane, she comes out of her corner where she keeps and tends to her records, interrupting the tirade that was on the pro hero's tongue before it starts. I'm sorry, Endeavor. Visiting time is over, I'll have to ask you to leave, she says with an assertive tone that leaves no room for argument. And even Endeavor, as brash as he may be, knows to heed to the healer's commands, should he want to keep his kneecaps in one piece and his private parts, because that's about as high as the small nurse can reach. So he leaves, not without another glare at his masterpiece for good measure, and closes the infirmary door behind himself a bit more forcefully than strictly needed. Shoto sends Recovery Girl a thankful gaze and she simply nods in confirmation, before heading back to her station. Tournament Final. Izuku Midoriya vs Katsuki Bakugu. And now, the fight you all have been waiting for. It's the final of this year's tournament. Our first finalist is Class 1A's secret powerhouse, Izuku Midoriya. For the last fight, Izuku confidently walks up to the stage, not in the least worried about the fight ahead of him. Kaken has always been his sparring partner, the two know each other like the back of their hands, which should make for an interesting fight. The second finalist might not be as surprising, but he's also one of the students that was among the best in the entrance exams. Here's Katsuki Bakugu. At his cue, Katsuki walks up to the platform with big steps, eager to finally get a good fight in this tournament. The two childhood friends face each other with equal smiles. Izuku calls over to him, do you want me to stay in one form or should I switch? Katsuki scoffs, don't go easy on me, Izu. Either I win when you're at your best, or the win doesn't count. With a smile, Izuku just nods. Any other answer would've surprised him, coming from Kaken. Somewhere back in his mind, he registers Midnight giving her signal. With both of the boys eager to get the round started, Katsuki charges at Izuku with his blasts, where he gets caught by the greenette's psychic, as if he flew straight into a wall. Without the smacking his face part, Katsuki growls in exertion, pushing forward against Izuku's attempt to just fling him out of bounds. Forget it, Izu. You're not taking me by surprise again, he bites out. But it was worth a try. Izuku calls back. He pushes Katsuki back to his side of the stage, then quickly tells his quirk to switch to his warrior form. It might not be agile, but through the years of training with nobody but Katsuki, it built up a resistance to the explosions. He can't hold the candle to Kirishima's hardening, but he can give his friend a good fight despite this. His muscles quickly adjust and he grows a few inches, getting taller than the blonde warrior was barely finished slotting in place when Katsuki crashes into him in a shoulder tackle. Izuku receives the impact, taking 2 steps back to dampen the blow. With the boundary in mind, he takes care not to simply step out of it. He shoves the blonde away, careful to not hurt him too much, and gets into a stance he'd learned from research and adapted with training. With a wide, pretty evil-looking smirk, Katsuki dashes into the stance and locks his arms with Izuku's. They try wrestling each other into SBMSN or pushing far enough to win by getting the other out of bounds, but they're not really getting anywhere. Izuku switches tactics, getting Katsuki to take 2 steps back and out of range for his headbutt. With as much strength as he can summon, Izuku rears his arm back and tries punching Katsuki. The latter dodges over the punch that cracks the stage in half, somersaults in the air with the aid of his explosions and drops down on the green net with an axe kick. With his arms crossed above his head, Izuku reacts just in time to keep the heel of Katsuki's foot from connecting with his head. He takes this opportunity and grabs the blonde by the ankle, spinning around his own axis to gain speed and throws Katsuki across the stage. Knowing this doesn't buy him too much time, he calls out to his Quirk once more to switch. He deflates, shrinking the few inches he'd gained, and before his friend arrives to knock him off his feet, a blast of red flames repels him. With well-aimed shots of bright blue fire, Izuku keeps Katsuki at a distance. The blonde doesn't have too many options to attack from afar, so he curls up his left hand on the palm of his right, channeling the blasts through it and concentrating the impact. As hard as it is, Katsuki focuses on getting Izuku to step out of bounds with his dodges. But alas, the green net nimbly dodges the shots, all while shooting small, blue flames to take away the oxygen of the explosive attacks. Fighting his Magus form is one of the things Katsuki had always hated. When it comes to fighting fire with fire, Izuku definitely has the upper hand with the hot-as-sheet flames he's able to produce. Through Katsuki's barrage of AP shots, as Izuku had come to call the pattern, the younger of the two notices 2 things. 1. The already strong, concentrated blasts, Izuku calls them armor-piercing for a reason, are getting stronger with every shot. And 2, they are getting smaller. The conclusion? Katsuki is sweating more and more and it's putting a huge strain on his arms, so he's subconsciously making the shots smaller to avoid hurting himself. Which is worrying. To try and help his friend, he switches out of Magus. Instead, he goes back to Psychic, which is his second strongest fighting option. When he sees the fire of Izuku's counters stop, Katsuki immediately halts his assault and lowers his center point. He reacts to the pushing of Psychic the moment it starts. The horizontal force is stronger this time, and he takes off to avoid stepping out of bounds. Izuku's face scrunches up before he yells over Katsuki's propulsions, "Kaken, don't hurt yourself. Your arms dash." Loudly, Katsuki yells back, "Well, I'm not losing on purpose, nerd," and keeps boosting himself against Psychic's push. Until there is no push anymore, to which the blonde quickly lands to give his aching arms a break. He sees Izuku buffing up again, having changed into warrior once more, so he charges at his friend with a shout. Something manifests in the younger teen's hand and Katsuki's reflexes immediately snap to it, where his left hand grabs onto a staff. The pure muscle Izuku has in this form is technically stronger than Katsuki, but with heated palms, he can keep his friend from trying to grab him. For a second though, Katsuki is unsure of what happened. His focus shifted for barely a wink of his eye, diverted somewhere that isn't Izuku and his staff, and suddenly he's on his back, straddled by his childhood friend. If they weren't fighting in a tournament right now, he'd probably get flustered, but in this instance, his instincts take over. The heavy form of Izuku changes once more, deflating from his warrior. Instead, a faint green glow shines down at Katsuki. With his horns hidden in the mess of forest green curls, Izuku mutters a quiet, "Sorry, Kaken," before he headbutts his friend hard enough to stun him. Limp and with spinning vision, Katsuki is a passenger in his own body, helplessly watching how Izuku takes one of his arms across his shoulders, picks him up and carries him over to the boundary line. He's kicking and thrashing in his own mind, screaming at his limbs to move, but to no avail. Small pops and crackles dance on his hands in defiance when Izuku lays him down and rolls him over the line. In the background, Midnight calls the round, announcing Izuku's win. But neither him nor Katsuki really pay her any mind. Quickly, Izuku takes Katsuki to the grassy ground next to the stage, laying him down on his back. With glowing hands, Izuku hovers over him. "Are you okay? I didn't mean to headbutt you too hard." A quiet scoff sounds in Katsuki's throat. Don't overestimate yourself, nerd. He mumbles and hesitates. But I think I might have broken something in my arms. His silent request is heard immediately, the glowing hands now hovering down his right arm, the side Izuku is sitting at. He hums lowly, talking to himself in a whisper loud enough for Katsuki to hear. You tore some ligaments, some hairline fractures on your radius and ulna. The glow of his hands increases for a moment, where Katsuki can feel the soft warmth seeping in, but not enough to make him sweat. Soon enough, Izuku stops and repeats the gesture on the blonde's left arm, leaning over his friend with a focused frown on his brow. Izuku's face scrunches up a bit, displeased by his findings. Kaken, your left arm is worse than your right. Why did you push yourself so hard? Despite the soft chastising, he continues and heals up the second arm as well. What kind of fight would it have been if I'd half-butted it, huh? Katsuki barks back with virtually no venom. After a quick hum, Izuku answers, a short one, then chuckles while finishing up with the healing session. Katsuki snorts, mirth evident in his eyes more than in his overall expression. So what now, Doc? You clearin' me to get up again? With a smirk, Izuku quips back, I don't know, Mr. Bakugo. How do you feel? He asks, offering a hand while getting onto his feet. Great, is the short answer, as the blonde picks himself up from the grass and pats his clothes off from any grass attached to him. When the two finally leave the field, Izuku almost blushes at the barely visible soft and thankful smile Katsuki grants him. Not long after, Present Mike and Midnight request all first years to return to the arena for the medal awarding and closing ceremony. On the podium, Tokoyami, Bakugo and a very nervous Midoriya are waiting to receive their medals. Ida had left earlier, saying something about having to be home and that something happened to his brother in Hosu. Without much further ado, Midnight struts up in front of the podium. Thank you for waiting, everyone. We will go ahead now with the award ceremony, which will be held by none other than. She pauses for dramatic effect, while the audience notices the hero on top of the building. Said man jumps and crashes down in front of the podium as well, then speaks at the same time with Midnight. I have brought the medals. Our very own hero, All Might. The large, blonde man turns his head and frowns at the R-rated heroine, who profusely apologizes. Oh God, I'm sorry I talked over you, please forgive me. He shakes his head good-naturedly with a chuckle, then stands up and turns to the winners of the tournament. Midnight walks up to All Might holding the 3 medals on a small padded tray. Okay, please hand out the medals. Let's start with third place. The man takes the bronze medal and steps up to Tokoyami. He nods down at the much smaller teen, then starts his speech. Young Tokoyami, congratulations for making the podium. You surely are strong and deserve your place up here. You're too kind, All Might. Thank you. The raven-headed answers with a respectful bow, at which the hero puts the medal around the student's neck. As a small suggestion, in order to get stronger, try training your own body as well. If you do, you will have more options in a fight aside from your quirk, and you'll be able to fight against many different types of opponents. All Might proposes, patting the teen on the shoulder. With a thoughtful look at his medal, Tokoyami answers with a quiet, yes, sir. All Might picks up the silver medal next and walks over to Katsuki, who's proudly standing in second place. Young Bakugo, I congratulate you on your second place. You got stronger since coming to UA already. He starts. With a smirk, the teen confidently answers, of course I did. The hero continues to smile, hanging the medal on Katsuki's neck before he proceeds with his small speech. You did very well in your fights, and in the final you pushed yourself past your limits. This might be the definition of plus ultra, but keep your own well-being in mind as well. Guilty, Katsuki averts his eyes, muttering, will do, All Might, as the man returns to Midnight to get the last medal. With the first place award, the golden medal, All Might steps up onto the first place podium, stopping in front of Izuku. Young Midoriya, you've greatly improved since the day we met, and that is indeed saying something. I congratulate you on your win in this year's sports festival, but I am certain that your classmates will improve as well, to compete against in the next year. The greenette nods up at his idol, proudly smiling through his nerves. I'm looking forward to that, he answers. All Might puts the medal around Izuku's neck, then continues, I'm sure you know this already, but I will remind you regardless. Since I'm also a teacher, don't underestimate your adversaries, always be on alert when you fight and try planning ahead, should the situation allow it. I am confident in your abilities and I'm certain you are going to make it far after you graduate. Finishing with bravado, All Might hops down from the raised spot. Regarding a close-by camera, he points at it and its red light turns on to show him that he's live. Well, these are our winners this year. He then turns to the rest of the students of the first year who gathered on the field, but listen here. Anyone here could have ended up on these podiums. It's exactly what you saw, competing, improving each other, and climbing ever higher. Right here, in this moment, the next generation of heroes is sprouting. So, there is just one more thing to say. Everyone please say it with me. Ready, go dash. PLUS. ULTRA. After the ceremony, Class 1A met up in their changing room from before. When everyone was dressed in their streetwear again, Aizawa also joined his students. They talked a bit about how everyone felt about the festival, feedback for next year and such. Finally, when their teacher didn't have anything else to tell them, he clapped in his hands once to catch everyone's attention. All right. Now with that out of the way, you'll have the next 2 days off. When you're back, we'll talk about internships. Excited about their days off, Class 1A cheered together while their tired teacher quickly fled the scene. All but one cheered at least. Izuku saw Ida glumly leaving after Aizawa, and he quickly told Kaken to not wait for him, racing after his deputy class rep. He sees the tall teen turn a corner, and since he never changed out of druid after healing Kaken, he shifts into a small bird to quickly follow his classmate. Unnoticed, he follows the other to the train station. Ida boards a different line than usual, so Izuku gets on as well, hiding on the luggage rack, close to the ceiling. Below him, someone is reading news online, which he quickly zones in on, in hopes of finding something useful. And something useful indeed came up. There was another attack of the hero killer. He'd been in Hosu, and he'd assaulted Ingenium. The behavior of his friend made a lot more sense to him now. With his eyes on Ida, he shrinks in on himself, hiding away from the passengers on the train. Eventually, the train stops and Ida gets up to leave. Indeed, the stop reads, Hosu, so Izuku quickly follows before the door can close on him. They make their way from the train station fairly quickly, considering it's Ida who's setting the pace while completely oblivious to being followed. When they arrive at Hosu General Hospital, Izuku stops and lets his friend leave his sight, switching back into his human form when he's alone. He enters the hospital, not catching sight of his classmate, and walks up to the reception. The tired-looking woman behind the counter doesn't pay him any mind, so he speaks up to catch her attention. Excuse me? A quick glance she spares him turns into a stare, the glowing green eyes already famous around Japan since the broadcast of the sports festival. He fidgets from her unblinking stare and her silence, uncomfortable to be the center of attention like this, so he clears his throat and repeats, Excuse me, I'm looking for my friend's brother. Was attacked. His name is Ida. The woman snaps out of it when she hears the name, her eyes dart over to her computer screen. I'm sorry, Ida can only receive family members right now. Izuku quickly shakes his head. You don't understand, I think I can help him. I can heal him. She eyes him critically, his first place in the festival a fresh and constant reminder in the back of her head. A moment of hesitation later, she relents, Alright. I'll call his doctor. You can explain yourself to him. The woman called someone with a pager and soon, the doctor joined him in the lobby. He introduced himself as D. Lindell and asked Izuku why he was trying to see the critical patient. Urgently, after hearing Ida's condition is critical, he repeats once more, I think I can help. I can try healing him. When he is met with a skeptical look, he tries something else. In the UA entrance exam a girl's leg was crushed by pieces of a building. She would have lost it in any normal case, but I was able to heal her nerves, blood vessels, ligaments, muscles, flesh and skin so well, she was the one who carried me out of the exam area after I fainted. Dr. Lindell still looked at him with conflict in his eyes, but Izuku fixes him with a determined stare of his own and with a heavy sigh, the doctor gives in. This is against all rules of this hospital, but we don't have much else we can try. So alright. Follow me. The two walk through several doors, labeled intensive care and no trespassing, respectively. They stop in front of a closed door, where Dr. Lindell hesitates for another moment. With a heavy sigh, he opens the door and enters with the small teen behind him. Tenya is already at his brother's side, clutching at the hand offered to him by the hospitalized hero. With hazy eyes, Ingenium turns his head to see who's intruding. Dr. Lindell inclines his head, but before he can say anything, the younger Ida speaks up with a shocked look on his face. Midoriya? What are you doing here? I'm here to help, Ida. I followed you when I saw you leaving while all the others were having fun. He offers his explanation, walking past the doctor and closer to his friend. Tenya? Comes the weak voice of Ingenium, barely audible from where Izuku stands. With a quick look at the call of his name, Ida huffs out in annoyance at the weird intrusion, but speaks up. Tensei, this is one of my classmates, Izuku Midoriya. He made first place in the sports festival today. I couldn't beat him. The weak chuckle that escapes the injured hero catches all the other occupants of the room off guard. He tries explaining himself, but he doesn't get very far before trailing off. Tensei starts once more. You can't make it worse, so go ahead. His brother is far from excited for this development. What? Tensei, you can't be serious. Midoriya is no doctor, he's not even much older than me. With a tired shake of his head, Tensei shuts Tenya up completely, whispering out a please, with a pleading look at Izuku. The small teen looks back at the doctor. He was hurt at his back? With a nod, Dr. Lindell elaborates, he was stabbed in the spine twice. It's a miracle he's still alive. We need to turn him on his stomach then. Izuku says, decisive. The doctor nods once more and walks up to Tensei's side opposite to Tenya. With the three of them, they turn Tensei onto his stomach so Izuku can reach the spots he was stabbed. Dr. Lindell cuts off the bandages that cover the stitched-up wounds. At Izuku's concerned glance at Tensei's face, the doctor softly says, don't worry, he's on lots of pain medication. The concern doesn't leave Izuku, but he focuses back on his task when the bandages are gone. The wounds might have been operated on and stitched up, but they look bad. Izuku spares a glance at the doctor, quietly asking for scissors that are handed to him shortly after. He cuts the stitches, carefully pulling out the strings that held the skin together. One by one, the stitches come loose and with them, the wound reopens. Dr. Lindell quickly grabs some swabs and cleans the field for Izuku so the teen wouldn't miss any stitches. When all of the stitches are out and the wound is bleeding freely, the greenette simply puts his hands on it, with blood pooling around his fingers. The single medical professional in the room was about to reprimand him for putting his hands in there, when said hands start glowing a bright green color. With a concentrated frown on his brow, Izuku focuses all of his stored energy and as much as he can catalyze on the gruesome wound. Tensei was stabbed with a sword, twice in the same place as if to make sure he'd never walk again should he survive. A serrated sword, from what Izuku can tell through the wound. First things first, he patches up the separated bone marrow and nerves that run along the spine. The grown Tensei gives falls on deaf ears in favor of getting all of it fixed as fast as possible. The spinal cord is harder to fix than he'd expected, but it works out well enough. Better from before in any case. A few minutes pass before he can finally fix the bone part of the injured vertebrae, which takes less out of him than what he did before. He fixes up the rest of the severed nerves, connects any blood vessels that were disconnected and mends any damaged ones. By now he worked up a sweat, the quiet warning of Caden in the back of his mind that he's using a big part of his stored energy goes ignored. Instead, Izuku combines his output, using a bigger part of the surrounding energy to save as much of his reserves as possible, trying to avoid losing his horns again. It works better than expected, and he focuses back on fixing up the rest of the injury. With the spinal cord, nerves, bones and blood vessels reattached and patched up, he connects the muscle fibers and ligaments. Tensei groans again. He hadn't really stopped, and the doctor checks the hero's medication drip. Izuku manages mumbling a quiet, almost done. That's barely louder than the pained noises of his patient, but Tenya seems to relax his shoulders a little when he hears it. By the time Izuku gets to the skin, he feels his output slowing. With one last surge of energy, he closes the wound completely and raises his hands, now covered in blood and not glowing any longer. He wipes his brow on his shoulder, breathing hard. With a few steps back, he stumbles into a visitor's chair. Izuku lets his head fall back, looking at the ceiling while catching his breath. Dr. Lindell checks Tensei's vitals, wound, and puts him back into a normal lying position. Izuku feels his gaze on himself and musters up enough strength to raise his head and look back. Tensei, Ingenium himself, seems to be getting more clear and looks at the sitting teen in wonder. Is he okay now? Izuku asks. The doctor nods. It seems his vitals are stable and I reduced his medication. If I did everything right, he shouldn't need meds anymore, he retorts. Tenya doesn't speak at all, keeping close attention on his brother, should he show any discomfort. Instead of doing so, however, the older Ida speaks up, stronger and clearer than before. Thank you, Midoriya. The teen eyes him. Why are you thanking me now? Thank me when you're able to walk again, he says, uncertain. A laugh that sounds more like the real thing escapes the other, and to the surprise of everyone, he raises up one of his legs. I'm pretty sure after a bit of physical therapy I'll be back and kicking. Quite literally. Relief washes over Tenya for not losing his idol, over Dr. Lindell for having made the right decision, and most of all, Izuku for being able to convince the doctor to let him help and delivering afterwards. Once Izuku feels strong enough to not fall over when trying to stand up, he goes to finally wash his hands. Tensei's blood was already halfway dried, so he really had to scrub with the provided antiseptic paste to really get it all off. Dr. Lindell left to provide his staff in charge of Tensei with the new information on his development. Tenya radiated happiness and relief, but there was something else in there as well. Izuku couldn't tell what when he joined the two with clean hands. Midoriya. Tensei starts, I don't know how to thank you properly. If it wasn't for you, the doctors weren't even sure I'd live. And now I can already move again. I'll most likely be able to walk as if nothing ever happened, all thanks to you. The small teen blushes at the praise. I wanted to help my friend and his brother. I'm glad I was able to. Tenya finally shifts his attention away from his brother, speaking with sincerity. Midoriya, he's right. I don't know what I'd do if Tensei had to give up being a hero. Or worse, he couldn't even say it. Izuku hides behind his mop of hair and shrinks back a little. It's fine, really. All I wanted was to help. Now that I think of it, I don't want to show up on the news either when you're out and about again. I think it'd paint a huge target on my back and I really don't want that before even graduating, he mutters. To his surprise, both Idas nod in understanding. They didn't catch everything, but they got the gist of what he was trying to say. Don't worry. I won't tell a soul once I'm discharged. It'll be our little secret. Tensei winks at him. At that, Izuku smiles. Thank you, he says. Tensei waves the thanks away. No need. You saved my life and my career. It's the least I can do to heed to your wish. And can you tell Dr. Lindell the same, please? I know he's already gone to his nurses, but I hope this won't spread too far, the Greenette requests. The Idas nod and assure him they will keep it under wraps. Being a hero with a big agency like Team Ida 10 at his disposal, Tensei can easily feed the public a cover-up story. Izuku soon excuses himself, knowing his mother will be worried sick if all she knows is that he told Kaken to not wait for him. He's certain he told her Izuku left in a hurry. On his way back home, he buys a ticket for the train this time, arriving home shortly after sunset. True to his theory, his mother frets over him the moment he comes in the door. His dad was worried as well, and he says as much, but he's far less teary-eyed than Inko. Izuku has a quick dinner after reassuring his mother that he's okay, but he doesn't tell them why he left the UA stadium in a hurry. The next morning, Inko goes on and on about the festival, how she had almost fainted multiple times during the cavalry battle from Todoroki throwing giant ice spears at her son. Again, he reassures her that he's fine and he's gotten the first place for a reason. The medal was now on display in the hallway, its ribbon hung from 2 separate nails in the wall. 2 days later, classes resume with their normal schedule. Izuku and Katsuki are on the train on their way to school, turning heads wherever they walk. The first and second place of the festival are a big deal after all, and to see them both in one place is very unusual for people. Unlike the first time they were recognized, Katsuki's chest swells with pride at all the attention he's getting for his accomplishment. The weather changed after the festival. It has been raining for a day now, so the two teens walk to school with a shared umbrella. They hear several more people talking on their way from the station to UA, and every time, Katsuki puffs up a little. Izuku, on the other hand, isn't too fond of the focused attention. He's glad he has Kaken with him. The blonde loves being praised after all, so he gladly soaks up the attention that Izuku shies away from. The two could already see UA's gate when Ida storms by them in a long raincoat and rain boots. He skids to an abrupt halt, turns to them and calls, "Hurry to class, you two." A great hero is always 10 minutes early. Izuku and Katsuki yell over each other. "Will do, Ida." Glasses. Neither of them know if he understood them, as he turns and runs off in the direction of the school's entrance, probably to not get more wet than necessary. Not in any hurry despite their class rep's exclamation, the two of them make their way to class in their usual pace, arriving 5 minutes before the bell. Small groups are talking among themselves, most notably Kirishima, Ashido and Siro crowded around the latter's desk, which is blocking Katsuki and Izuku's places. But out of the way, extras. Katsuki barks, no patience to ask them to move first. Izuku, on the other hand, has plenty of patience and kindness to go around and waste on people like this. "Good morning, you guys. Can we pass?" Ashido doesn't pay his question any mind, slinking up into his personal space instead to ask, "Did you get recognized on your way here too?" The greenette recoils a little from the energetic approach, unsure of what to say. Katsuki does him the favor of pulling the pink girl away by her uniform. "Raccoon eyes, for Eva's sake, don't you know what personal space is?" She looks offended for barely a second, before whining, "Oh come on Bakugo, you guys made first and second place, I want to bet you've been recognized." Izuku finally finds his voice again, trying to arbitrate between his friends. "Kaken, let go of Ashido's uniform." "And yes, we did. Can we please go to our seats now?" Doing as he was told, albeit harshly, Katsuki flicks away the girl's uniform with a growl and turns to push past to finally get to his desk. Kirishima has enough decency to get out of the way before Katsuki shoulder checks him, looking sheepish. "Sorry man, didn't mean to be in the way." Acknowledging his apology with a grunt, the blonde gets into his seat, slumping down. Izuku gets into his chair as well, leaning forward to whisper to Kaken, "You were in such a good mood from all the people knowing your name, what's gotten you down now?" Over the general din of the classroom, he's sure the people surrounding Siro's desk won't overhear them. Katsuki leans back anyways to grumble. Immediately, Izuku's fingers comb through his hair. It's become a habit now and Katsuki is far from complaining. If any of the extras thought it was weird, he'd just blast their buttes 7 ways to Sunday. Not too long after, their teacher shuffles into the room, at which all of the students not at their desks dive for their seats. Barely 3 seconds pass and the classroom is dead silent. With a nod, the freshly unbandaged Aizawa makes his way over to the lectern at the front. Today's homeroom will be used for a special lesson in hero informatics. He drones. Several students, among them Ashido and Kaminari, dread his next words. What would it be? A quiz? A surprise test? Code names? Aizawa reveals. You'll be coming up with your hero names. His class instantly breaks into cheers, all eager to give themselves hero names. The tired teacher speaks up once more, hiding a small smirk in his capture scarf at the silence that falls over the class immediately. "We're doing this today because of the internships that will happen soon. Proper work studies will only begin in your 2nd and 3rd years, after you've gained some experience and are able to properly help the pros. In other words, having first years like you intern at their agencies proves their interest in your future potential. Should that interest die down before graduation, these offers are usually cancelled by the hero. So without further ado, we have the totals of your offers here." Aizawa clicks a button on a remote he pulled out from somewhere under the table and a screen flickers to life behind him. The names of the students show up on the left side of the board. Next to the names, a bar chart starts growing. The numbers at the end of said bars grow steadily, especially for the top 3 students. The graphic finally stops changing, showing Izuku, Katsuki, and Shoto in places 1 to 3. In past years, these numbers were more spread out. This year, though, the focus lied heavily on the top students of the tournament. The teacher explains, pointing over his shoulder with a thumb. Izuku's eyes widen at the number behind his name. He'd gotten well over 7,000 offers. Katsuki had received 4,500. Comparatively close behind is Shoto's bar with 4,000 offers. The numbers quickly decline. Some students don't even show up on the board. Aizawa starts speaking when he thinks the numbers have settled in his students' minds, interrupting a few quiet conversations. As you can see, there's a big gap between the top places of the festival and the rest of you. There are also some who haven't received any offers. For those cases, we have a list of agencies that accept interns without offers, so these people won't be left out. All of you will spend a week as interns one way or another. You already had to experience what it means to fight for your lives in the USJ, but you can train and learn with the heroes. The first-hand experience to see a pro at work is a valuable lesson. Silent contemplation washes over the students before he goes on. With that out of the way, keep in mind that the hero name you choose isn't really permanent. However, most of the names you choose now are going to stick through your whole hero career, so choose wisely. The name you give yourself is important. It reinforces the image you give off, what kind of hero you want to be. The second he finishes his announcement, the door slams open and Midnight struts in, and to make sure your names are appropriate, I will assist in your choices, she exclaims. Excitement fills the class again, while the heroine hands out small white boards to write on and dry erase markers. Aizawa takes his sleeping bag and crams himself in one of the front corners of the room, half sitting and half lying down, zipped up to under his nose. Once she's back at the front of the class, Midnight adds, also, you will present your name to class. Like this you will get used to calling yourself by your hero name right off the bat. And should anything sound strange, you can easily change it in a class setting. Like Eraser said, what you debut with might stick with you for the rest of your career. With the last reminder ringing in the teens' heads, she dramatically claps into her hands. Let's get started then. Most of the students have to think about what they will choose with the thought in mind that it might never change. The first one to stand up with his board in hand is Aoyama. He flounders up to the lectern, proudly presenting his board and exclaiming, I am the fabulous hero, Itoile Brillante. Midnight claps, the shining star. Truly magnifique. At her encouragement at the weird-sounding, obviously French name, the class is further disheartened. Ashido bounds up to the front desk next, exclaiming, Alien Queen. Despite her excitement, Midnight shakes her head. You can't name yourself after a villain, you want to be a hero. Even if it's just a movie villain. Deflated, Ashido heads back to her seat to think of a new name. The general mood of the class deflates with her, and it took another moment for the next one to go up to present their name. Azui raises her hand. May I go next? Toshieks. Midnight calls on her. Yes, Sibu, come on up. She stands and goes to present her name. I've thought of this name a long time ago already. I'm the rainy season hero, Froppy. It's so cute. I like it, well done. Midnight coos. She adds, I think this is a great example. Everyone will love that name. The rest of 1A cheers and the excitement kicks back in, which has a lot of students present their names back to back. Next up is Kirishima, who proudly slams his board down and exclaims, I'm the sturdy hero, Red Riot. Oh, you're paying in homage to the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot? Midnight asks, intrigued. Yeah, he's my idol. Crimson Riot's so manly, the redhead pumps his fist at her. Midnight nods, I'll allow it. To which Kirishima whoops and jumps back to his seat. Izuku turns a bit red at the reminder of him and Kaken playing hero when they were in kindergarten. He'd always chosen a name that sounded painfully close to All Might, like Mighty Boy or Mighty Junior, just to name a couple of the less embarrassing ones. He doesn't really see the need for that anymore now. Kaken, to his knowledge, did that too when they were kids. He doubts he will think of a name like that again either. He overhears Jiro and Kaminari's conversation about her idea of naming him Jaminye. He gets excited at first, for how close this sounds to Hemingway, the famous author from centuries past. She completely deflates him with her chuckle, admitting it was in reference to his short-circuited mode. He pouts and Jiro apologizes, getting up to introduce her hero name to the class. I'm the hearing hero, Earphone Jack. EJ for short when I'm on a mission. Even thought of a code for her code name. I like it. Midnight approves. While Jiro moves back to her seat, Shoji gets up to quietly present his board. I'm the tentacle hero, Tentacle. Midnight wiggles her eyebrows, making an innuendo that falls on deaf ears as the multiple-limbed teen goes to sit back down. Ciro walks up and presents his board without much preamble, the tape hero, Cellophane. The heroine nods. I got a feeling like this one's gonna stick, she says with a wolfish grin. The lanky teen shoots finger guns at her that she returns while he goes back to his seat. The exasperated groans of several classmates go ignored. The next one is Ojiro. The martial artist walks to the lectern calmly, presenting his board and says, I'm the martial arts hero, Tailman. Before Midnight can even give her approval, he already goes back to his desk. The name is so underwhelming, she can't argue with it. The burly Sato goes up to the front next. I'm the sweets hero, Sugarman, he proclaims proudly. Midnight gives a thumbs up and quips, so sweet, I like it. Ashido takes over from there, bouncing back to present her new name, Pink Cooper. She immediately looks at Midnight for approval after yelling out the name, at which she receives a thumbs up as well. Peachy pink complexion, the heroine exclaims. But where did the Cooper come from? Ashido rubs the back of her neck. Bakugu calls me Raccoon Eyes, so I thought, why not just add that? The name Cooper comes from a video game that I loved playing as a kid. Well, if you don't mind it, I'll allow it. Midnight cheers and brightens Ashido's mood again. Happy, Ashido bounces back to her seat, satisfied that her second choice got a pass. A short lull of quiet conversations among the classmates ensues, where Midnight patiently waits for the next student to decide on a name for themselves. To her surprise, Kaminari comes up next, presenting his board. I combine the words, charge, and lightning bolt. I'm the stun gun hero, Charge Bolt. She even claps her hands quietly. Oh, I like what you did there. Approved. Midnight cheers. Beaming, the blonde heads back to his seat, sticking out his tongue at Jiro, who returns the gesture. Both have to laugh at that. The uniform representing Hagakure quickly goes up to present her name as well. I'm the stealth hero, Hikari. Midnight squints her eyes. Light? Are you sure this goes well with stealth? A quick flash of light blinds her for a second and she blinks the tears out of her eyes. If a uniform could look sheepish, that would be Hagakure right now. Sorry, Midnight Sensei. Turns out my quirk isn't invisibility, but light refraction. The natural state is making me invisible, but I can light up like a beacon if it is what I want. And I want to be a light to the people lost in the night, which is why I'll go underground after graduation, she explains. Aizawa opens one of his eyes at her declaration, looking pleased, not that any of his students noticed, or even know what that expression looks like on his face. Rubbing her eyes, Midnight nods. Alright, seems fair. I'll allow it. The uniform bows to her quickly and takes her board with her, back to her desk. The heroine is infected with excited energy, so she cheers again. Come on, class. Let's keep this going. Yaoyorozu is the next one to present her name, looking more uncertain than the rest of her peers. I hope I won't bring shame to this name, but I'll call myself the creation hero, Creati. Midnight claps her hands together. Creative. I approve. Shoto walks to the front next, passing Yaoyorozu on his way there and calmly puts his board down on the table. I'm Shoto. Your name? Are you sure this is okay? Midnight wonders, looking at him earnestly. He simply gives his okay and heads back to his seat. Even if he told Izuku, for whatever reason he had back at the festival, the rest of the class doesn't need to know his personal issues this closely. Tokoyami struts to the front with heavy steps. His face pinched in a serious expression, he declares, I'm the jet black hero, Tsukuyami. Once again, Midnight gives her approval with a quick exclamation of, oh, the god of the night. At this point, Almost all of Class 1A have chosen names. The next one to walk up to the front is Shinso. Quietly, he puts up his board and says, "I'm the puppeteer." After a few seconds of letting the name sink in, Midnight gives her thumbs up. "It's mysterious. I'll assume you will go underground as well?" He nods. "Yeah, my quirk only works as long as people don't know how it activates. I have some things in mind to bypass this problem, though." With a nod, she dismisses him and he heads back to his seat behind Izuku. While the greenette cheers a little at his friend for finding a cool-sounding name, Koda heads up next. He places the sign on the table silently and turns it a little to let Midnight read it out loud. "The petting hero, Anima. Got it and approved," she exclaims cheerily. The sheepish teen just heads back to his desk quickly, disliking standing in front of his class like this. Katsuki takes this opportunity to stomp to the lectern next, slamming down his board to growl out, "King Explosion Murder." Izuku can barely contain his snort and laughter at the face his friend is displaying. When Midnight butts in, "You probably shouldn't go for something so violent." The blonde snaps out, "Why the F not?" Before his teacher can answer, however, Kirishima calls out, "You should name yourself Explosion Boy or something." "Shut the F up, shitty hair," he yells back, grabs his board and rushes back to his seat angrily. Izuku can't help the chuckles that escape him. The glare that Katsuki sends over his shoulder doesn't help. "Kaken, why?" the greenette squeals out when he gets enough air in his lungs, trying to rein his laughter back in. Some angry growls are all the answer he gets when the blonde goes to erase his first name of choice. Meanwhile, Uraraka takes the stage, presenting her board. "I made this name up for myself, Uravity." Midnight claps. "It's stylish. You mixed your name with a reference to your quirk. Very clever." Relieved, the brunette heads back to her seat, happy that her name was approved of so easily. The heroine steps up to the lectern herself this time when nobody stands up. "Choosing your names is going more smoothly than I thought. We only have Bakug, who needs to think of another name dash, Ida and Midoriya left." A few moments of quiet conversation among the students pass, before Ida takes his board and heads to the front. When he places it down, he surprises. "Midnight, you're going for just your name as well?" The deputy class rep hums, "I couldn't think of a proper name just yet. I thought of it as a placeholder of sorts," he admits. "Alright, but try coming up with a proper name soon, okay?" she asks him and he accepts, heading back to his seat in front of Uraraka. Katsuki begins scribbling angrily when Midnight calls out, "Midoriya? Are you ready?" The teen jolts to attention and says, "Oh, yes, sensei," before standing up as well. He trudges over to the lectern, hesitating. This wasn't an easy decision, to be honest. "I always knew I wanted to become a hero, but back when I was a kid, I only ever referenced All Might." Izuku trails off, embarrassed to share this bit of his past so openly. The greenette takes a deep breath, stealing his resolve, "But I want to become my own hero, and I want my name to reflect me." Which is why Izuku raises his board. "I decided on this name. I'll be the leveling hero, gamer. Growing stronger with every mission and quest, to become the strongest." A few cheers and his own whoop accompany him back to his seat when Midnight gave her thumbs up, which leaves Katsuki for last. Izuku passes his desk and smiles at the new name his friend decided on. It fits his quirk really well. Said blonde stomps back up to the front unprompted, slamming his board down once more and yells, "Ground zero." Midnight snaps her fingers, like an impact site. Very fitting. With this out of the way, everyone is seated and has a fresh name to call themselves. Aizawa gets up from his place on the floor and peels himself out of his sleeping bag reluctantly. "Now that you all chose your hero names, we'll go back on topic with your internships. Like I mentioned before, you will go to a pros agency for a week. To decide on an agency, those that received offers will get their own lists to pick from. The rest of you will need to choose from a list of 40 agencies from all across Japan that are open for interns from UA. They all have different specialties and fields they work in," he explains. Midnight adds in as well, 13 for example would be focused on rescue operations as opposed to fighting villains. The tired homeroom teacher finishes, Think carefully about these criteria before you choose. With a short affirmative from the class, the two teachers hand out the lists before the bell rings. As soon as everyone had their lists, Aizawa adds, "You need to turn in your choices before the weekend. Keep that in mind." And the two teachers leave with the bell. In the back row, Shoto notices a certain agency's offer he's not quite pleased about. The nomination from Endeavor's agency makes him feel several different feelings he can't name. And it makes him uncomfortable. The day goes on without much incident, and before long, lunch rolls around. Ashido is sprawled across the table, the list of agencies that offered a place to her fairly short and fitting on one page. She whines, "Have any of you already decided where to go? I can't tell which of these offers would be best for me." Ojiro shrugs, "I haven't received any offers, so I guess my list is longer than yours. I can't really help you there." His tail idly curls and uncurls behind him, mindlessly flexing and stretching his muscles there. Achiko on the other hand approaches Izuku, who has his hands buried in Katsuki's hair again, the blonde oddly calm. High-speed muttering falls from the brunette's mouth. He probably doesn't even realize what he's doing. Achiko speaks up when she decides he won't notice her if she doesn't. "Hey Izuku." Startling out of his musings, the movement of his hands halt and he raises his eyes to the girl next to him. "Oh, Uraraka, what can I do for you?" Her eyes dart to Katsuki, whose eyes had opened to small slits, a disapproving frown on his brow. He doesn't interfere though, so she answers Izuku, "I was just wondering if you'd chosen an internship yet? You received so many offers, I thought it was going to be hard to decide, right?" He hums, lowering his gaze to the thick stack of paper in front of him. "Yeah, there are a lot. Even abroad. I already sorted those out. I don't want to leave Japan for a week-long internship. That sounds like a bit too much." Izuku explains. "Abroad?" She startles. Some of the offers were from the US, some from Europe. I think one even was from Russia, but like I said, not for an internship that'll only last for a week." He amends. Uraraka puts a finger to her chin in thought. "Well, I've chosen the battle hero, Gunhead." Now it's Izuku's turn to startle. "Gunhead? Isn't he a close combat fighter? What happened with your plans of becoming a rescue hero?" "Oh, nothing changed about that. But I want to get stronger, and I might get a new perspective when I intern with him. I think it'll benefit my future, even if I only learn a bit of hand-to-hand from him," she explains sheepishly. The brunette assumes a thoughtful expression. "To expand your skills and get a wider skill set, that's a good idea actually. I don't know who I'm going to intern with, since my quirk is so versatile already. Probably with an agency that has big areas of patrol, to learn as much as possible about the work around civilians. I'm not good at public speaking, so maybe an agency that focuses on the media." He dissolves into a mumble storm, combing his unoccupied hand through Katsuki's waiting hair absent-mindedly. His train of thought is once again derailed, when Uraraka speaks up once more. "I've been meaning to ask, why are you trembling like that?" Izuku looks up at her. He hadn't even noticed his body straining the way it did. "Oh, I've been holding myself with psychic sitting above my chair. I didn't even notice I started straining myself like this." Kirishima, who had been hovering around Siro's desk again, perks up at the mention of air sits. "Oh dude, that's so cool. You've been doing air sits for the whole class," he asks, bounding up to the freckled teen's desk. "I mean, technically no, since I've been using psychic, not my muscles." Izuku chuckles. The redhead waves it away. Man. Training is training, if it's your body or your quirk. For a lot of people, those two are even more interlaced with each other than yours. "Take Ojiro," he exclaims, pointing at the tailed teen, who perks up at the mention of his name. "What did I do?" the blonde asks across the room. Izuku answers for Kirishima. "He was just talking about quirks, sorry to interrupt." Ojiro waves the apologies away, "No problem," and gets back to his conversation with Ishido. Something on his list of offers catches Izuku's eye and he quickly pulls his hand from its place in Katsuki's hair. Before the blonde can protest, he gets up. "Sorry you too, I gotta talk to Shoto for a moment." He quickly passes Uraraka, who looks at his retreating back for a moment, before wondering out loud, what's gotten into him? The growl of an answer that escapes Katsuki startles her, not expecting to receive an answer, much less from the explosive blonde. It's probably something about the internships, and if he has to talk to Candy Cane, it's probably about his dumpster fire of a father, he says and gets up to follow his sunshine friend. Meanwhile, Izuku presents his proposal to Shoto, let's go to Endeavor's agency together. I'm sure you can learn something about your fire from him and I can help you with that too. And we can pester him for a week. He's so gonna regret offering us places in his agency. He giggles darkly, rubbing his hands together. The quiet teen, however, doesn't look as excited. I don't know, Midoriya. Is it really a good idea to hand myself to him like this, after rebelling over the course of my whole life? You're not handing yourself to him, don't you worry. I'm going to come with you and I'll make sure he gets that message. Izuku says with a huff. You need any help with that, nerd? Katsuki asks from behind him. The greenette pivots to look at his friend, Kaken. He offered a place to you too. Katsuki simply shrugs. Idiot's gotta have a death wish to ask all three of us to come to him. Endeavor collects quirks that have anything to do with fire in his agency. You with one of your forms, Midoriya, and Bakugu with his explosions. It makes sense he'd offer places to you too. Shoto explains. Izuku hums, that's another thing I'll have to teach him about apparently. Oh, but Kaken, I don't think all three of us should go there. We'll accidentally give him an aneurysm or something before the week is over. The blonde grunts, yeah, what a effing loss that'd be. Katsuki says, the words dripping with angry sarcasm. But fine. I'll go to Best Jeanist then. He's the next highest ranking hero that I got an offer from, he admits, turning to get back to his seat. He hears his friend bound after him, bidding goodbye to Candy Cane and dissolving into mutters about Best Jeanist's quirk and agency. After classes, when Aizawa released them to go home, Izuku and Katsuki are on their way out of the building. Curiously, Ida is missing from their little group. Uraraka voiced her concern about it already, which was met with understanding and agreement. Kirishima and Ishido weren't as upbeat about going home that day. Now that he's thinking about it, Izuku guesses that their friend had left so fast to get back to his brother. Tensei wasn't completely up and about again. He could walk, but he'd need some physical therapy to get back to running for hero work. Izuku decides not to tell his classmates about it. When he's alone with Katsuki though, he tells him what happened. Why the didn't you tell me sooner, Aizu? That's serious shit, the blonde asks, incredulous. The greenette looks sheepish, rubbing the back of his neck. It kind of didn't come up in conversation? And I don't want too many people knowing what I did. They might get the impression I can do that on a regular basis. With his anger simmering down, Katsuki grumbles, can't you though? A low chuckle escapes Izuku, no, Kaken. If I use my reserves up too often, I'm sure I'll lose my horns again. Same if I push myself too hard, like in the entrance exams. And these reserves take time to fill up again. You could damn well be a better doc than FING recovery girl. Katsuki scoffs. The shorter teen gasps, Kaken, you can't say that. Of course I can. You're the quirk nerd between us two. Compare your druid to her stupid quirk, the blonde demands. He quickly adds, but make it short, we're almost there. In short, recovery girl's quirk, heal, boosts the patient's natural healing process, speeding up the recovery at the cost of the patient's stamina. I think she could even kill a dude with that, if she lets them recover from a too big injury, leaving them without any strength to keep living. Druid. Uses the energy I've stored in my body and the energy that comes from nature to grant me the power of reforming lost cells. I think it can be compared to stem cells. I basically reformed Uraraka's leg back at the entrance exam, and a few months before that, I let someone regrow part of their intestines and their stomach and a lung. On top of that, I can't transmit any bacteria with my healing, making infections highly unlikely. There's also the possibility of healing some sicknesses, though none of our family ever grew terribly sick, so I never tried that. Katsuki nodded along to the whole mumble storm that escaped his friend, being one of the few people that understands the nerd when he goes at it like that. So, what do we conclude? He prompts, unusually soft. With a blush, Izuku looks up at him. That druid can do much more than heal? The blonde lays a hand on top of Izuku's head. That druid can do much more than heal. A whole fucking more. He emphasizes, pulling the green net against him. The rest of the way, which was no longer than 2 minutes, the two walk closely together, with Katsuki's hands slung around Izuku's shoulder. By the time they part ways at the Midoriya's door, Izuku closely resembles a strawberry with how bright his blush had gotten. He only manages a quick, meek wave in Katsuki's general direction before darting inside. The smile on the blonde's lips goes unnoticed. A couple weeks later finds Class 1A gathered at the train station. Aizawa brought all of their costume cases with him, handing them out one by one. Curiously, Shinso didn't stand in row with his classmates, instead standing a little off to the side with his case in hand. Their teacher goes over the general rules of the internships once more. Listen to the pro you're interning with. Don't wear your costumes out in public while not working, the likes. Once he dismisses his students to go and find their trains, Aizawa himself walks back out of the train station and Shinso trails after him. Izuku and Katsuki head over to Ida. The greenette is the first to greet the other teen and speak up. Hey Ida. So you're going to Hosu? He asks, suspicious. Hello Midoriya. Hello Bakugu. Indeed I am. I chose Manuel's agency to intern with. Tenya answers. Katsuki scrunches up his nose. Manuel? The guy that literally named himself the FING normal hero? With a chop motion of his arm, Ida visually interrupts Katsuki. Bakugu. It is highly unbecoming of a hero to use such language. Also, the name doesn't have to do with Manuel's hero work. He is a hero to be respected with what he does for Hosu. The two childhood friends share a look, before Izuku amends. I don't think that was what Kaken tried to say. But in any case, we should probably head to our trains now. We all have different lines to take, so I wish you guys the best. He smiles brightly. Ida bows deeply, saying his goodbyes to his classmates, and struts off towards the train he needs to board. Izuku and Katsuki also see each other off, the greenette waving animatedly until he couldn't see his friend anymore. They all depart from the train station, Ida headed for Hosu, Izuku on his train to Sagamihara and Katsuki on his way to Genius Office in central Tokyo. The shortest of the three arrives at his destination in the late afternoon. When he walks to Endeavor's agency, aided by his phone's directions dash, he's already giddy for the week to come. Izuku rounds the last corner, stopping before the skyscraper that houses the number 2 hero's agency. The big L above the entrance is a dead giveaway for that fact as well. Just like the other teen standing in front of the big glass doors, his gaze locked onto the top floors of the building. The 15Y015 Day 2 at UA 15 Start Work Studies. Strength 778. Agility 789. Endurance 557. Intelligence 899. Wisdom 789. Wit 668. Psychic 14, 60, 18, 48, 19, 76. Magus 14, 13, 17, 63, 19, 47. Druid Restoring 19, 85, 24, 29, 24, 72. Druid Mimicry 3, 79, 7, 009, 43. Warrior Tehance 10, 07, 12, 5014, 86. Warrior. Weapons. 3, 31, 5, 98, 7, 48. Izuku spots Shoto in front of Endeavor's agency. The taller but younger teen has his eyes fixed on the higher situated floors of the agency, his expression as blank as ever. The greenette stops beside Shoto, who speaks up quietly. I still don't know if this is the right decision. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm here with you. I will stick to your side like glue as long as your dad's around. If he does anything I don't approve of, I'll let him know. Izuku assures him. I visited my mom. Oh, isn't that a good thing? He asks, raising an eyebrow, even if his classmate has yet to lower his gaze. Shoto hums, we talked. And I realized that, as you said, he knows his way around fire. And he hesitates, and I don't. He is the number 2 pro hero, so he has to know one thing or another about how to do this right. I hope I can learn some things about judgment while I'm here. And about instinct, you seem to have plenty of that. He finishes and finally looks at Izuku. I will do my best, he answers. Do you think we should go in? The stoic teen shrugs, no time like the present. He says calmly and walks up to the front entrance of the building, triggering the automatic sliding doors and nodding at the woman behind the reception on the other side of the room. The room with its ridiculously high ceiling, mind you. The woman lifts her gaze at the approaching footsteps and her eyes light up. Todoroki-kun. And you have to be Midoriya. Welcome to Endeavor Agency. Let me call Burnin to show you around. Both teens nod and mumble quick thanks, before stepping away from the counter again to speak among themselves before the sidekick arrives. Shoto sets the volume by quietly asking, so which of your forms are you using at the moment? With a smirk, Izuku demonstrates instead of answering, ruffling his classmate's hair as if there was wind coming in from somewhere. The quiet teen turns his eyes upwards, trying to see what's going on with his hair, to no avail. That's another way of answering, I guess. Izuku chuckles lowly, trying to not catch the attention of any sidekicks nearby. Soon enough, a woman comes rushing into the lobby, with bright yellowish-green flames for hair. Hi Todoroki. Hi Midoriya. There you are, she calls out, stepping up to the two trainees with long strides. Hello, Burnin. Shoto answers in his usual tone. Good morning, Burnin. Izuku chirps with a smile. The sidekick nods, very well. I'm gonna go and show you guys around, before Bossman will take over. Come on you two, she calls, turns and struts away without looking if the two are following her. They share a quick glance and rush after the energetic woman, who shows them the indoor gym, the changing rooms, the offices, sleeping quarters and the lunch hall. With how big the agency is getting, they are already looking to hire some cooking staff, but the adjacent kitchen is not yet in use. While climbing all the floors, Izuku notices a trend of the building. Each and every floor has such high ceilings, he almost laughs. They are at least 7 to 8 meters high, which is simply ridiculous. All the rooms are also really empty. The few desks scattered around the open-plan office for the sidekicks have lots of room around them, and they only take up the center of the room really. From the outside, the skyscraper looks like it could house hundreds of offices. From the inside though, there are maybe 10 or 15 floors, the lobby included. Which is just a huge waste of material and vertical space in Izuku's opinion. Someone's compensating. Is all he can think about that. They finally arrive at the top floor. Similarly to some of the other floors they've been to, this one is also really open and really empty. The ceiling doesn't look as high as the other ones simply for the decorative beams that shape squares across the whole room. There's a couch and 2 armchairs placed around a long coffee table and a big, wooden desk off to the side, all placed on top of the gigantic carpet in the middle of the space. Sitting behind the enormous desk is the owner of the agency, Endeavor himself. He dismisses Burnin with a simple glare that seems to speak more than words could, and she leaves after patting both teens on their shoulders, a silent encouragement to face what's coming. Shoto, I am proud of you for choosing to intern with me. You have finally seen reason. The large man starts, but is interrupted by his masterpiece before he can get started properly. Me coming here has nothing to do with your influence, Endeavor. It was my choice to intern with the number 2 hero, to learn from his experience. Shoto says and scowls. Izuku simply watches the exchange for now, choosing silence for now. A silent war brews between the two Todorokis, the scowls on their faces dark and displeased. Before he can try and diffuse the situation, the pro speaks up, we're going on patrol after lunch. I expect you to be in your costume and ready in the lobby by 1. He says in a pointedly professional tone. Dismissed. Izuku follows Shoto and they both head to the elevator, not wanting to run down the stairs of half the building. They arrive at their desired floor and take seats at the lunch tables. From their backpacks, they get their bento boxes, to get lunch out of the way early. When they are done with their quiet lunch, the teens head down to the lobby to ask where their costumes had been put. The woman at the counter gladly provided them with the information, so now they are back in the elevator to go to the changing rooms. By the time they found their lockers, situated themselves, got their costumes and got changed into gear. It was already past 12, so they trudge back to the lobby together and sit down on one of the couches. They mess around on their phones, Izuku registering all of his classmates' contacts, which were provided to him by the group chat Tenya and Yamamo had created. They had named themselves like that, so he saved their contacts as such. Soon enough, he hears the elevator ping and raises his gaze, finding the flaming hero stepping out and approaching. Izuku elbows Shoto to catch his attention and nods in Endeavor's direction, at which they both get up and join the pro in leaving the building. The hero glances at Izuku, grunting, "You were not ordered to come with, Midoriya. You can stay here." With a quiet scoff, he immediately declines, "Shoto and I are both your interns. Whatever order you give to him, you're giving to me as well." A low growl escapes the man, but he chooses to try and ignore the greenette instead. Not long after, they all walk side by side across a plaza. Endeavor commands, "Midoriya, you go and see if there's anything wrong in that direction." Willingly, the smaller teen grabs Shoto's arm and pulls him along with no effort, the other following him without question. Disgruntled, Endeavor calls, "Shoto, what are you doing?" Izuku answers in his friend's stead, "You ordered your interns to investigate this way, so we are," sounding pleased in his matter-of-fact kind of voice. The hero growls once more, louder this time, and grunts, "Never mind. We're going this way." Undeterred, Izuku chirps an affirmative and lets go of Shoto, to jog up to Endeavor. Shortly after they continued down the path the agency laid out for them, Izuku had another idea, grinning with mischief, "Hey Endeavor." A quick glance is all the answer he gets, but he continues anyway, "Why do we need to patrol?" With a sneer, the hero reluctantly answers, "Patrolling is necessary to show the public that we care about their safety. To show the villains that we're present. To be there, should anything happen." Nodding along, the greenette repeats, "So to show presence, to shorten response time and for publicity." Interesting. A few minutes later, he asks again, "Hey Endeavor." This time, the pro doesn't even grace him with a glance, but his scowl twitches, so Izuku continues, "Why can't we wear our costumes out?" Endeavor growls out a deep sigh, but he answers eventually, "It's his job after all, and if he wants to topple All Might, he'd need to suffer through this, one way or another. A hero's costume is usually not just for show. It's equipped with support items to aid the hero with their quirk or help with drawbacks. The costume is also a way for the public to recognize a hero and differentiate them from others. So you don't just walk around willy-nilly in your costume for the heck of it," he explains. Izuku nods along once more. He knows all of this already, of course. He's just trying to annoy the hero a little bit. About halfway through their patrol shift, Izuku has another brilliant idea for a question to ask the hero, but he decides to put it off for some time longer, since he'd just portray himself as stupid if he did it now. Grinning with mischief, he notes that Shoto is giving him some glances that could either be in concern or curiosity. He doesn't react on it and keeps following Endeavor on the patrol. The sun is setting when they make their way back towards headquarters. Izuku can see the stupidly tall building from 3 blocks away, and decides it is time for his final question. He'd pestered the hero on and off for the whole afternoon, and this might just make the pro pop a vessel or something. "Hey Endeavor," Izuku calls in his sickly sweet tone that was repeated over and over through the day. Said hero slumps his shoulders a little with a defeated sigh, thoroughly fed up with this teen's annoying questions. Izuku looks up at the hero with big eyes, waiting for him to look down, and when he finally does so, he lets his grin widen impossibly, with his final question, "Are we there yet?" Endeavor snarls at him and Izuku sees a vein on his temple throb. He looks like he might just use his flashfire fist on the teen, but he closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. When he answers, his voice is strained with restraint, "You should be able to see the agency already, even from down there, so answer that question yourself." With a theatrical gasp, Izuku feigns offense, but he relents and doesn't keep talking. The hero did well so far. He didn't keep trying to split up his 2 interns and he didn't do anything to Shoto, so Izuku thinks this is enough for tonight. Izuku and Shoto head for the changing rooms once they are back at the agency, while Endeavor heads straight for the elevator to his office. After changing out of their costumes and back into everyday clothes, the teens get some snacks from the provided vending machines in the lunchroom and have a short dinner together. They head towards the sleeping quarters and split up in front of Izuku's door. "Hey, which room are you in?" the greenette asks, hand on the door handle. "The one down the hall." "Why are you asking?" Shoto inquires, monotone as ever. Izuku shrugs, "No reason." "Have a good night," he says and enters his room. Closing the door behind him, Izuku eyes the room. It's pretty sparse, as most rooms are in this building. There's a bed in the far left corner, a dresser placed at the right wall and a desk in front of the window on the opposite side of the room from where he's standing. His baggage has been put next to the dresser, so he rummages through his big yellow backpack and pulls out some pajamas. He changes once more and looks at the clock. It isn't terribly late yet, not even 8 p.m., so he decides to pick up his mattress with psychic and heads out of his room. At the end of the hall, there's one door exactly opposite to the stair entrance to the floor, and Izuku knocks. Just a few seconds pass and Shoto opens the door. He eyes Izuku with a questioning look, then lets his gaze wander over to the floating mattress behind the shorter teen. "Can I help you, Midoriya?" he asks in his quiet tone. With a big smile, the greenette answers, "You can let me in. I wanted to talk with you for a bit before we head to sleep. It was our first day, so why not?" "Sure, I guess. Come in." Shoto shrugs and steps out of the doorway to let his classmate in. This room is just as sparse as his own, even if it looks way more empty due to its sheer size. "Oh, your room is like double the size of mine," Izuku exclaims, setting his mattress down next to Shoto's bed. "I insisted to get a room in the agency. Endeavor didn't want me to stay here in the beginning. This room is the smallest he'd let me have," the quiet teen explains, trudging over to his bed to lay down. The two of them lay on their respective beds, enjoying each other's company while minding their own business. Izuku is on his phone, chatting up Kaken and asking about how his first day was. After catching up and joking around, Kaken bids him good night. He'd always been someone to go to bed early, to start his day bright and early. A short moment of contemplation later, Izuku summons up Kaden. "Good evening, Izuku. What can I help you with tonight? I want to distribute some of my QP. How many do we have in store at the moment?" "Do you expect?" He'd figured out how to properly speak coherent sentences in his mind, to hold conversations with his quirk without bothering the people around him. There are currently 1.249 QP available for distribution. He raises his eyebrows, surprised I haven't put down points in a while. "Okay, let's round up every form to the next round number first. 24 QP spent on Psychic, to reach score of 53 QP spent on Magus, to reach score of 28 QP spent on Druid, to reach score of 57 QP spent on Druid's Mimicry, to reach score of 14 QP spent on Warrior, to reach score of 52 QP spent on Warrior's Weapons, to reach score of Learn the Skill Potions LV1. 1.021 QP remain to be distributed. Wait, hold on, skill? Potions?" Izuku halts his thought process while reading the notification that popped up. "Do you want me to explain skills to you?" He thinks, exasperated. If Shoto looked at him right now, he'd probably be wondering if Izuku needed to use the bathroom with the troubled look painted on his face. Skills are separate abilities that can be learned by leveling certain aspects of your stats and forms. More skills can be unlocked as time goes on and upgrades are discovered. You can put QP into your skills to level them up. To upgrade a skill from LV1 to LV2, 10 QP are required. To upgrade a skill from LV2 to LV3, 25 QP are required. Every other upgrade will require the previously spent amount of QP times 2. So to upgrade a skill from LV3 to LV4, 50 QP are required, and so on. Alright. Skills then. What about the one I just learned? Izuku asks. You have learned the skill potions LV1, which allows you to produce a water-based liquid from your stored Druid reserves that can heal small cuts and bruises. Upgrading this skill will result in more potent liquid. Trying to process all of this information, Izuku takes a deep breath. He notices Shoto glancing at him as a result, but neither of the teens say anything, going back to what they were doing. Izuku continues, all right. Upgrade potions to LV5, please. 185 QP spent on the skill potions to upgrade from LV1 to LV5. The skill potions LV5 can produce liquid that is potent enough to heal up shallow flesh wounds and negate infections. 836 QP remain to be distributed. Good. Put 300 QP into mimicry and 300 QP into weapons, please. Izuku thinks and does the math in his head before he continues and split the rest between psychic, magus, and warrior. That should leave 2 QP. He feels Caden doing as he asked and sees the notification pop into view. 78 QP spent on psychic. 78 QP spent on magus. 300 QP spent on druid's mimicry to reach score of 78 QP spent on warrior. 300 QP spent on warrior's weapons to reach score of 2 QP remain to be distributed. With his mind at rest at his QP spent, Izuku bids Shoto a good night, which is returned quietly before both of the teens go to sleep in their respective beds. Katsuki doesn't know how to process this. When he'd arrived at Genius Office, Best Genius Agency, he didn't think he'd get shoved into practically skin-tight jeans and into a chair he's bound to by the pro's Quirk at the moment. Admittedly, he tried to show how much better than the other sidekicks he already is by demonstrating his quirk, which already got him tied up in fibers. His loudmouth, as Izuku would call it, had gotten him into his current constrainment. Tied to a chair, with the strict pro behind him and a comb going painfully through his stubborn hair. I have to admit, Bakugo, I don't like you. I know you only chose to intern here, because I'm placed 4th in the rankings. Your attitude is much too sour, even if you're as talented as you are. Personally, I wouldn't hire you as a sidekick because of this. Gina says, pulling at the blonde strands to try and get them to stay combed over. Katsuki doesn't answer, just growls at the words. He knows this. Izuku had told him since they were little. Cussing won't get him anywhere in the pro-hero world. He grinds his teeth. He'd been cussing and cursing since he learned the words from listening to his mother. Changing that seems like a life task to him. But not to worry, Bakugo. I will transform you. I will help you become the exemplary hero I know you can be. By the time your internship with me is over, civilians will know you for your good deeds, not for the bad-mannered and cursing ball of anger you are now, the hero finishes. The pulling and combing stops, while the threads that tied him to the chair return to the clothes they belong to and Katsuki carefully stands up. His scalp throbs painfully, but he doesn't dare rub it, lest he destroys what Best Jeanist did and make the hero start over. Best Jeanist steps up in front of the teen. I will teach you how to present yourself as a proper hero. For now, we'll go out on patrol, he declares, turning to leave the room. Come along. Seething and greatly regretting his choice of agency to intern at, he reluctantly follows his superior. Out on the streets, Katsuki trails behind Best Jeanist, quietly stewing in his ire. The question Jeanist throws at him catches him off guard. Why do you think we patrol? The teen clicks his tongue, so we can beat up any villains on sight. He growls lowly. With a heavy sigh, the hero shakes his head. Wrong answer. He says and stops in his track, resulting in Katsuki stopping as well. We as heroes need to give the civilians around us the peace of mind that if anything happens, the heroes will handle it. So they can feel safe and go about their days normally. Best Jeanist explains to his intern. That's when a few high-pitched shrieks startle the student, who spins around, spotting a few kids pointing at him. Thinking that they recognize him from the sports festival, he heaves a sigh. Their next words feel like a spear. Isn't that the guy from that slime villain thing a few months ago? With a shout, Katsuki scares the kids to tears. He feels Best Jeanist's disapproving glare on his back, as if it burned him. So, with a strained sigh, Katsuki reels his anger back in and steps up to the brats. They tremble, scared of what the angry teen might do to them, but the blonde bends over at his waist to be closer to eye level with them and speaks up more calmly, though not without a growl in his voice. Listen up, what I did back then was buying time to come up with a plan. Sometimes, a hero has to think of a strategy before trying to fight a villain, so that's what I did. Got it? With tears in their eyes, the kids quickly nod. At the squint Katsuki gives them, they yell a quick, "We're sorry," before darting the other way. Katsuki stands up straight again and scoffs, not noticing his superior shaking his head in exasperation. Later, after patrol and dinner, Katsuki lays in his bed in the agency's quarters. It's pretty early, so none of the sidekicks have gone to bed yet. That's when his phone dings with a new message notification. He picks it up, finding a text from Izuku, checking in and asking how his first day went. Collision. Oh, you know how it is, nerd. You mean you shouted a lot and Genist was not amused? Laughing face. Katsuki scoffs. Collision. Genist hates my guts, I tell you. Said he'd never hire me as a sidekick, 'cause he doesn't like my cursing. I know you don't want to hear this, but I told you that since we were little. With a groan he types his response. Collision. Yeah, get off my case already. Got recognized on the street again as well. Stupid brats were talking about that FING slime villain again. Right. I think I'll ask All Might if he knows what happened to that guy. I annoyed Endeavor so much on patrol, I could see his blood vessels on his temple. D. Katsuki snorts. Leave it to Izuku to ask so. Many questions, anyone would get annoyed. Pair that with the number 2 pro, who is not known for his patience, and you're bound to get a fun result. Collision. Wanna bet he wanted to punt you across the street? I'm not doubting that. He looked so sad, I was scared he'd flash fire fist me 7 ways to Sunday. He has to snort again, rolling onto his side to relieve his neck and elbows from the weird position he was in with laying on his stomach. Collision. You know that sounded way wrong, right? It took him a moment, but soon enough Izuku blows up his phone with messages. What? Kaken. You know that's not what I meant. He can't even keep the chuckle in at this outburst. Collision. Don't act all flustered. I know you're not even blushing. And Katsuki knows he's right, even before the reply reaches his phone. Shut up. Oh, it's getting late. I'll let you go to sleep now. With a smile, Katsuki types his reply before Izuku can go offline. Collision. It's fine, nerd. But thanks. Good night. Good night, Kaken. The next day, Izuku and Shoto were put on scan duty, which means they have to dig through dusty archives of paperwork and enter the data on the sheets into a digital system that apparently, and conveniently for Endeavor, can't read handwriting. The 2 classmates were provided with little laptops, and they've spread out over the ground in the archive room that nobody entered in what might have been months. Around lunchtime, the 2 had respectively worked through 3 boxes worth of closed cases, entering names of suspects, victims, witnesses and the criminal responsible for the report, as well as dates and code of the committed crime. By now, Izuku had memorized the list of the crimes and their respective codes. Izuku stretches, cracking his shoulders and back that had gone stiff with his position on the floor. Hey, Shoto. The quiet teen looks up from the file he has in his hands. Do you know what time it is? Izuku questions with a wide grin. Shoto blinks, then answers flatly, lunchtime. Aside from that, it's also prank time. The smaller teen sing-songs, setting his now locked notebook aside to jump onto his feet. He scratches around his horns, having chosen Druid for the day, since he'd need to save up some energy to try out his new skill. The other teen looks at him, then sets the files aside, locks his notebook as well and gets up to stretch his legs and back. What did you have in mind? Izuku hums, maybe some classics. Today's theme will be phones, he grins. With a nod, Shoto steps around the piles of folders on the floor and towards the door. Can we have lunch first, though? Of course, is the cheerful answer, and the 2 of them head for the lunchroom. With their stomachs filled, Izuku looks at his empty glass. A thought strikes him and he pulls the container up in front of him. He speaks out loud, to keep Shoto in the loop of what he's doing at the moment. Hey Kaden. What can I do for you, Izuku? How much stored energy would it take to fill half of this glass? He asks and raises one of his hands above it. Considering this glass can contain 330 milliliters, 165 milliliters of the skill potions LV5 would take up about 1/10 of your currently stored energy. With a nod, Izuku commands, then fill half of this glass up with a potion please. Not a second after he'd finished talking, The palm of his hand starts glowing the same way it does when he uses his quirk to heal something, albeit with a more intense green hue. A white liquid runs down his palm and drips off into the glass underneath his hand. He inspects it running along his skin and collecting in the glass, noting how the liquid seems to be more viscous than water, but not by much. The potion is also glowing green, similar to depictions of radioactive things, only applied to milk in this case. The glass quickly fills up to about half full, where Izuku's hand stops spilling the liquid, the rest of it clinging to his hand that had stopped glowing. Izuku wipes his hand on his napkin, then picks up the glass to smell the potion. It smells a little bit like freshly cut grass and pine needles with a trace of rivers in a forest. He eyes Shoto, who just observes everything with his ever-passive gaze. "Are you feeling sick? Any injuries?" Izuku asks. A shake of his head is all the answer Shoto gives. Then Izuku turns to the sidekicks that are scattered around the other tables of the lunchroom. He raises his voice a little, to make sure everyone can hear him. "Is anyone feeling sick? Or does someone have a bit of an injury?" Several of the people look around themselves, very obviously not feeling sick or injured. One hand raises, though, "I'm feeling a bit under the weather, but not really sick." "That's more than enough, thank you." Izuku smiles and gets up to walk over to the sidekick. Upon closer inspection, the teen recognizes Anima, one of the sidekicks that has been employed by Endeavor the longest, along with Burnin and Kido. He offers up the glass. "Here, I discovered a new part of my quirk. This stuff is a potion I can create. It's supposed to heal small sicknesses and wounds." Anima takes the offered beverage, eyeing the glowing content. "Are you sure it's safe to drink?" Izuku smiles. "When I heal someone, my hands glow green, so I suppose this applies to the potion as well." "Meaning yes, it's safe to drink." The man takes a whiff of the liquid, noting a pleasant smell, then puts the glass to his mouth and empties the contents in one go. He hums, "Doesn't taste half bad. A bit like lemons, I think." To Izuku's surprise, Anima's whole body seems to glow green for a moment. The man looks at his hands, then at Izuku, but the moment is over as suddenly as it came. So, do you feel better?" the teen asks. Anima still looks a bit startled, but answers, "Yeah, I am." "That feeling was weird, whoa." "What feeling?" Izuku quickly inquires. The man hums, "It felt maybe like a cold shiver down my back, but with pins." "And needles? Not painful?" "Surprising." Nodding and with one hand to his chin, Izuku takes the feedback in. "But hey, I feel good. Really good, actually. That stuff is better than any energy drink." "Thanks, Midoriya," the sidekick says, overjoyed with the effects of Izuku's potion. With a smile, the teen retorts, "You're very welcome. It was really helpful to hear your thoughts on it as well, so thank you for that." Trudging back over to his and Shoto's table, Izuku can't hold back his big grin. The raised eyebrow he receives from his classmate upon sitting down makes him rub the back of his neck. Seems to work fine. He clarifies. Shoto nods and finishes the rest of his lunch. On their way back upstairs to continue with their work on the dusty files in the archive, Izuku nudges Shoto with his elbow and gestures to the stairs, where he takes the lead into running up, towards Endeavor's floor. "Midoriya, what dash?" Shoto starts, but Izuku puts a finger over his own mouth to tell his classmate to stay quiet. Then he points up and winks. When they arrive on the top floor that contains only Endeavor's office, Izuku quickly heads over to the hero's desk, thanking his lucky stars that the man doesn't seem to be here. He takes up the phone and dials a number. Once he's done with his call, Izuku hangs up. Next, he takes a small container out of his back pocket, which he had prepared since this morning, opens it and spreads a generous amount of the contents on the earpiece of the receiver. He puts the phone back into place and quickly darts back to Shoto, who had been waiting at the staircase. With a wide grin that bears an uncanny resemblance to Katsuki's, Izuku pulls Shoto along, back downstairs. On the floor they are supposed to be in, they enter the elevator instead and ride it down into the lobby. Izuku tells the lady behind the counter, Miss Tendo, she told him to call her Kasumi Dash, about his plan, and she shakes her head at his antics. After a moment's hesitation, she agrees and Izuku darts back to the elevator, still pulling a confused Shoto along. They continue with their archive work, as if nothing ever happened. Shortly after lunchtime, Izuku can hear heavy footsteps approaching. He nudges Shoto with his foot, nodding towards the door when the quiet teen lifts his gaze, and gestures to his ear to sign that he can hear something. Not a second later, Endeavor slams the door open and the classmates silently eye him and wait for him to say something. The room heats up considerably after just a few short moments of silent seething on the pro-hero's part, the flames on his shoulders and in his face brightening and dimming with each breath. Who was it? Feigning innocence, Izuku blinks and tilts his head to ask, who was what? Endeavor growls, then turns his head to show that his ear and half of the left side of his face is covered in black something. Shoto deadpans, I don't know what you're talking about. Someone thought it was fun to put some sort of waterproof color on the receiver of my office's phone. Which one of you was it? The hero asks, barely hanging on to the rest of his quickly dwindling patience. The two teens share a look, then both shrug at him, as Izuku answers, we were here the whole day, aside from lunch that we spent in the lunch hall. You can ask Onima, he tested my first ever potion for me. Seeing that he won't find a definitive culprit here, Endeavor shoots both of them a pointed glare, then turns and slams the door on his exit. Izuku listens to his steps retreat, then the distinctive ding of the elevator. He only starts laughing when he hears the doors close, quickly running out of breath. It takes several minutes for him to calm down enough to be able to talk again, in which Shoto simply resumed his work on his part of the files. As soon as he caught his breath, he wipes the tears out of his eyes and smiles at Shoto. My God, you're so good at not cracking up at his misfortune, I gotta say. Pausing in his typing, the younger of the two raises his gaze once more, a small smile present on his face. When he said it was waterproof, I almost smiled. You really have the weirdest ideas, Midoriya. Oh yeah, that reminds me, Izuku perks up, if I'm supposed to call you Shoto, you're going to call me Izuku, okay? The greenette says with a smile, his glowing eyes sparkling with mirth. With a small nod, Shoto accepts, alright, Izuku, he says, testing the name on his tongue. The two of them get back to work, diligently entering the wretched files into the digital system. They both were given 7 boxes to go through, 3.5 of which they were finished with before lunch. When they start on their last assigned boxes of files later into the afternoon, they hear the signature stomps of Endeavor approaching once more. Izuku can't suppress the small giggle that escapes him before the pro barges into the room, with a stack of boxes piled on one of his gigantic hands. Oh, there's pizza? Izuku chirps, a bit louder than necessary, on purpose so the sidekicks in the office adjacent to the archive hear him as well. A few surprised calls of pizza echo through the big, mostly empty room that makes up the office, further darkening the scowl on Endeavor's face. Endeavor's partially blackened face. The pro can't even start the tirade that looms above his two interns, before all of his sidekicks trip over each other to get a slice. Luckily for them, there's more than enough for all of them and then some. And it was ordered for cash on DLVI. So Endeavor had to pay this mound of pizza boxes, without knowing who ordered them and why. And they hadn't exactly been cheap. With all the pizza distributed, no thanks to the grouch carrying the food, the hero eyes his two interns, both of them quietly looking at him while munching on their own pieces. He looks like he wants to say something, his anger coloring his face red in stark contrast to the black that's still stuck to the side of his face. Endeavor turns, though, and stomps away as angrily as he had arrived. He didn't even close the door behind him, making Izuku cackle once he's out of earshot. The teens finish their pieces of pizza, then finish up with their work on the archive files. Afternoon quickly turns into evening, finding the teens in Shoto's room once more. Izuku has another idea for today. Back in Endeavor's office, as many people do, he'd plainly written down personal phone numbers. His own mobile device included. So Izuku was having a field day. He'd asked multiple of his classmates to ring that number and they were keeping him up to date on his prank. Especially Katsuki, who was originally upset to be excluded from the internship at the number 2 Heroes agency. The blonde had already called Endeavor 6 times with suppressed caller ID, 2 of which were even answered to get him to stop. To Izuku's surprise, Katsuki seemed to be having more fun with this than anyone else he'd asked, namely Kaminari, Uraraka, Ashido and Kirishima while Kirishima hadn't gotten the opportunity to do anything. Fourth kind was a hero who meticulously watched what his interns were up to, after all. But the reports from Kaminari and Ashido made him cackle with delight, saying they'd called and hung up before anyone could answer, sent messages that looked like they came from a bot, receiving more and more agitated replies. Before long, his classmates sadly tell him they aren't receiving any replies anymore and their calls aren't being answered either. That's when Izuku hears heavy footsteps down the hall. Sure enough, Endeavor's voice booms through the floor, along with heavy knocks on the door to Izuku's assigned room. Midoriya, the hero bellows. A beat of silence. Then more heavy knocks. Midoriya, answer. I know you're behind this, he growls. Sleepily, both Izuku and Shoto walk over to the door of the room they're occupying. Endeavor? What is it? Said Pro swivels his head in surprise, spotting the green bush of hair he so resents next to the dual-colored head of hair that belongs to his masterpiece. Shoto, what is the meaning of this? Endeavor yells, turning to stomp towards the two teens. The meaning of what? The teen asks nonchalantly. The hero stops in front of the interns, glaring down at them. He gestures to the teen that hasn't done anything but agitate him. What is he doing in your room? Izuku butts in. We're having a sleepover. These rooms are so stupidly big and empty, we thought it would be nice. Endeavor pointedly ignores him, repeating his question. What is he doing in your room? The quiet teen eyes his father, blinking slowly. You should see a doctor, Endeavor. I think there might be something wrong with your ears. Izuku just told you what he's doing here. A noise escapes the smaller teen, making Endeavor glare down at him, but he doesn't see the mirth in Izuku's eyes because of his perspective. You have your own room for a reason. Shoto. For what exactly? So he doesn't infect me with teenager? He shoots back with a deadpan stare. Izuku is having a hard time keeping his laughter in check. Shoto is really going for it right now. The two Todorokis stare each other in the eyes, a silent battle raging while the temperature around them rises considerably. Feeling the need to de-escalate the situation, Izuku chirps, Come on, Shoto. Let's get to sleep, it's late. Not taking his eyes off of his father's, the other answers, Yeah. Let's do that. Slowly they retreat into the room and close the door, all while Endeavor is still glaring at them, a burning disapproval in his eyes. Izuku bounds over to his mattress, quickly grabs his phone and lets all of his friends know to abort mission for tonight. He has to suppress a giggle at Ashido's, Busted, and Kaminari's, it was just getting fun. Wishes them a good night and does the same with Katsuki, who's probably already asleep anyways. Shoto and Izuku mutter quietly to each other for a little while longer, talking about plans for the following day and Izuku reassuring Shoto that he won't leave the latter's side in presence of his dad. He'd become a raft for Shoto to stay afloat. And he'd gladly stay this steady force for his friend, as long as he needs it. Come next morning, both interns are put on support duty for dispatch, meaning they follow other sidekicks around the agency to watch how they handle the background of the missions. Calls from the local police who request hero backup, calls from other agencies with requests for cooperation and such. Also paperwork. So much paperwork. But alas, Izuku sticks to his work and helps where he can, always keeping an eye out for his friend and his angry father to step in, should anything go awry. Today's form is psychic, and it helps a lot with the tasks he's given throughout the day. Carrying multiple stacks of files and reports without having to drop anything he's holding is just one of the things he appreciates about his mother's side of his quirk. The other is being able to fly. Because who doesn't dream of flying? Shoto sticks to Onima's side for the day, learning about different forms to fill out and some of the programs the agency uses to keep track of everything. There is a lull in action today, so there's no urgent matters to tend to. Meaning Izuku has time for himself. Meaning he will try and show Endeavor that fire quirks aren't the pinnacle of evolution as he seems to think. Meaning more pranks are due to happen. At the moment, while Shoto is busy with his work with Onima, Izuku uses psychic in a way he hadn't tried yet. Similar to cupping one's hands to catch water, He concentrates on his quirk and carries a bucket worth of the liquid around the agency. Different to the slime villain, water is actually really difficult to carry around without losing any of it. The tiled floors are bound to get super slippy once wet, a fact Izuku is counting on for his next plan. But he doesn't want anyone to slip without him around, so he makes sure the floor behind him is as dry as it was when he came by. At an intersection of hallways, where he knows Endeavor will come by before lunch, Izuku slowly lowers the water and spreads it around the corner. He makes sure to only put it on the tiles and not the grout between them, so the pro won't see the wet floor from afar. With his plan set, he goes to hide around a different corner to wait for his target to come by. Not even 10 minutes later, he can already hear the telltale stomps and moves to put his plan into action. Counting on the hero to ignore him the way he always did, when he didn't try reprimanding Izuku for all the things the team did so far, the pranks couldn't be tied to him and the annoying questions from day one can be chalked up to him being a hero student. Izuku passes by him innocently. The second Endeavor reaches the wet tiles, Izuku turns around and catches the hero flailing his massive arms while one of his feet slips forward and the other slips backwards. Quickly, not meaning to actually hurt anyone, Izuku takes hold of the pro with Psychic. Hovering in the air, Endeavor feels his irritation rise. The little menace that calls himself Midoriya sets him down and he glares at the boy. Not even flinching, said teen speaks up, "How about a thank you, Endeavor?" "What for?" the hero barks. Izuku hums, "Let me think. Maybe for saving you a trip to the hospital?" he answers calmly. The flames on the pro intensify, and he growls, "Why would I need to thank you for doing your job? Usually people thank heroes for doing their job. You know, common sense? But I suppose a normal person doesn't torture their kids and calls it training." Izuku drawls, while Endeavor seems to get more and more angry by the second. How dare this pipsqueak speak of things he knows nothing about? Undeterred, Izuku continues, "You have to admit though, had I used Magus here, I wouldn't have caught you. You might even have gotten a concussion had you landed on your head." Seething, the hero tries keeping his anger locked in place, grinding out, "What are you trying to say?" as he squints at the greenette. "Oh, nothing much. Just that fire is only good for so much. Imagine being called to a burning building. What can you do, aside from adding to the flames? I'll just assume you've at least got some semblance of heat resistance so you could very well get people out, but aside from that, you and most of the sidekicks you hire have quirks that have something to do with fire and heat. Usually, heroes will get themselves some sidekicks that can support or complement them, getting a balance between all their abilities. But you? What is it with you and your obsession with fire?" Izuku wonders, genuinely curious for Endeavor's reasons. Breathing heavily to keep his outburst suppressed, the hero glares daggers the small teen. With a pointed huff, he turns and watches his step while leaving, stomping away into the direction he was headed originally. With a shake of his head, Izuku switches over to Magus, quickly drying the floor so nobody else will slip. Then, after going back to Psychic, he continues with his day. He already has a new plan forming in his mind, which gets put into action in the afternoon. Izuku had collected every bucket he could find in the building, which surprisingly haven't been many, filled them all with water and placed them on top of doors he left slightly ajar. To make sure only Endeavor would fall victim to this, he only trapped the doors in his line of sight to be able to catch the bucket should anyone but the pro come through. Luckily for him, the man didn't keep him waiting for long. He steps through the door, unsuspecting of anything being amiss. Right that second, the bucket on the door topples and spills its contents on the flaming shoulders of Endeavor. One of the flames even sizzles out, be it from the water itself or from the disbelief of this really happening. The room falls dead silent, all eyes on the half-extinguished number 2 hero. For a few seconds, nobody moves. But then, Izuku can't suppress his chuckle any longer. Once he started, Shoto even breaks into a small smile, while one by one the sidekicks also join in with their own subdued chuckles. Endeavor starts steaming, evaporating the water on him in record time. A vein on his temple gets more and more pronounced by the second, when Izuku finally finds it in him to talk again. "Hello, Endeavor. Can we help you with something? He asks through damped laughter. I came here to get Shoto for a patrol. But I just decided you'd stay in the office for the rest of the day instead. Endeavor answers through grit teeth. Okay. Shoto says with obvious mirth in his voice, surprising Izuku. Green eyes meet mismatched blue and gray, the former lighting up with glee. Endeavor walks through the office room, heading for the elevator. In his rage, he doesn't notice that the door he's headed for is also trapped, so when he rips the door open, there's another bucket spilling its contents over the pro. The chuckles from before had almost subsided, but at this renewed instance they picked back up. The steam billowing off the hero grows thicker with the rising heat of his anger, but he shakes it off and stomps to the elevators quickly. Izuku cackles, my god, I think I need to take the other buckets down or he'll bring me hell or something. Shoto smirks at him, yeah, you'd better. You won't like it when he actually loses it. The shorter teen eyes him, noting the look in those mismatched eyes that speaks of experience. After a moment's hesitation he nods and gets to putting away the few untipped buckets, before they could be set off onto someone else's head. Later that day, in the evening, Izuku and Shoto are hanging out in their respective beds in Shoto's room. As the day before, Izuku texts his friends to ask about their days. Tonight he also asks the rest of his classmates to check in and see if they're all doing good and having fun with their internships. The answers are mixed and he's worried about the curt answers he's receiving from Ida, but he tries not to worry about it too much. After wishing everyone good night, smiling at the replies he'd expected and telling Shoto to sleep well, he sets his phone aside to go to sleep. Eijiro Kirishima had chosen the chivalrous hero, fourth kind to intern with, for several reasons. The first should be obvious, being called the chivalrous hero. Fourth kind teaches and practices exactly those values that Eijiro treasures so much. Honor, bravery, courteousness and honesty. All very manly things to keep close to. The second reason is that Eijiro needs to learn more about hand-to-hand combat. The most he's doing at the moment is hardening himself with his quirk to block any incoming attacks and try to land some hits of his own. All without form or any real training. So to train with someone with 4 arms, he gets to learn lots of things about dodging. But fourth kind wouldn't be the hero that he is without being able to teach him how to land a hit of his own without sacrificing his cover for it. Form, agility, and resilience. What Eijiro didn't expect before stepping inside of the building was finding another UA student there. Tetsu was taken in as an intern as well, much to their mutual surprise. Tetsu and Eijiro quickly hit it off, however. Despite feeling a little weirded out about how similar they are, they do value the same traits and came to train and learn under fourth kind. Fourth kind was anything but kind to them from the start. He taught them proper manners, made them prepare his office for clients and reprimands them for their mistakes. The lukewarm tea fiasco is a thing nobody will ever talk about again. The patrols they had with the pro were very informative, learning about their image to the civilians being as important as showing presence for any villains and criminals out there. So, to put it into Eijiro's words, don't worry, we'll handle it, for the civilians and a watch out and behave, for the criminals. When Izuku texted him one evening, asking him to prank call and text a certain number that, of course isn't Endeavor's number or anything, he did so with a smirk even while out on patrol. Tetsu made him put his phone away quickly, because should fourth kind notice, they're in for a punishment for sure. One day later, he receives another text of the Greenette, this time asking him about his internship. He only gets the opportunity to look once he and Tetsu return from their patrol, though. After cleaning up and changing into loungewear for the evening, he takes out his phone. Izuku 4-leaf clover. Hey Eijiro. How are things over at fourth kinds? Evening, Izuku. They're great. Tetsu is here as well. Though we agreed I'd only call him Tetsu, because his full name is a tongue twister. Izuku 4-leaf clover. Tell him hi from me. Laughing face. Hey Tetsu. Eijiro calls over the lockers to where the other teen is currently getting out of the showers. Yeah, comes the reply. Midoriya says hi, he says, and his schoolmate is quiet for a moment. A second later, Tetsu comes around the wall of lockers, a towel in his hair to dry it. That's the first place from the festival, right? With a nod, he confirms and his new friend shrugs, say hi to him from me too. He says hi back. Laughing face. Izuku 4-leaf clover. Laughing face. So, any news? You only said it's great at your internship. Well, we just got back from patrol. Fourth kind's really cool, his title really fits him. I already learned a bit more about hand-to-hand from him. Tetsuto. Izuku 4-leaf clover. Oh cool. You really should train with Ochako once we're all back. She's learning with Gunhead, so I bet you can swap some tips. Ochako? Izuku 4-leaf clover. Uraraka. The girl with the gravity quirk. Izuku 4-leaf clover. Yeah. She wants to broaden her arsenal, so she interns with a close-quarters combat specialist. I guess I'll hit her up on that once we're all back. Thanks, man. Izuku 4-leaf clover. No problem. Oh, and you can call me Izuku if you want. Most of the others do by now to... Okay, but only if you call me Ijiro. We're going to dinner, text you later. Izuku 4-leaf clover. Actually, we're in bed already. So good night for now. Kidoki. Good night. Doing as he said, once Tetsu was done drying off and dressing, they headed for dinner in the agency's canteen. Ochako Uraraka knew her internship would be hard. She'd intentionally chosen an agency that she would learn new things with, considering she wants to have a wide variety of abilities by the time she graduated. But admittedly, learning hand-to-hand combat was hard work. Not that she expected it to be easy, of course. The battle hero, Gunhead, is a great teacher. He shows her the flow of movements to imitate, then go over it multiple times before she would have to either practice it on a dummy, a sidekick, or Gunhead himself. And it was great. But she was sore after her first day. Proud of making progress that Gunhead encouraged her after and praised her for improving in leaps and bounds, she fell dead asleep the first night at the agency's night quarters. Still sore, but freshly invigorated and pumped with breakfast and determination, Ochako accompanied Gunhead on her first official patrol. Surprisingly, due to him definitely not looking the part, Gunhead is a very friendly and upbeat person. He jokes around sometimes when he's not cheerily explaining things about the hero industry. Patrols, paperwork, cooperations, all the things you don't often see in your day-to-day life. And he's really good at explaining it all as well. After their patrol ended and lunch was over, Gunhead drilled her and some other sidekicks in his dojo. This time, Ochako wasn't instructed directly, rather Gunhead showed them all movements and forms they were supposed to copy and he corrected anyone that needed it. While doing so, the brawny pro reflexively used adorable speech patterns and poses and Ochako had to commit everything to memory. Because what the hell, why is this grown, buff man this adorable? That evening, she receives Izuku's message, checking in with everyone to see how they're all doing. After being startled and embarrassed by Gunhead's commentary on her using her phone before practice officially ended, she concentrated back on the chat. Izuku Midoriya Broccoli. Good evening Uraraka. How's your internship with Gunhead? Balloon. Hi Izuku. I'm sore. The laughing emojis she receives for that make her smile at her phone. Balloon. But really, Gunhead is great. I'm learning so many things. Izuku Midoriya Broccoli. That's great. What is he teaching you? Balloon. Lots of things about hand-to-hand, it's his specialty after all. And the reason why I came here. So, Izuku Midoriya Broccoli. That's true. I heard really cool things about how he invented his own fighting style that takes inspiration from judo, neon jujitsu and aikido to disarm and subdue his opponents quickly and efficiently without hurting them too much. Oh sorry Urark. I'm rambling. Balloon. Oh no, it's fine. You can call me Ochako if you want, by the way. And yes, I've been learning several grabs and parrying moves these last days. Izuku Midoriya Broccoli. I'll try. This is so cool. You have to show me some when we're all back. She giggles at his eagerness, happy to be on first-name basis with him now. On her way to a late dinner, she continues chatting with him a bit more. Balloon. I guess I can do that. Just don't expect too much, I'm a terrible teacher. Izuku Midoriya Broccoli. I'm sure your instructions will be great. Shoto and I will be heading to bed early. Endeavor seems to have something important to do tomorrow. Balloon. I'll be going to bed soon too. So good night and see you later. Gunhead startles her once more while passing behind her with his own food in hand. Oh? Are you texting with your boyfriend? He chuckles, putting one hand to his cheek. She stammers, boyfriend? Izuku isn't my boyfriend. The first place of the festival, HM? Well, you got good taste, he says in a matter-of-fact kind of way. No, I mean it, we're just friends. Interested in someone else. She admits with a huge blush. The pro gives her a once-over and decides to let it slide, noticing her discomfort. All right, let's go eat and head to bed. I'm sure you will need all the rest you can get. With a sigh of relief, Ochako bids the hero a good night and gets to her food. She checks her phone and smiles once more. Izuku Midoriya broccoli. Alright. Good night, Yuhago's smiley face. Momo Yaoyorozu wasn't sure of where to go for her internship. She wasn't even sure if she was worthy of being chosen by a hero that's also a big celebrity on the side. But it happened. Having gotten close with 1B's representative over the course of the sports festival, she asked Itsuka Kendo where she was choosing to go for the week. Momo regrets her decision to have followed the other girl to the snake hero. Iwabami's agency. Not only did Iwabami only take on the two girls, she also only chose them for their looks. The first thing the pro-heroine talked about when the students first arrived at the headquarters was talking about side jobs. More specifically modeling. But Momo was far from complaining. Having been raised in an upper-class home, she learned to always be prim and proper, not to talk back to your senior or even arguing. So whatever lesson Iwabami might have in store for her, even if it seems most unnecessary at first glance, she will give it her best to learn. To her distress, Itsuka did not think the way she did. Because she promptly asked not to participate in any modeling gigs for whatever commercial that Iwabami was currently talking about. Instead, she wants to learn more about the things a hero needs to know to do a good job. She brought up paperwork and patrols, or even training, but it all fell on deaf ears as Iwabami was on the best way of getting ready to leave for an interview. So, over the first few days, Momo and Itsuka accompany Iwabami during her interviews and photo shoots. They even had an appointment for a shoot for a TV commercial, where the pro-heroine made them participate in their hero costumes. It was a commercial for some sort of hair product that keeps curls in your hair. Hair products. Momo sighs. Finally back in the agency, fresh out of the shower and laying down in her bed, she mulls it over. Getting the product out of her hair was definitely troublesome. She preferred her high ponytail, as messy as that sometimes looked. Because it was enough. It was convenient. Hey, Kendo, she says to the ceiling of the shared two-bedroom. A distracted hum is her answer and she continues, do you think I should do more with my hair? That catches the attention of her roommate. What do you mean? Since that commercial gig Iwabami did with us, I always think people might criticize how I usually wear it. Momo explains, unsure of her wording. I don't think you should give it that much thought. Hairdos like that are not made with hero work in mind. You get dirt and sweat in there, maybe even blood sometimes, it might get stuck somewhere or a villain could take advantage of it by grabbing hold or something. I only put it up in a side ponytail so it's out of my back and face. Itsuka explains, having turned towards Momo to watch her reaction. The Ravenet turns as well, sharing a look with her roommate. I only put it up so it's out of the way too. A short moment of silence passes, then Momo's phone goes off with a message. She opens it, afraid something might have happened to someone, but relieved when she just finds a message from Izuku there. Izuku Midoriya. Hi Yaoyorozu, I'm checking in with everyone to see how they're doing. How is your internship? The second message arrived while she was reading the first one. Changing her position to reply more easily, she types. Chocolate bar. Good evening, Midoriya. Thank you for asking. Going okay so far. Izuku Midoriya. Only okay? What happened? Chocolate bar. The things we are learning aren't quite what I was expecting. Izuku Midoriya. You were at Iwabami's agency, right? Oh, who's we? Chocolate bar. Correct. Kendo from 1B is with me. We were both expecting more heroic-centered work, I suppose. Izuku Midoriya. What have you been up to then, if not heroics? Chocolate bar. Iwabami took us to photo shoots, interviews and even one commercial shoot for some hair product. Izuku Midoriya. Ah yes, Iwabumi is big on publicity work. I guess that's not really up your alley? I know you're clearly more reserved than her. Chocolate bar. If you want to call it that. But it has been getting a little bit upsetting. Izuku Midoriya. What has? Chocolate bar. The lack of proper hero work. We haven't been on patrol even once. Much less seen any paperwork or trained. Izuku Midoriya. Maybe talk to Iwabumi? And I mean properly talk, not catch her in a hallway between appointments. You're a very well-spoken person, Yaoyorozu. I'm sure you can work something out with her. Chocolate bar. It is very kind of you to say that, Midoriya. In case my name proves to be a hassle, Ashido has come up with the name Yamamo for me. She uses it all the time in the girls' chat room. Izuku Midoriya. You girls have a separate group chat? Chocolate bar. Apologies, I suppose you boys don't, then? Izuku Midoriya. Not that I know of. But anyways. Yeah, go talk to Iwabumi tomorrow, I'm sure you can reason with her. Oh, and you're free to call me Izuku, smiley face. Chocolate bar. I shall do so. But it is getting late, so I will put it on tomorrow's to-do. Have a good night, Izuku-san. Izuku Midoriya. I shall cheer you on, tomorrow. Sleep well, Yamamo, smiley face. With her mind settled and task settled, she puts her phone on her charger. She talks with Itsuka for a few minutes longer, telling her about her plan for tomorrow. They agree to work together to get the famous celebrity to show them the ropes of heroism, not the ones of a model. Tsuyu Azui was excited about her internship. Considering her affinity with water, she's happy to be working with the Navy, more specifically with the sea rescue hero, Selkie on his ship, the Oki Mariner. What she didn't expect was that the work on the ship would consist of scrubbing the decks. Don't get her wrong, she didn't mind. With multiply smaller siblings, she's more than used to cleaning. But she chose the Oki Mariner to work on specifically because it would fit her quirk the best, at least in her opinion. The first few days were spent training with the other sidekicks on the ship and cleaning. One evening, Tsuyu gets a message from her fellow Greenette classmate. Izuku-chan Ram. Hey Tsu, how's work on the Mariner? It's the Oki Mariner, Izuku-chan. And it's a bit less exciting than what I had in mind. Tsuyu excuses herself and heads for her sleeping quarters, down below deck. Izuku-chan Ram. Did something happen? That's the thing. Nothing happened so far. Only scrubbing decks and training with the others. But it's fine, just a little mundane. Izuku-chan Ram. I'm sure it'll be fine. And the moment Tsuyu had read that message, Sirius comes into the room. Sirius is one of Selkie's longtime sidekicks and his main communication staple. With her quirk, Good Ear, Sirius has the ability to hear Selkie's high frequency over a good amount of distance, without any communication devices, mind you dash. Tsuyu looks up from her phone the moment the woman comes through the door. Oh, hi Azui. You taking a break? A little bit, Karo. She answers, locks her phone and sets it aside. Sirius takes a seat on a different hammock to sit opposite of her in turn. So, how do you like the Oki Mariners so far? With a blink, Tsuyu answers truthfully, it's a bit mundane, the cleaning and the training. But I'm used to that, Karo. To her surprise, the sidekick chuckles, it was like that for me too. The mundane things. They are part of the job too, after all. Her smile takes on a more wistful touch when she goes on, but after all, he did teach me how to be a hero. Selkie is a great hero and a good teacher. You just have to get through the basics first. Sirius finishes with a cheerful smile. Before Tsuyu can inquire further, the captain enters the cabin. Sirius? Froppy? We got a call from the Coast Guard. Get up on deck. With a short affirmative, the sidekick and the intern follow him up, the phone laying forgotten on Tsuyu's hammock. Kyokajire had chosen one of the agencies that offered open internships for students that didn't receive offers after the sports festival. Teamed up with Death Arms, she was thrown into patrols quickly. And hard. After her first day, she was already sore to the bone and exhausted. She felt as if she could sleep for a week. But her alarm wouldn't let her. The second day was just as tiring and hardworking. To be honest, she probably had the most work in the field outside out of anyone from her class. Even more exhausted, since she had to try and keep up with a running pro for the whole afternoon, she falls into bed on the second day. Surprisingly, on the third day, there was a change of pace. She was switched to a different team of heroes that have been called for help to a hostage situation. They took her along for her quirk. With her jacks in the walls and floors, Kyoka relays information as quickly and efficiently as she can, and the heroes get one hostage after the other out of the building. To say she was proud of her work and for the praises she received from the pros after the fact would almost be understating it. That night, Kyoka laid down in her bed with a fuzzy feeling of accomplishment in her chest. Before she could drift off to sleep, she hears her phone vibrate on its charger across the room. Getting up with a grunt of exertion, she picks it up and falls back on her bed quickly. Battery at 78%, that would be more than enough to last the night and the next day, with how busy she always is. Unlocking it, she finds a message from Izuku. Midoriya Green. Hi Gyre. How's your internship so far? Laughing face. Musical notes. Hi Midoriya. I'm super tired, death arms put me through the ringer the first 2 days. But today was pretty cool. Midoriya Green Boy. Do tell, smiley face. Musical notes. I was put on a different team today. They took me along on a mission. There was a hostage situation in a bank and they needed me for intel. I'm really glad I was able to help. Am I a bad person for being happy about that situation? Midoriya Green Boy. Hey, that's super cool. Congrats. Also no, I don't think you're a bad person for that. You're still just a student, most of us don't get to do much, so you getting to go on a mission like that is amazing. Musical notes. Luckily nobody was hurt and the pros on scene were able to detain all the robbers pretty quickly. But I helped getting the civilians out of there, so I'm stoked. Midoriya Green Boy. As you should be. Musical notes. How are things on your end? Midoriya Green Boy. Well, annoying the crap out of the dumpster fire. Jokes and pranks. I got something my quirk called a skill yesterday and DMN if that isn't cool. Musical notes. A skill? What does it do? Midoriya Green Boy. I can make healing potions. They're not as strong as what I can heal directly and I can only make so much, but this is going to be super useful I think. Musical notes. You gotta give me some of that, I bet I can use it sometime. Midoriya Green Boy. Sure. Musical notes. Anyway. I'm sorry but I'm real tired Aaron. Midoriya Green Boy. Of course. Have a good night, Gyre, smiley face. Musical notes. Thanks, you too, smiley face. She barely remembers getting up once more to get her phone back on the charger, away from herself so her alarm wasn't too jarring in the morning, and falling back into her covers, all seep by the time her head hits her pillow. Hitoshi Shinso decided to go in turn with an underground hero. Since his quirk is dependent on his adversaries answering him, it'd be detrimental for his career if he decided to live in the limelight. He didn't like being in the spotlights anyways. And his insomnia had him awake at night as well, so why not pick a job that involved patrolling then? The hero he chose to intern with is Eraserhead. Yes, his homeroom teacher. While students usually steer clear of their teachers in any and all out-of-school activities, so much so that some grow up thinking the teachers don't do anything but teach, Hitoshi actually admires his teacher. After all, he works basically 21 hours per day. With school starting in the morning, running until the afternoon and after-school meetings often taking until the evenings, he doesn't have much time to get home and change into his hero outfit and get going on patrol once night falls. That middle step of going home to change has to be skipped more often than not, which is why Aizawa took to wearing his work clothes to school too. With his hero work during the night and work at school during the day, there's not much time to catch any sleep, resulting in sleep-deprived teaching and weekends spent in bed. But he wouldn't ever complain. He'd chosen this life for himself. And even if he wouldn't ever admit it to anyone, he seems to love his jobs, Hitoshi can tell. After all, with his insomnia he takes every opportunity to sleep that he gets, so he understands the teacher's habit to walk around with a sleeping bag at UA. And he admires his teacher for going through with everything anyways. While he can't spend the days with Aizawa, due to him having more classes to teach than just his homeroom in 1A, he looks forward to their patrols together even more. The teacher/underground hero has given Hitoshi a capture scarf of his own, teaching him how to utilize it for movement and, as the name would suggest, for capture. After 2 nights, Hitoshi had gotten the hang of not tangling himself up in the carbon fiber fabric, trying to learn how to throw it to hang from things, to learn how to swing later on dash. Aizawa hasn't arrived at the meeting point yet, but the sun has set and its light was dying more and more by the minute, so the student was sure his teacher would arrive any time now. Going through the movements Eraserhead had taught him so far, he feels his phone going off in his back pocket. He decides to take a little break, takes out his phone and checks the message he just received. Izuku victory hand. Hey Hitoshi. How's in turning underground? Oh, lots of coffee. Been learning how to use that scarf Eraserhead has. Izuku victory hand. Really? That's so cool, you have to show when you're back. Dunno about that. I'm trying not to tangle myself up in the stuff, it's impossible to get out of it alone. Hitoshi takes a seat on the ledge of the roof he's on, waiting for the next message. Izuku victory hand. I'm sure you're already better than you're willing to admit. And once the week is over, you're gonna swing around like Aizawa. That's Eraserhead at work. Izuku victory hand. Roger that, Aizawa Jr. Why would you say that? Izuku victory hand. You guys already look like you're related. Now you're morphing into a mini version of him. With the scarf and all. I'm not even mad. He's better than my adoptive parents for sure. Izuku victory hand. Hitoshi? Hitoshi locks his phone and puts it away as he notices a man-shaped shadow joining him on the roof. He feels it going off a few more times, but chooses to ignore it in favor of greeting the pros stepping out of the darkness. Evening, Eraserhead, he says, standing from his position on the ledge. Nodding his head in greeting, the hero cuts right to the chase. We're patrolling a bit as warm-up. I'll see how you can handle your capture weapon afterwards. Come on. Without waiting for an affirmative, Eraserhead storms off over the connected rooftops with Hitoshi hot on his heels. They race across the rooftops, covering several blocks and only stopping when the pro thinks his student starts falling behind. So, puppeteer. Let's see how you work your scarf, he says, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Hitoshi, after catching his breath, throws one end of his capture weapon up towards a fire ladder of the high-rise next to the building they're on. He pulls back too late, as the fabric slides over the railing and falls down into the alley between the buildings. Reining the scarf back in, Hitoshi tries again. After a few more tries, the timing is right and the fabric catches the railing, wrapping around. Hitoshi tries putting some weight on it, testing the connection. It slips minimally, but holds up and Eraserhead gives a sage nod, good. Do it again. With a flick of his arm, a wave runs up the scarf and untangles the fabric from the railing. With one sharp pull, Hitoshi collects the scarf around his arms again quickly. He repeats the exercise multiple times, getting the timing right more and more often. His mood lifts with every catch that holds of his scarf on the railing and every subsequent nod of his mentor. Soon enough, the two hear a sound that doesn't belong in the silence of their training. Eraserhead gestures for Hitoshi to rein his scarf in and slinks across their rooftop to see the origin of the sound. And he spots it quickly. Because the culprit isn't exactly sneaky about it, apparently thinking the night as cover would be enough. Hitoshi steps up next to him, also hiding behind the boundary of the housetop. They watch as the obvious criminal works at the glass of a little jewelry store, cutting it with a device in his hand. After he pulls the part of the glass out of the storefront that makes a hole more than big enough for him to fit through, he slips into the building. No alarms are going off, so maybe he has a quirk that's able to do things like this, or he has some sort of appliance for it. Eraserhead pats his intern on the shoulder and when Hitoshi turns to him, nods towards the store. Alarmed, Hitoshi whispers, "Me? Alone?" The pro nods with a determined expression, certain of his decision. He's aware of the danger of a robber like this maybe carrying a firearm if his quirk is non-combative, but the guy won't be able to pull anything once the student's quirk has taken hold of him. And after a moment collecting his wits, Hitoshi gives a nod of his own. Eraserhead lets him down by his scarf, seeing as the student hasn't gotten a firm hold of the railing while practicing yet and not willing to risk him falling to the ground off of a 4-story building. Safely back on the street, Hitoshi lets go of his mentor's scarf and slinks over to the jewelry store. The man had started working on the separate glass cases, emptying their contents into a backpack Hitoshi hadn't noticed before. He takes another steadying breath, then activates his quirk and laces his words, "Hey man, what are you doing there?" Startling, the man turns around and stops, staring like a deer in headlights for a second, before angrily bellowing, "What the F dash? What's a brat doing here?" Hitoshi cringes inwardly. Counter-questions don't work with his quirk, they have to at least answer indirectly, so he tries again, just taking a walk. "So, who are you? And why is the window broken like this?" he wonders, feigning innocence. "That's none of your demon business," comes the yelled answer as the man grabs for something in his backpack, but he stills. With a wave of relief, Hitoshi feels his quirk snatch and take control over the man. He blinks slowly, taking a deep breath and calmly commands, "Put that backpack down and come out here, slowly." Mechanically, the robber complies, setting the bag down on the counter next to him and walking over to where Hitoshi steps away from the opening in the glass front of the store. Once out on the sidewalk, the man stops, staring off into nothing. Eraserhead swings down from the roof they'd been on, pulling out H&D CFFS to put on the robber. He glances at Hitoshi for confirmation and, at his nod, puts the man's hands behind his back to lock them together with the 8. With a light shove, he maneuvers the criminal out of the way and looks at his student. "Good job, puppeteer." Hitoshi's heart flutters at the praise, so unused to words of encouragement, especially after using his quirk. "How long can you hold him?" the hero asks then. Shrugging, he replies, "It's not really straining to hold one person under, so a while probably." "Good, please do that. I'll go call this in." Eraserhead requests and steps away, pulling his phone out. A short while later, the owner, who had been notified by the police, and a few cars of the authorities arrive at the store. Said owner, who introduced himself as Seiji Nakata, was immensely thankful for the heroes stepping in and preventing the robbery. The two heroes gave their statements while forensics went over the store. With the culprit already in custody, they didn't need to look for clues, but they did record all the things the criminal had damaged. With the help of the owner, all gems and pieces of jewelry were swiftly accounted for and put back into their respective places. The police would leave a patrol at the store to stand guard, before the owner could hire someone to repair the window the following day. When the officers asked Hitoshi to relieve the robber of his quirk, he gladly did so, already feeling the drawback of tiredness and a slight headache coming on dash. Weirdly enough, the man was dazed when he was released and barely reacted to the questions from the policemen. Hitoshi apologizes for impeding investigations like this, explaining how he never got to try the depths of his quirk this way, which is why he didn't know of these consequences. The officers waved him off, friendly as ever, saying they'd rather deal with a dazed captive than a resisting one that would sling insults at them. They could always question him later, they reasoned. With the criminal shipped off and the owner reassured nothing would go missing until he returned in the morning, the pro and his intern went back to their patrol route, training his ability with his capture scarf, and trying to keep up with the underground. Hero on their route, take up the rest of the night. There were only a couple more hiccups, where they prevented a pickpocketing incident and scared off a guy that had gotten too handsy with an unwilling girl because he was drunk. He was reasonable enough, backing off when they confronted him, resulting in Eraserhead letting it slide dash. Also, the girl assured them she was fine and thanked them for stepping in so she didn't need to hurt him, explaining he was actually a friend of hers that apparently wanted more from her. The approaching morning for this guy would be awkward for sure. At the end of their patrol, Eraserhead praised him once more for learning quickly, being able to mostly keep up and handling the robber the way he did. He also gave Hitoshi some more pointers that would help him with his capture weapon, before heading off to catch a few hours of sleep until he had to go back to UA. Watching his mentor take off, Hitoshi felt the flutters wash over him, so very unused to praise. That's when he remembers his conversation with Izuku and whips out his phone to find some more messages. Izuku victory hand. Hitoshi? I don't mean to pry, but are you alright? I'm here if you need help, I want you to know that. Seems like you're off with Eraserhead, so have a good patrol and text you later. He smiles, it was just like the greenette to worry like this. He might confide in him someday, but that's not today. Instead, he types out a reply that will reassure his friend for now. Patrol was great. Caught a robber, got better with the scarf. I'll go sleep now, text you later. Realizing his thought, his heart flutters again. His friend. With a smile on his lips, he heads home, quickly disappearing in his room to not cross anyone's path and going to sleep quietly. Fumikage Tokoyami was over the moon when he found the offered internship by none other than the number 3 pro hero. The wing hero, Hawks, was one of his favorite heroes recently. Just recently, because the charismatic blonde climbed the ranks basically overnight and appeared in the top 10 in the second evaluation after his debut. And he quickly climbed those as well, being placed in third, right behind All Might himself and Endeavor. But as much as Fumikage admired the winged hero, he was not prepared for what awaited him at his agency. Despite how few sidekicks the young blonde employed, they didn't have a lot to do aside from paperwork. The first few days, Fumikage barely saw the hero aside from a quick good morning every day. When he was finally taken along on a patrol, there was nothing to do for him. Casually, as if controlling his separate feathers wasn't taking up any of his thoughts, he talked with his intern about anything and everything. He kept a little kid from falling out of a window of a high-rise, helped an old lady across the street by carrying her over the traffic that just wouldn't stop for her and her groceries, handcuffed a pickpocketer that was then picked up by one of his sidekicks, and all of it without breaking stride or having a stutter in his voice while speaking. He talked about his goal as a hero, to create so much free time for pros so that they can relax. Because that's what he wants for himself as well. When he received an alert over his in-ear, he quickly rose into the air and shot off in a different direction. Fumikage ran along on the ground, trying to keep the hero in his sight. In an alley, the pro stopped for a second to apprehend a few criminals that were giving some of his sidekicks a hard time and continued on. While chasing the pro through, said sidekicks called over to the intern, telling him it'd be no use to chase after the hero. But he didn't listen. Hawk's sidekicks already accepted the fact that they're simply there for cleanup and paperwork, but he refused. Fumikage didn't want to become just another cleanup minion. So he kept following Hawks. It was difficult, but the hero made several stops to manage whatever thing he was called for, so the student was able to somehow keep the winged pro in his sight with the help of Dark Shadow. Before long, Fumikage began questioning his decision. Was him becoming a hero really worth it, if there are people like Hawks out there? People who outpace everyone else. People who handle everything expertly on their own. It has fallen dark and Fumikage stands in the middle of a busy shopping district, finally having lost sight of his mentor. He didn't want to risk Dark Shadow going rampant, even with all the advertisements and flashy lights of the vendors all around. He receives a message and startles, not expecting anyone to do that. Being as disconnected as he was, most people avoided contacting him. Curious, he takes the device out of a hidden pocket on his cloak. Dialamp Izuku Midoriya Dialamp. Good evening, Tokoyami. I've heard you received an internship with Hawks, so I decided I'd check up on you. How are you doing? Eagle. Greetings, Midoriya. Indeed I have. Though I must admit it's different from what I've imagined. Hawks is a formidable hero, so he doesn't require any assistance. I merely try catching sight of him while running behind. His sidekicks have given up already and only tend to things he leaves for them. Dialamp Izuku Midoriya Dialamp. So, you're trying to go with him and he speeds off? And the sidekicks are only there for paperwork because they find it a hassle to try keeping up with him? Sounds exhausting. Deciding to write with his classmate a little bit more freely, Fumikage takes a seat on a bench at the wayside. Eagle. Quite exhausting, this. Before you messaged me, I lost sight of him. Dialamp Izuku Midoriya Dialamp. That's not nice of him to leave you behind like that. He's supposed to teach you. Eagle. I reckon. But alas, at least cleanup and paperwork are things I will gain expertise in, once this week ends. Dialamp Izuku Midoriya Dialamp. And then you can teach me how to do that. The cleanup, I mean. We did paperwork already too. It's boring really. But since it's part of being a hero, it's more than worth it. Eagle. That I shall if it is what you wish. I will see if I can find Hawks again. Until then. Dialamp Izuku Midoriya Dialamp. Good luck and good night. He stuffs his phone back into the inside pocket it belongs in, then stands up to continue down the road where he lost sight of Hawks. Arriving back at the agency, The front desk employees tell him that Hawks had already returned and would be in his office. He takes the stairs. When the student reaches Hawks' floor, the hero seems to be expecting him. "Hey Tokoyami. Took you long enough." "Hawks." The Raven starts, catching the pro's attention with the serious tone he's using. "Why did you take an intern?" Keeping his face blank but friendly, the blonde tilts his head to the side. "What do you mean? Why did you invite me here for the internship?" "All I do is try keeping up when I'm not helping your sidekicks with paperwork," he answers, struggling to keep the bitterness out of his voice. The hero plucks one of his shorter feathers to twirl between his fingers. After a moment, he replies playfully, "We're birds of a feather, so we should stick together. Right?" Dumbfounded, the student needs a moment to find his voice again. What is that even supposed to mean? With a shrug, Hawks lets go of the little feather and it finds its place on his wing once more. "To be perfectly honest, that's just 20% of why you're here," he says, turns towards his intern properly for once and continues in a more serious demeanor. 50% of my reasoning consists of curiosity. Your class was attacked at the USJ, correct? It was all over the news with the League of Villains and such. And I'm curious. So I wanted to get someone of 1A to intern with me, but needed someone who would be able to keep up. So I chose the third place of the sports festival. At Fumicage's blank stare, Hawks leans his chin on his propped-up hands. "So tell me, Tsukuyami, what can you say about those guys?" Begrudgingly and while trying not to grind his teeth, Fumicage then tells the pro what he knows about what happened at the USJ. He'd only arrived at the main plaza late and with the help of his classmate, so he couldn't say much. But the hero listened intently, especially at the mention of the Nomu. Frustration bubbled inside of Fumicage's stomach. He thought he'd caught the attention of a top hero on his own. But how naive of him. He'd only been chosen because of the villains that had attacked their class. Because of the villain who almost crushed their teacher's head. So he gave all the information he had. And hoped he would get the chance to prove his worth after all of this. Izuku woke up the following morning to some texts from Hitoshi. He answers with a smile, glad that his friends seemed to be doing better after spending time with his mentor. After breakfast, Endeavor stopped them on their way back to the office floor. Shoto. The teen turns, Izuku doing the same, simply because if the hero calls out like this, he won't be anywhere. But at Shoto's side. "We're going to Hosu today. We got some leads about the hero killer." The man huffs at the lack of an answer, then turns and leaves for the elevator to his office. Blinking, the taller of the two teens turns to his classmate. "I guess that means, put your costumes on?" Izuku shrugs as an answer. Can't hurt to suit up if he says we're going out. "You know he actually only said it to me?" he wonders, a slight smirk playing at his lips, even if his eyes are emotionless as ever. "If you're going, I'm going. We're both interns, even if that dumpster fire insists on ignoring me," he explains cheerily. The two students change their route to instead go to the changing rooms. Once suited up, they wait on the lobby's couches. As pretentious as the building is, these sofas are comfortable as all hell. About half an hour later, Endeavor steps out of the elevator in his own costume. When he passes the seating arrangement, he barks, "Shoto. We're going." Both teens get up to follow and the hero glares at the greenette. "You're staying here." Izuku shrugs. "We're both interns. When you take Shoto with you, I'm coming too," he says nonchalantly and keeps walking alongside the two Todorokis. Endeavor doesn't speak up again, but Izuku can feel the heat of his anger radiating off of him. He must be really irritated at him. But that's fine. He's here to help Shoto heal, and if he has to ridicule and annoy the pro hero, he DMN well will. Nothing happens on the train ride to Hosu. Izuku was fairly surprised that Endeavor didn't use one of the many vehicles of the agency, but since there's always the possibility to get hurt, he supposes it's intentional. Shoto receives an earpiece once they arrive, and since Endeavor didn't want Izuku to be there in the first place, he doesn't give him one. To the shorter teen's surprise, his classmate scrunches his eyebrows together a little, then looks up at Endeavor. "Mine isn't working." Endeavor blinks at him, irritation clear on his face and in his voice when he answers, "I checked them before we left the agency." Unfazed, Shoto insists, "Doesn't change the fact that it doesn't work. Don't you have another one as backup?" The pro grumbles, then pulls out another communication device, handing it to his son begrudgingly. Without a change in his expression, he simply hands the earpiece over to Izuku, who looks at him in question. I lied. Shoto supplies, then nods towards his fellow in turn. Put it in, come on. He says, then heads towards where Endeavor told them, or rather, he told Shoto and Izuku simply listened as well. Their operation base would be for the next 2 days. Ignoring said hero's indignant anger, Izuku quickly follows suit. What they didn't expect was for inhuman screeches to fill the air before they could get very far. The teens share a look, before trying to pinpoint the location the screams were coming from. Not even 30 seconds later, the sky to their left fills with thick, black smoke. Fire. Screams of escaping civilians. The screeches from before increasing in numbers. Reflexively, Endeavor, Shoto and Izuku all head towards where they hear the screaming, closer and closer to the source of the smoke. The interns try calming the people they pass, but continue on towards the fire. After a short run, they arrive at the scene. What they find makes the blood in their veins freeze. Dozens of huge, hulking creatures. Deformed bodies. Inhuman faces. Nomus.
Thanks for watching, Legends. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to like, share, and subscribe for more epic What If Deku stories and fresh updates. Hit that bell so you never miss the next upload. See you in the next one.